Princess has dropped in the side, but he was taken down. Turdstar, oh, massive kills! Massive round from Turdstar.
Barco takes out Aspie. Where things start to get a little bit more dicey. Turd pretty much getting another one to follow it up, and wow.
Doctor is all alone. A 1v2, perfect first shot. The second one is there for him.
Attempt for Wandigiri to stop that from happening doesn't come in time. DCH gets an angle, gets two down, throw on out, and DCH off the swing.
As Souffle swiftly steals that away. Seal as well claims his 13th kill. 14, 15 would get the game.
See, Ducks makes it a big, big win.
10 seconds remaining. Diffuser has been dropped.
Welcome back to the Asia League for Day 2. Day 1 saw a very interesting start for the 6 invitational representatives from the Asian region. Fury didn't even get out of the gates, whereas Bleed, well, they lost their first 4 opening rounds and then come back with a quick 7-round sweep. So things were safe for them, but it's not safe for the region because God only knows what we're going to be seeing throughout these play days. It's time to welcome in our 2 panelists for the region. We've got Dev, we've got Mandy. We're back for another day. Dev, a bit of an interesting start from some of the teams yesterday.
Yeah, we started really strong in our first match yesterday. As you said, Fury, the back-to-back Asian champions, dropped the ball. They lost in overtime against Jolita Esports, which was very exciting to see such a slew of old names, Sapper, DCH, firing up under their new organization of Jolita. Of course, they have a tough game today against Elevate. Fury also have a very tough game with Bleed. And our first 2 matches tonight, I think, will deliver just as much as was promised yesterday in our first game.
I think it's it's a fitting start, Mandy, it feels, to have a lot of confusion around the 2 top teams coming into this, or at least the pinned top 2 teams. A little bit of drama never made this never made this region even more interesting than it already is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Jolita taking the win over Fury yesterday just goes to show that top 2 probably isn't as set as we thought it was back from 2023 and 2024. I think there are going to be a lot more teams vying for that top spot. Even Speakeasy yesterday was saying with his new roster, anything but qualification is failure for them. So I would say there's at least 4 or 5 teams that want to take the spot for the major now.
Well, let's go ahead and have a look at how things have panned out so far just after day 1. Again, just a reminder, it's only 3 points difference between every team. So it's not that there's nothing here to absolutely write home about, but obviously the big discussion point will probably be where our eyes fall to Fury. Outside of that, though, Dev, everything could be considered going somewhat to script yesterday.
Yeah, the general vibes we're getting is that perhaps Bleed and Fury are not going to be as dominant as they were last year. Hard to say, of course. Bleed have only played Hasib's Warriors so far, and of course Hasib and Knock Knock being the 2 South Asian teams. This is the first time that Southeast Asia and South Asia are actually part of the same round robin league. Obviously last year they played separate leagues and then went into the LCQ playoffs together, whereas now we actually get to play the full round robin season with Southeast Asia and South Asia combined. Historically hasn't panned out so well for South Asia, but Knock Knock and Hasib I'm sure will show us something in the coming days. Daystars, a fresh-faced team, but it's really the top 5 that I think are going to be incredibly tightly contested for this stage. We only have a single slot at the major up for grabs for Asia, which is unbelievable to think after the run that Fury and Bleed both had last year. Even Elevate made it to Copenhagen. It is going to be unbelievably tightly contested.
Yeah, and every game will matter in some way, shape, or form, regardless of whether we get to the GSL format with all 5 of those teams that we're talking about or not. These games, although the weight might not be to them in, say, an old league like we saw OS last year, where it's only the 1 stage, there's still a lot that goes on behind the scenes that, you've really got to keep an eye on, especially in this region. It is never a dull moment. Let's go ahead and have a look at what games we've got coming up for you today. I think, obviously, probably the first 2 matches are, really that's where your eyes are attracted to at the moment. Fury, what is their storyline going to be? They're coming up against arguably the best team that Asia has presented us in some time. But Mandy, we can't go to distract away from the other conversations. Even Dire Wolves yesterday, I think there was something like 4 1vx's to close out rounds to get them that win.
Yeah, that's about right. Direwolves definitely look shaky coming into 2024. They didn't have the most amazing 2023 either, but I think this is another opportunity for them to prove themselves.
And, to go along with that conversation, Daystars obviously had in all honesty, they had a good opening game. That was, of course, against Direwolves, the match that we're referencing there. They go up against Knock Knock. Dev, obviously, both of them, no points on the board. So someone's going to walk away with, a very important win under their belt. Where do you land in that game? Do you go with the ranked stars of Daystar? That's probably a bit harsh to say if I'm being completely honest, but the unknown factor of Daystar, or do you look to a team like Knock Knock that we've seen in this region for some time?
Yeah, it's a hard call because Knock Knock, on the one hand, very established team, the former MHLFO roster, but they did only get 1 round off of Elevate yesterday. Daystar, in contrast, got 4 rounds off of Direwolves. You could argue Elevate's maybe a stronger opponent than Direwolves, but I just think that Daystar looked like the better team yesterday overall, even though they are a newer team. I just think there's also a little bit of a SEA buff, and I know we're kind of riding that storyline a little bit here, but the South Asian teams have historically struggled. Now, I am the first one waiting for that to change. I would love to see Aceeb's Warriors and Knock Knock make a splash, and let's be blunt, if there's any SEA team that's going to go down to one of the South Asian teams, it's Daystar, right? They are outside looking in these top 5, the Fury, Bleed, Elevate, Jolita, and Direwolves that we've been talking about, the promised ones. And so, yeah, if Knock Knock's going to take a map off of any of these SEA teams, Daystar's got to be the one.
Well, that's just it, right? Aceeb yesterday really gave Bleed a bit of a scare. So maybe there's something there. Maybe there's a discussion to be had. Daystar and Knock Knock go in 3rd match of the day. But let's have a look at what the, I'm going to say, quote-unquote analysts, the quote-unquote professionals think about how these games are going to pan out. Dev, you're the only person who's gone for Fury. I mean, production's gone with you, but we all know what we think about production.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are smoking, but Fury's going to win this. Like, I don't know why you guys are picking Bleed. Bleed might have had a good run in Atlanta and 6 Invitational, but Fury always seem to get the heads up, especially in the big stakes games. Perhaps you could make an argument that this is just a round-robin game, and so Bleed won't mind so much. Pardon the dog. But I just want to have faith in Fury. They always look so strong when it comes to league play.
He's just calling out bullshit when he sees it, Dev. That's all he's doing. It's just as simple as that. Look, when we look down the list, Mandy, probably the next closest game, obviously, is match 2. You and I are split on that one. Do you have an indication as to why you've gone for Elevate, or have you still just got love for them?
I have gone for Elevate because I thought that yesterday's showing was like so dominant that it's kind of hard not to go back for them. That being said, though, honestly, this one was a real toss-up, especially with Jolita taking down Fury yesterday. It's a really hard one to pick out, but I think for some reason my heart is going with Elevate. I'm not listening to the brain as much here.
Look, I think that it's arguable that either team have a fair amount of skin in both of those games, and there is every conversation to warrant Dev's pick, and I guess even my pick, considering I'm technically against the odds in this one from the quote-unquote professionals, with Jolita looking to take match 2. We'll wait and see, though. I guess that's the beauty of this region. You think you know, and then all of a sudden, everything you've ever known just gets thrown out the damn window. It's probably match 4 where I think Xenox might be on the troll a little bit. I'd love to hear his thoughts. Maybe I'll ask him when he comes in. But we can move on with this discussion and start to focus in on what we've got for the rest of the day. Because realistically, these games are going to go quick, fast, and heavy as they have done in the previous day. I think, to kickstart first day 1 with Fury Jolita, only to follow it up on day 2 with Fury and Bleed. Dev, I mean, these could have been some of the games of the stage.
Yeah, it's funny because we had a similar thing in OS where we already have seen that, in theory, number 1 versus number 2 teams play. And that's kind of what we're getting with this Fury Bleed game at the start. Even Elevate Jolita, like that could be 3-4. And it makes you sad. You're like, oh, I want this at the end of the stage. Doesn't matter. We got playoffs at the end of the stage. Like, we're going to be playing proper BO3s, proper elimination and qualification matches when it comes to those important games. So this is just a taste tester. This is just a little tease, a beautiful little smorgasbord for us to enjoy of fantastic teams playing other high stakes, amazing competition, and maybe just a little test of what is to come.
A little charcuterie board before we get into the actual nibbles. But let's go ahead and take a chunk out of this first matchup. Fury, team coming into this that have had, in my opinion, obviously, it's not my opinion, they've had the most appearances internationally over the last 12 months from the Asia region. And obviously at SI, we got super pumped for them. We were excited to see what they could do. But day one just didn't deliver, Mandy. Is that just the opening day nerves?
I think so, to an extent. I think it's opening day nerves, and I also want to comment on them being SI attendees as well as Bleed. They do, I would say, suffer from a little bit of that post-event fatigue, as I think a lot of the teams across the global standings have as well. I think it's pretty normal to come back into your stage and just feel a little bit shaken up in the readjustment back into your own region. And I think for Fury, like, yes, they have dropped the ball against Jolita, and that might be a little nervous, but to be honest, I don't really see that as these big red flags just yet.
Sure. I think it is important to make sure that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves in these discussions, Dev. Obviously, as Mandy's prefaced, they went up against a pretty fearsome opponent yesterday, but now they're going to have to do one better. They're going to have to go up against, do we just call them the reigning champs?
Bleed? No, because Fury are the reigning champs. Like, objectively, you look at stage 1 last year, that's the thing that, like, obviously we credit Fury for what they have achieved in appearing at the most majors and SIs in the last year. But the other thing is that they are reigning champs, right? They came first in the LCQ in Stage 1 and Stage 2 last year. And once again, this dog over here is clearly a massive Bleed fan, because every time I try and shill for Fury, she's got something to say about it. Sasha, we'll talk about Fury in a minute. About Bleed in a minute. I want to put it on Fury for this one. I really do.
I just want to hear it a little bit longer, just while we've got that opportunity to. Obviously, Bleed, the discussion turns a little bit. I would like to actually clarify, they did come first in the Southeast Asia League. I just want to make sure that I say that. But Mandy, the roster really got off to a shakier start than I think they would have intended for. However, they definitely made amends for that on a 7-round-in-a-row comeback.
Yeah, I think they definitely gave everyone a bit of a scare, whether they gave themselves a scare or they were having a laugh about it. I don't really know. This team is a bit strange when it comes to that kind of thing. It's really hard to read just how much they've put their hearts into that one. But alas, they did make a 7-round comeback. They closed it out in the fashion that we expected them to, despite scaring us a little bit.
It gave us something to look forward to, I guess. It shows that the Goliath can definitely be... They can be wounded, but taken out entirely, that's a completely different story. It could well happen today. You are talking about number 1, number 2 in the region. You're talking about the two teams that were on the tip of our tongues most last year. So who knows? Anything could happen. But Dev, it does feel like Bleed are going to be the safe bet for Asia moving forward.
Yeah, everyone seems to be thinking that, and the main reason is just their impact on the international stage. And if you look at, obviously, the domestic results within the LCQs, yeah, Fury always seem to get the better of Bleed. But if you look internationally, Fury got 21st to 24th in Copenhagen, so that's a tied last. 17th to 20th in Atlanta, which is a tied second last. And 13th to 16th in Sao Paulo. Bleed, in contrast, their very first event on the international stage tied 9 to 12, and then at SI 9 to 12 again. So Bleed have had a markedly improved result on those international events. They've taken down a lot of big hit teams as well at those events. But I also think that narrative is starting to change for Fury as well. Like, if you look at SI, they managed to take down Los, the runners-up from Atlanta. They managed to take down Falcons and Scars, and they only lost, they still won a map off of NIP. They still won a map off of Team Bliss, so I don't want to discredit Fury. I do think that we do have a bit of rose-tinted glasses with Bleed, because they are kind of the new kid on the block last year when they started to impress us. So I think we have a little bit of bias. And I think that this game is a lot more balanced than perhaps most people think.
I would totally agree with you there. I think that we've seen the consistency from Fury come through all the way back in God, what feels like a lifetime ago when we had 2021 bumping around. You know, they were in there. They were competing every single stage. And look, things have changed since then, obviously, but it looks like they're still on top. So this will be a close match. Do not get this twisted. This is going to be one that is decided by the maps. No, I don't know. I'm just trying to storyline here. Let's go ahead and have a look at the vetoes. I tried to segue in and didn't work as well. But look, I ultimately at the end of the day, sorry, that border ban coming out from Bleed. That makes me laugh a little bit, Mandy.
We lost 4 rounds in a row yesterday. Yeah. I think you've got to know when to cut your losses, and they've cut their losses very early here. We head to Skyscraper. Wow. Okay. So that's going to be the matchup for us here. I think, look, to be honest, Dev, if 2 teams are going to play Skyscraper, if 2 teams are going to go head to head on this map, these are the 2 you want. Yeah, this is a really exciting prospect, especially for Bleed fans out there. These guys are actually on a 6-game win streak on Skyscraper, including taking down Virtus Pro, VP, at the Six Invitational. Yeah, only, the best European team in the world right now, more or less. Like, that is a huge scalp to have taken. They took down Sonics on this map in Atlanta as well. So a lot of really massive teams that Bleed have been able to dominate on this map. This is one of their favorites, without a doubt. On the flip side for Fury, they played it a few times internationally. They beat Scars. It was a very close game. They beat Knights, the South American roster at one point. But they did lose as well in their most recent game, which was at SI to NIP. And that was a fairly convincing 7-3. So on paper, this is absolutely a Bleed map, and they're probably extremely happy that it's gone to Skyscraper.
There is that discussion in there as well, Mandy, that if it is so heavily Bleed, do Fury have something cooked up? Question mark?
I want to hope that they do. I've been thinking about how much this means for Fury if they actually lose this one out. And I think in the long run, it doesn't really change their capacity to get into playoffs, but it does change their likelihood to then get that 1-2 seed, right, and actually skip through the first round of that playoffs. And I think when you're in such a tight-knit league, do you really want to be taking Bleed to a map that they're so proficient on? Not really. It does make me worried for Fury.
Yeah, and I guess there is also that conversation that we come back to about the fact that, you are seeing this as a round robin, top 6 go through to the GSL format. So it does change a little bit when we start contextualizing that. Both teams have banned out their first day map, and it was both teams that actually banned it out. So Bleed, of course, banning Border, and then Oregon being banned out by Fury. So maybe we could be seeing something from Fury here, just testing the waters, seeing what things might be like when we get to the latter stages of this stage. But it is time for us to welcome in our 2 commentators for tonight. Well, they're just part of the crew, I guess, at this point. Gone with the white-collared shirt, Jake. I like it.
Yeah, and Guz tried to match me with whatever that is. It's like white shirt with some waffles.
Yeah, we're in the cardigan phase at the moment. It gets a bit cold late at night, so I don't have Jake to spoon me, so it's the cardigans for me. Yeah.
It seems quite fitting considering both of you are professional wafflers. But guys, this matchup really is it's proposed to be first versus second, no matter which way you want to cut it. This is probably the match of the round robin stage.
Yeah, I think they both go in probably earning that title, and historically we've seen them go toe-to-toe in the past. As James alluded to, often though it is Fury to get the edge in really important games, but Bleed tend to clean up in matches that perhaps don't have as high stakes. So for me, that's why I went with Bleed heading into this game, albeit yesterday was a little bit concerning, but they've played the veto perfectly. I'm very confused as to why we're on this map, just as you guys were mentioning. So it's going to make Fury look very, very silly if Bleed wipe the floor here, but hopefully it's close.
But it could also make them look silly if they do the opposite and come out all guns are blazing, mate. You just don't know. It's the Asia League. But one thing I do know is the game is almost ready, so I'll let you 2 have it.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, it's a big game. Probably an easy one to say the best of the night to come. And hopefully it plays into that. We obviously saw Bleed yesterday got off to a very, very slow start, losing the opening 4 rounds to Hesib Warriors. But you know, a lot of that was very much down to their opponents, guys. I thought they played quite well. And then it's also very easy to kind of say about Bleed's mental that, hey, they were able to actually overcome that and then win 7 in a row. I think actually puts them in a really good position tonight where it's like, hey, we saw what can happen if we kind of play a little bit lax. We're not at 100%. Let's start strong tonight against Fury.
Yeah, probably forcing them into gear a little bit after what was a disappointing start over on Border, but then to flip that 7 rounds straight, I think they'll be quite impressed with that result. And Fury look a little bit weakened. Don't forget, they lost to Gelida in OT cleanly at that 8-6 last night. So for Bleed, I think this is a really good opportunity. If they smell blood in the water on a map as strong as Skyscraper, for them to really put on a dominant result here and make a statement.
All right, so to Skyscraper we go. Obviously, a continuation from yesterday. It's still group stage. It's still best of ones. Essentially glorified seeding for the playoffs. But I think for Bleed themselves, getting off to a good start here is going to mean quite a lot for them, considering what we saw yesterday. Fury as well, wanting to find a win, offset the loss yesterday. So there's a little bit riding on this particular game. Then you actually bring in the rivalry between these two teams, as mentioned on the desk, as alluded to as well by yourself, that, you know, there's always a little bit in it when it comes to Fury versus Bleed. The big qualification matches, Fury have done well against Bleed. Every other time, Bleed have been the better team and typically also do better at the international events themselves. They definitely go into this as the favorites. That is Bleed, of course. I think Fury are a good team, but I think Bleed are a great team, and that's going to be the difference in this matchup as we do head to Skyscraper as well. Certainly a map that they should be very fond of.
Yeah, keen to jump into this one. Of course, a reminder perhaps to everybody watching, we do also have Korea on at the moment over on Rainbow Six Bravo, and I've had word that the very highly anticipated PSG versus D+ game, which much like this game is probably first versus second, D+ able to walk away with an 8-6 OT victory in that game, so PSG's first loss of the stage. And obviously Korea probably still trailing in the footsteps of what Asia's been able to establish as of recent, but yeah, an interesting storyline rather nonetheless. And again, constantly, I feel like because we cover all the sub-regions of APAC, we're constantly sort of comparing them to one another and where they're at the moment. So eager to see how this matchup compares to what I've been told was a very, very chaotic match between those two over in South Korea.
Yeah, just waiting apparently on one person to make their way into this particular game. Unfortunately, they've gone off to the toilet, so great timing. And we just kind of just sit here with this beautiful scenery heading into Skyscraper. Really difficult, obviously, to ascertain as to probably who's going to take this game. It's easy to say who's the favorites. It's going to be Bleed. Is there a world which Fury find victory here, though, on Skyscraper against the Bleed team that won 7 rounds in a row yesterday after a very slow start? What's essentially it going to take for Fury to win this game? That's the biggest thing. Like, they're on the attack first. That's already going to be difficult as it is. Bleed very much are a team that likes to be very aggressive on the defense. They'll deny entry positions. They'll make those choke points very difficult to overtake them. So what do Fury need to do on the attack? Is there a world in which on Skyscraper they can kind of dictate the game a little bit and catch Bleed off guard? It's not like Border. I think Border you could probably do that. But Skyscraper is a little bit more difficult and far more of a challenge as the Deimos gets banned out immediately by Bleed.
Yeah, for me, it probably comes down to two things. One is the mental fortitude of Fury. They should be going in with the expectation, even if they're super confident that this is going to just naturally be a very, very difficult half. Skyscraper attack, it's always a challenge, especially against a team that you're evenly matched with, and the expectation being that these two are quite close. Secondary to that, for my eyes, it's going to be on the attack, either isolating key players, key star players, like your Reaps, for example, or Turd if he's having a good day, either dedicating resources and going all in, try to clear them out, or doing your best to avoid them. I think, unfortunately, last night we saw Hasib probably play into the latter, trying to avoid them, and it kind of got a little bit messy and unraveled their chances in being able to close out that game. So we'll see how Fury deal with it here in this matchup, not allowing one or two players on the defense to really dictate pace, especially on entry.
All right, well, Banface done. Into the game we go. Bleed on the defense to begin. Onus will be on them to do well here in this first half. Expectations already are plenty for them as well as a team, and certainly it was a very startling sight to see them under siege yesterday against Hasib Warriors. But they bounced back. I mean, that's really all you can kind of ask if you are going to start slow, lose the opening 4 rounds, go and win the next 7. And it really does kind of alleviate the pressure, and that's what they've been able to do now heading into their game tonight. Obviously, the shorter of the turnarounds when it does come to these two teams, considering Bleed played the very last game yesterday, now playing the first, whereas Fury got to play the first game yesterday, and also once again now playing the first. They've got a little bit extra of a break, but it's all basically nothing in the grand scheme of things. Not saying is going to be very much a focal point. It has been a very big focal point, I think, throughout the stage across regions. If you can play it well, it is incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with.
Yeah, certainly can be, and has been, I don't want to say necessarily a consistent ban, but has been a prevalent attacking ban already here for stage 1 of 4. Teams definitely realizing that it's value to be extracted from the shields, and on the most recent patch as well, the Blitz animation has been fixed too, so the feet are covered when crouched. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we also see Blitz play handful of bans at some point, especially as teams and individual players get more proficient on that particular operator. Does just alleviate some of the pressure and map control that the shield can take, and you can also free up your composition defensively as well, because you're not necessarily forced into the likes of the Legion and other trap operators, which we're not actually really seeing here from Bleed this time around. So they don't probably have the best of lineups to deal with the Monty. Instead, it's going to come down to working together, establishing crossfires, and just trying to mitigate the amount of ground that low balls can take.
Yeah, very much going for that aggression over towards Axie and Office. Crit J with a lurk through House Loppy. That's a wonderful snap headshot onto Asfi, and like bullets with the pistol as well, with a very similar result. And that's a quick double kill to begin. Reaps gets aggressive at the window. He too will fall, and then BG Man with the pistol too. And the round is over. Bleed wanting to get aggressive at the entry point, as you would expect on Skyscraper, but Fury just sharper. In all of the shots, in all of the fights, they were able to just lock it straight in. Full white for turn, flawless round. Great start for Fury.
And it wasn't even flawless in the ceremonial sense in which everyone was alive. They actually just broke down every little part of that attack really well. 2 players on the Office extension, both put on islands, and the Monty able to isolate that. Any remaining defenders that then tried to assist or escape were then held on the double window upside down repel, so you're not going to win that fight, and netted 2 more kills for Fury. And then in the 1 versus 5, Turd dealt with very, very handsomely the last player left for Bleed. So at every single point in that push, Fury played their cards right. Bleed, again, probably didn't, in my eyes, have the best composition to deal with it, and also positionally wasn't that sound either. They paid the price for it, and so they'll have to quickly switch on. Again, attacking rounds should be coming at a premium. So this isn't a story of like last night, right, where we could probably sit here and be like, okay, at some point Bleed might be able to mount a little bit of a comeback. If they lose the first few rounds, it's going to be really, 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 and it should be really, really costly on a map like Skyscraper if you get off to a slow start defensively.
We've already seen so far, though, that for Bleed, as yesterday, of course, not that long ago, got off to that slow start, they were able to rebound. And obviously it's early days, 1 round in. You don't oversell the fact that they did start slow, brought it back, but it is something to kind of keep in mind. It's very easy to sometimes get too overhyped over 1, 2, 3, even 4 rounds, apparently, and think that that's going to solidify the match itself. There's always that comeback potential for Fury, though. Great start, and the fashion in which they won it as well. I'm not sure if we've lost sound altogether, but yeah, right now no sound. There we go, it's back.
Reloading.
And as long as they can continue to play that confidence for Fury's sake, you know, peeking these windows, taking these fights, not feeling oppressed by the defensive lead, they can certainly find some success as BG Man. Another opening kill onto Asfi, the mute, dealt with. Over towards Geisha window now on the exterior for I9. No one holding it directly. A couple of players obviously close by. But again, a great start for Fury. Now they can open this up, get entry in towards Geisha, and eventually then go for that map-wide sweep across. The drone in now from I9, successful. And with that entry being made, Reaps is, of course, now kind of brought into action, baited out by the drone. No one there, though, to go for the kill. He will rotate. Now watching. Back straight back in towards Makeup and gets into an aggressive position. I mean, no surprise from Reaps. This is what he's capable of. Back himself in, take these fights. Turd wanted to do the same. He lost his, though. Mentalist able to get a kill, but Reaps eventually overwhelmed in Geisha. An easy swing from the window for Dark, and suddenly Bleed on the back foot for the second round in a row. Fury have been able to dominate the exterior gunplay, winning out these balcony fights.
Yep, Fury really not even having to get their feet inside of the building this time around to get these picks. And despite the desync a little bit there from the Fury attack, they still had enough pressure applied, forcing plays to be forged by the defense that they weren't favorable. Reap's a prime example of that inside of Geisha, and then it's a pretty free kill for Fury, not necessarily having to force him back into the repel like we saw last time, across back towards the objective. Hoven, though, does respond with at least one. Eventually, though, forced back as that ground's now taken by the attack. Mentalist Dragon, so they have both sides covered. Fury, though, should be able to deal with this. I will say, though, with only one flash in pocket, it does risk making this a little bit more challenging for them, as trying to dislodge this particular position, especially from Mentalist, can be a challenge.
30 seconds remaining in the round. Numbers advantage with Fury. Nitrocell available, though, for Mentalist. I9 wants to go for a quick entry here, can open up and rotate very quickly with that skeleton key. Mentalist wins out a Dragon. Still out in the repel, though, not ideal for the second. Blevin, what a shot from BG, man. On the upside down repel, he gets the head onto Hoven. Down to just now Mentalist in the red time. BG, man, has made his way in with the diffuser. There is that Nitrocell, ripped and thrown, but not thrown. Oh, never mind, not blown up until the last second. I9 was just standing there. That was a strange end to the round. It's like I9 just basically submitted to his fate. He didn't try and shoot it. He didn't try and run away. He just held the angle, maybe anticipating Mentalist would swing off it. Yeah, that was a strange finish, and then all that happening, and BG Man's not sticking to plan.
Yeah, it should have been a Fury round. Plant needed to be stuck there, and then it should have been as simple as just holding down the angle in towards front office. They knew that Mentalist was there from earlier on, and I find it hard to believe that he would have had a Nitro lineup without exposing himself to that line of sight through the doorway, which could have been held by the second player. So Fury let that round slip. Don't know exactly what happened up there in terms of determining if they wanted to go for the plan or kill. I think maybe they got caught in a little bit of a strange middle ground. And Mentalist as well, that was not the cleanest Nitro Cell. He was exposed for a long period of time, so if we were holding that angle, it was a pretty simple kill to clean it up and win it. In terms of eliminating all the defenders, so yeah, this is shaping up to be an intriguing game. Fury certainly not perfect, prone to mistakes as shown in that most recent round. It wasn't quite as clean as round one, so not. Good work from Bleed. They were able to withstand that storm. The early round was disappointing. They need to not be forfeiting picks. 2 players on repel, on out outside windows. It's simply not acceptable at this level of play. They'll know that, and I'm sure they'll adjust their playstyle accordingly.
They get a massive reprieve, though, by still being able to win that round. So you get the learnings, you get another beatdown in that exterior balcony battle, but you still get the round win. It just relieves the pressure ever so slightly for Bleed. Fury, though, with that, have certainly got themselves confidence, though. BG Man now 5-0 with that kill onto Turd. Timing was perfect.
That was a run
Obviously was able to stay alive at the end of that last round due to the timeout, which is why he's still on 0 deaths. As for Turster, though, 0 kills. He was like many of Bleed that had an awful start to yesterday, but then brought it back. I think this is the case where Bleed can sometimes double down with their aggression. You can see what Mentalist is probably wanting to do with the potential run out. Reaps gets a kill back, onto Dark at least, and that's a big kill onto the Grim, but this is where Bleed have kind of got to watch themselves a little bit, to not over-aggress.
Yeah, Turd was incredibly hot and cold yesterday. There were a couple of times where he was getting shot and dying and simply was looking the other way, caught off guard, but then there were also plenty of times where he was actually a clutch factor for the team. So hopefully he can find some form for Bleed, bolster their chances and being able to be a little bit more proficient early round. 4v4 though, so halfway point. Fury look to pivot a little bit here. Shield top black stairs. Lycole's has that diffuser in hand. Legion though now in play from Bleed. That's utility that Lycole's now needs to be super conscious of. Hoven, we saw earlier, rotated onto the stairs itself, so the cross is established here with Reaps.
No.
Good positioning from Bleed with Reed. Hoven traded though, so pretty switched on from I9. Reaps now close, shotgun, also slain. 2v2, minute 10 on the clock.
Scrappy round. Only 2 drones remaining, by the way. It's still 2 logic bombs. Crit J throwing one out. not a lot of drone available. I mean, actually, the final 2 drones remaining are both from BG Man, so you can play off of that with a minute remaining. Mentalist over towards Drum. Anticipated the push from down below, which is where Crit J is currently holding. Good position here for Mentalist. Shotgun close range on the stairs. Belt cam shot out by BG Man. Kit close by Top Black. And a 2-on-2 now. Mentalist very much on that read in terms of where Crit J is kind of down below, moving around 32nd. Asfid a good position. Geisha watching down that hallway. He's got good lines of sight covered. Gas Babe thrown out by Mentalist. Not a lot of time remaining. One final logic bomb will be able to ring out from Crit J. Executes that now. Asfid watching. Waiting for BG Man. And he's made the cross. Done so successfully. Crit J now making his way in towards Geisha. Can't win the close fight. Asfid does. BG Man got 1. But then the trade eventually from Asfid. Holding strong towards Geisha. Gets the round win for Bleed. 2 in a row for them.
Yeah, good work there from Asfid. Didn't mind what we saw there from Fury in the 2v2 clutch attempt. Instead of both just trying to get Top Black and go for something pretty linear, they did try to split it, come from both sides. You win that first fight, again, you're more than likely going to be able to trade out the second. It really did come down to like Geisha hold. Rewinding though, so much action over towards this Top Black stairs position. Monty looking the wrong way, so like Colas loses his life and was very snappily traded, and then reaches under a lot of pressure, found his one, then also taken down. So the trade game from both teams there in the 3rd round was really, really clean. Good work from both rosters. Unfortunately though for Fury, Asfid just a little bit too sharp very late in that round. And with time dwindling again, and perhaps lack of information is highlighted, drones also wearing thin. It just makes things a little bit tricky there for Fury.
Attackers have discovered the location
Now
of a bomb.
succumbed to some of the pressures that come with attacking this map.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
Hey, good response from Bleed. Opening round for Fury, flawless, very strong.
Attackers are
Probably
heading
should
out
have
to
won the
defuse
2nd
bomb.
round. Bleed were able to hold out. But once again, despite an 0-3 start, backing himself in to go for these aggressive plays. In this Skyscraper, you do need to play like this if you want to find results in the defense. It's just the natural way to play it. And if you play scared and you play on site, you're probably just going to forfeit map control and entry positions and eventually get overwhelmed.
Loading back!
Also playing the Solus, and as kind of mentioned in that last round as well, Fury had like 2 drones remaining with over a minute on the clock, so decent drone economy for the side of Bleed in shutting down Fury's information game. I9 with a little slip in towards Lounge on the entry from Office. Now can start to make their way through these choke points to eventually get themselves a bit of that top floor hold. Vertical pressure. Colas in towards Dragon, nice and free. So far, no real collision between the 2 teams, but soon enough they will most likely meet over towards T-Room and Karaoke.
Asfid and Drum as well. Perhaps in a difficult position to cross now in the face of 1-2. Keeping barriers though to provide additional cover for this position with magnets replenishing. U2 something that may prove to be a challenge here for Fury. So they need to look to play around this Monty efficiently and effectively. Cole's playing quite passive at the moment and now push forward. Pings out that there's 2 players up ahead. Let's see how Fury look to break this down.
Yeah, and still plenty of time here as well for Fury. You've got Lycoris that can eventually allow you entry in towards this top floor position. I9 just gets blown up by Reaps with that Nitrous Assault. Bleed haven't really found too many openings in these rounds so far in the half, so that's good signs that Reaps was able to find that over towards the Battle of the Stairs, and Asfid wins out. Big couple of moments now for Asfid in the previous round, now into this one. Lycoris on the Montague has not really been able to overwhelm these players. Great angle from BG Man though. He is having a tremendous game so far. And just breathes a bit of life back into the round for Fury as Reaps also will fall. And suddenly it'll be a 3-on-3 with over 40 seconds remaining.
Still though, I'm a little bit concerned about Fury's ability to get vert here and also hold flanks. So yes, it's been okay from them to chip away at this extension, but it is only an extension. Sight down below, Reaps finally cleaned up. So 30 seconds, 3v3. Mental still 2 goo mines, so there's a U-tool available here for the defense. You can see they're playing positions that aren't exposed to any potential vert as well. So we'll see if BG can drop, get plant down. Maybe Lycoris can go deep with the shield.
15 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of time. There's the drop.
Attackers have
Trying to
dropped
get
the bomb.
behind the shield. Actually got
Attackers
ran
will
into
cover the
though.
diffuser. 10 seconds
Made life
remaining.
very difficult. Mentalist got that
5
free
seconds
kill.
to go.
Can eventually go for a peek. Doesn't need to rush this though. Running around the map. Oh, he's just gets caught. Turd. A little overzealous. Little info on where Dark was going to play from. Puts a bit of pressure now to Mentalist and Asfi to deal with this Montang. Easy kill for Lycoles, and Asfi knows he needs to retake up above, which is where Dark has come from. Turd has thrown this round into disarray. They had no idea where Dark was going to go. A 3-on-2 wasted for Bleed. Well played and executed from Fury.
Yeah, the pieces required there for Bleed just not in the positions that they needed to be in the late round. Just showing a little bit of weakness there on the tertiary site. Smiles all around for Fury. They've reached the benchmark now for Skyscraper Attack 2 rounds. Next to House Money, of course, on the primary site, so we'll see how they go there.
I mean, the way I look at that ending of the round, and I kind of want your thoughts on it as well, but you're on a 3-on-2. One of them is the Montang planting. So in terms of threat level, it's very low. Like, yeah, he's going to get plant down. You don't like that. Brings the timer, etc. But with your numbers, you can retake above very easily and overload that solo player, either playing stairs or playing up above, with the 3 players that you've got, and then make your way back down below and deal with it. Turdster just runs and just like holds W and dies. And with that, you lose a big advantage in the round.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think as we entered that sort of last 15 seconds, I made the point that Monty likely is going to drop, try and go deep and or plant. And it was going to inevitably expose Vert, especially when it's only 2 players left on the attack and no dedicated flank watch. So, yeah, it was a little bit perplexing. Bleed did a good job at this portion when it came to holding the horizontal, above, drum, main, both played well. Yeah, at this point here, Turd just running straight through. There was an opportunity there to flank up like stairs. Again, you may have been playing with information that was preset by the attack, so that's something that you have to manage. You have to assess that risk factor, but yeah, it was a little bit strange. Bleed didn't have, in my eyes, the correct systems in place to deal with that particular plant position. So
10 seconds left
Well,
before insertion.
2 attacking rounds now for Fury puts them in a really good position.
5 seconds to go.
Really, really good position. This game gets now
Attackers are heading out.
quite
to the
fascinating
bomb.
point. And how many rounds realistically do you need Skyscraper Attack in this kind of meta, in this era of Siege? 2's not that bad, and you've still got 2 more rounds, 2 more opportunities. And the fact that for Fury right now, they're doing it on both ends. Like, you've got the opening end, which is the balcony play, the entry window play. They've done well in dealing with that aggression from Bleed, but then also now starting to get plants down, executing site. And so you go back to that second round as well, and arguably should have won it. So with the 4 rounds that have played out, they've been the better team 3 out of the 4 rounds. That's quite concerning for a Bleed team on the defense of Skyscraper. And not hide it any other way. Over towards Office and Exhibition, playing with that soft left wall. Mentalist holding close on the mirror. Interesting setup. Makes it a little bit annoying for Fury to obviously try and play off of this main breach. Nitrocell 2, of course, available from this position. 2 in total for Bleed on the defense, but a couple of ways to navigate this, and Vert is one of them. Through bedroom for I9. BG Man still out on the rappel, along with a lot of the Fury members. All of them.
I mean, sooner rather than later, Bleed need to have a read on this, so they will have a read on this. Turd is on the other side of the map, on the solids. He's going to be seeing no drones over there, and sooner rather than later, we'll know that it's a full stack, and they'll, again, likely be expecting everybody to be playing around the 1-2 shields. So, again, it's going to come down to just responsiveness here for Bleed, their ability to deal with said shield. No lesion this time. So let's see if that's a complication. Vert down below. Will this prompt aggression from the likes of Turd on that roam to try and test? Dark is assisting though. He's alongside through delivery. So they have their bases covered. The leader are going to elect not to aggress down below and instead try and hold the site. But like Colas, he's already in said site. But full vision with that mirror window as you mentioned before.
Yeah, a little bit in a tricky position as well, and low on health. The Adrenal Surgeon from Crypt J can help a little bit, and he helps with more than just that. With the spear, he finds the kill onto Halford. No more Kiva barriers available, and once again, Fury with an opening pick. The Quan Hive launcher so strong, and then the push up the stairwell from I9. The team coordination here from Fury is astounding. Bleed have just been completely flipped over, turned around, and smacked on the bum. Flawless again from Fury as they get their third attacking round in this half, and Bleed are getting taught a lesson.
I don't know if I want to double down from your call there. That was... There's something in my mind right now that's... You've put a vision in my mind, a visual in my mind that I did not expect to see tonight. But in essence, you're not wrong. When Fury have looked really good on these attacks, they have been quite clean, concise, the coordination has looked really, really good. Bleed are getting taught a bit of a lesson here. Some of these objectives and some of these rounds where they make a small mistake and it is snowballing so quickly, and then they're not able to recover. Last round we see the Onesie again allowed to do a lot of damage with a lot of information as well. And with that distraction in play, eyes elsewhere, that leaves other pockets of the defense a little bit weakened. And Fury then exploiting that. So full credit to Fury.
10 seconds left.
They have already surpassed my expectations in this match.
5 seconds.
And they'll be eager to get some points back after their loss yesterday.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, playing quite well. Once again, for the second day in a row, question marks over Bleed. I think, did we maybe overestimate the dominance that they would bring into this particular league? It shouldn't be without question. You go back to last year, and outside of the playoffs of 2023 Stage 1, it's like they basically never lost a game. Like, they were undefeated in the regular season, like 2 stages in a row. Clean sweep in the playoffs for the second stage. I mean, like, you kind of go and look at their numbers. It's quite insane.
I mean, they have a 2-1 record against Fury. That's Bleed. And this match is a very good Bleed map internationally. So I really don't think it was that crazy to say that Bleed were going to run away with this one a little bit. Especially defensively. I think defense, I was going with the expectation 5-1, then we'll see what happens from there. But they have not played like that at the moment. And Fury have very much played some good Siege at the moment.
Yeah, certainly have. Reeves. I thought he was going to maybe go for a bit of a door peek here. Like Golas on the other side of it. Already quite low. Kind of stranded in office. Nitrocell thrown. But did it get shot? No, it didn't. It got blown up in the end. And a lovely kill onto Dark. Got over aggressive. Adrenal Surge was activated in that moment. So Reeves had to do a little bit more with the SMG-11. Able to come to the foray though. 90 seconds remaining. An advantage for Bleed. Not too often they've been in this winning position to begin a round. 2 more Adrenal Surges available for Crit-J. That is a clean shot. Hoven was close though on that VIP single wall to get the trade immediately onto Crit-J, and Reeps will activate. And suddenly now in a 4 versus 2. Surely this is the kind of round you cannot lose. With a very low health Montang.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
60 seconds remaining. I mean, it's down to basically BG Man to just go and pop off here if they're going to have any chance of salvaging this Fury. Otherwise, Bleed will look to tie things up 3-3 to close the half.
Yeah, they didn't let the snowball happen there. Turd, despite losing his Life Dragon, the rest of the team stepped up in this round. So I played it quite differently to some of the ones we've seen previously. Like Colas, well, he will fall. And quickly after BG Man in the grave, so Bleed do an okay job to somewhat salvage the half. Still far from perfect on a map like Skyscraper where we expected a little more dominance. Turd begging for a kill. He is 0-6 at the moment.
Yeah, and 3-3 is not going to be good enough for the Bleed there on the defense. They've got some work to do now on the attack. For Fury, they're in a position. They're not actually going to go bathroom and bedroom, are they?
Oh, that is...
Wow.
That is epic.
Well, that is something we don't see too often. It's not even considered a tertiary site here on Skyscraper. You just frankly don't see it outside of very rare circumstances. I think we got to cast it once, all throughout 6 Invitational. Incredibly rare site here. I mean, the main emphasis is very much going to be on defending Optus and Exhibition. Up above, the Vert hold will be in play. There's that wonderful shot from Crit-J. I mean, had he got that kill onto Hoven, it would have unlocked for the round. They would have got VIP control. So a big kill from Hoven. But yeah, 3-3 scoreline. Great for Fury to get those attacking rounds. Now they can kind of go on the defense. And if they're going to bathroom and bedroom, they're cooking. They're in the kitchen right now, guys. The question is, what, are they going to burn whatever they're cooking up, or is it going to be Sublime?
I mean, if you're going to a site like this to open
Attackers
things
are
up,
heading
showing
out
a lot
to
of trust
defuse
and
the
faith in your support staff and your team, which have put this strat together. It's not like days of old where you could go for an off-site, catch the attacking comp off guard. Now with attacker repick, Bleed will have their composition that they want to play into this particular setup, or the operators or the site itself. They don't have to be guessing where the objective is going to be to kick things off. So there's a lot of trust that Fury are putting into their team at the moment as a core. Hopefully they've got something hooked up. Tubarão is an intriguing operator pick here, probably to stall out the breach up above. You've got Maestro for info side, into chip away drone economy as well. Combo that with the Bandit. These walls should be stalled out, but that actually isn't the case initially.
Wow.
Turd gets one elsewhere, and with that single wall opened up, Hoven is also given an opportunity to take down Dark. This site is so dependent on stalling out up above for as long as it possibly can, because the site itself is very exposed. So this is, yeah, not the best of starts for Fury, but for Bleed, wow, what a statement here in the first minute of round 7.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, again, there's so many hallmarks back to last night, is there not? I mean, you are starting slow. You're looking a little bit shaky. You know, even Turd finally now gets a kill. We know what they're capable of, Bleed, especially on the attack. Just such an aggressive team that can very much overwhelm you, regardless of the map. Really now puts into question Fury's decision to go to said site. Bleed are the kind of team you just are never going to count them out. Even that 3-2 lead for Fury, you don't get too overexcited if you're a Fury fan, because you must respect Bleed and what they're capable of. Still on the defense though, you can always bring it back, but another shot, little cheeky push in from Reaps. No one watching the door. With that, I9 will fall, and surely with that, it should be the round going the way of Bleed Esports. Gridjay over towards the Mez. Trying to see if there's anyone lurking in drum. He makes the drop down, but no one from Bleed making any kind of mistake, as Asfi will retake the position. Drops down though. He does actually lose his life. Mentalis at the exact same time found a kill onto Lycolis, and with that site control, Mentalis then doubles down, gets a second in a row, and Bleed will take the lead.
Well, good vibes in the Bleed camp. And in a strike of irony, they kind of took down Fury in a similar fashion to how they struggled defensively themselves with losing those early picks. We didn't really see any value from the Tubarão or the Bandit combination that I think Fury were probably going to try and lean into, installing out the hard breach, and that just weakened the hold so significantly. Ultimately, Bleed actually got such an advantage that they didn't even need to worry about burning out the objective and worry too much about the late round structure. Just had to be careful of the flanks, which they were, and in doing so they were rewarded. That is only the tertiary side though, so Fury for the next 2 rounds, we expect the next 2 rounds to go back to the finals.
A little bit more time needs to be spent, I think, workshopping that for Fury. Obviously, they'll be a little bit disappointed in how that played out. Credit to Bleed, though. Can't help but feel, as good as Fury have been in this game, you can just never discount Bleed. Which is so, it would be so infuriating for me as if I was playing in this match if I'm Fury, because I'm thinking we're playing so well, everything's going so great, we've had so much go our way, and yet we're down 3-4. Like, it just doesn't feel like they deserve to be down 3-4 right now. Fortunately for Fury, they're still going to be on the defense for the remainder of this half. It gets them into a position that's going to be best suited to, you know, eventually try and steal this game. But man, you can quickly lose some confidence if Bleed just start to pile on attacking round after attacking round. It can very much fall away quickly. I9 just thought maybe for a moment might get aggressive over towards bot black on the window, but he thinks better of it, makes his way back up above. Does have the barbed wire there. Asfi's going to send a drone in, of which only 4 remain at the 2-minute mark. No Solis in play either, so I'm not sure what's happening here, but Bleed are just throwing drones away for fun.
I think it's going to be a full black stairs hit, right? So you have the Nomad air jabs to try and ward off the retake through barbecue and restaurant. Asfi's probably going to play outside black door eventually, and then look to try and squeeze I9 out of this position. He does have keeper barriers though to support, and there's no Flores here from Bleed, and also a lack of general explosives really, unless they're going to try and use the Capitao to space that out. So we'll see. Blackstairs obviously only one small piece of the larger puzzle. They don't need to worry about side itself, but it's going to be a big piece at that. And Fury should sense that quite quickly, that this is going to be a Blackstairs hit, because there's been absolutely no noise over on the exhibition side of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of like no information leads to information. At the very top level, that's very much the way these players are going to kind of look at this game. I9, a very critical piece defensively for Fury. Certainly the best operator to kind of defend this position. He peeks behind the keeper barrier, goes for the headshot kill onto Hoven. Really nicely done from I9. Replays Gasper. Oh, he turned away.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? I'm so confused. What? Am I seeing things? No, Reeps, he pushed back because of the gas bait, but he could have got shot by I9.
Yeah, it was flanked.
Both of them have just fallen off each other.
Yeah, it's really awkward. I thought Reeps was going to be able to get that pick, but not to be. 4v4, 40 seconds. Crit Jade now rotate around. Turd is watching for this, though. Anticipating some aggression here from the defense. Crit Jade will lose this. There you go. So with 30 seconds, Bleed get a free advantage for the execute.
Oh, there's 2 for you, Ted. Start to build that confidence back up. Not good signs for Fury. Yeah, and losing I9 there now means Blackstairs control. Reeps on the Capital can push forward. Turd in behind Montang of Aspid. There's not a lot of time, but they've got best position now here for default plants. Smoke, obscuring the vision. Lovely headshot from Reeps.
Oh, below.
Nitrocell from below. Could win the round. No, misses the mark. Kit has to stay down here. Well, they get the kills anyway. Clearly in that moment, Fury understanding they needed to kind of take below and put pressure from below, but once Bleed had site control, they were able to fully play around Blackstairs, and that was really their mission from the onset of that round. And eventually it was their win condition that got them the round. 5-3 scoreline for Bleed, 2 attacking rounds to begin the half. Exhibition and Office now for Fury, but they are looking a little shaky here after a significantly good start to this game. And again, somewhat similar to yesterday, Bleed are now bouncing back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's probably where we see Bleed at their best, is with their sort of snappy set plays, and you know, they did a good job to fight for Blackstairs control. Turd, who obviously isn't stacking kills at the moment on that flank watch, able to find a kill. And even if BGMN there had have hit the Nitro cell, the Night plant, whatever, even if got 2 kills and they couldn't re-attempt the plant for whatever reason, Bleed still had the presence of mind, and with a couple of seconds to go, got the kill anyway, down below. So they had their bases covered, they did a good job fighting for that control, and they kind of simplified the map. Sometimes on that particular objective you can get sucked into the exhibition clear, which takes a lot of time and resources as well. And with drones low, Bleed went for the percentage play around that Monty. Did quite a good job of clearing it. And they're applying pressure now. It's a very similar story to the first half, where we're going in with the expectation that defense is going to be supreme, and it's just not the case.
Yeah, it's always fun when that plays out, though. You know, it's kind of our job to obviously say, you look at the stats, you look at the numbers, this is the way this map plays out. We all know what the meta is like when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege at the moment. Defense, defense, defense. It's an easy one to kind of ascertain and think, okay, well, 3-3 at the half, Fury going to the defense, you put 1 and 1 together, you should get 2. Right now we're getting like 43. And Bleed, obviously kind of just flipping the narrative completely, and Skyscraper's apparently now attacker-sided. I don't know at this point. Throw your hands in the air and just take a guess, but I mean, clearly right now, you kind of look at both halves. Fury's ability on the attack to win those entry points was what got them rounds. For Bleed, it's their ability to get into the building and then eventually win executes on site. Well, a 2-round differential now, and for Bleed, 2 rounds away from finding their second win of the stage. And for the second time in a row, it would be from, you know, a bit of a minor setback to begin. Yeah, his single wall opened up, as that got a bit janky. Half health as well for Crit J. Renal Surge activated by Turd to just bring back some health for Reeps, as now they open up the Office main breach.
Waldo stalled out with the Mute Jammer. Bandit trick then from I9, so that's some good reactive defense from Fury. 5 versus 5 now, minute 20. Reeps getting to work down below, trying to dislodge his defense, seeing if maybe he can find a kill. Asphere to poke elsewhere, but there's actually a mirror window facing towards T room. Reeps does eventually find that kill, and with that smoke, Dark now forced to make a decision. Does he stay or does he kill back? Gets caught a little bit in the middle and may now look to hold drum, but will likely be under pressure soon. Keeper barriers though to create a buffer, all Mentalist really gets that kill, but Dark able to escape and plucks one on his brief entry to the objective.
Yeah, good little follow-up as well from like Colas, and just like that, the round can even up a little bit. Dark's still quite low. Bit of time remaining for Bleed. Jump control. Along with that, Mezzanine fully under control now for Bleed. That's where the push is going to be coming from. No one really on the exterior outside of the site. One more flash available for Reaps. Drone potentially to send him in. It does not get very far though. And at this point, no real time for drones. 2 Nitro Cells available, by the way, as well. Mentalist does make his way over towards VIP. There is one of those Nitro Cells. Zaspi in towards Exhibition. One close left. He went prone. And then the shot from the other side was I9. Reaps was able to get one. There's no time, though. You got to get the kills. There's no kit. And there's no chance at that point. Reaps did get 2 kills at the end. One of them, though, was a team kill onto Mentalist.
Yeah, a little bit better there from Fury. They had just enough tools to be able to stall out that push. Bleed through the mid-round, that rotation through towards T ultimately proved to be a little bit costly. And it was only a fraction of a second in it. Mentalist almost gets the kill for free in through Drum, and that would have dislodged that position with so much more ease. Unfortunately, though, that wasn't the case, so time drained, made that push through into the objective late very, very challenging.
I guess
Fury played into it nicely, and yeah, looks like I'm going to assume a technical rehost here. In fact, I just got a Uplay notification that like Colas has relaunched the game, so I'm tipping it's him.
So 4-5. Fury able to offset a little bit of that momentum that Bleed were very much building, and then even into that round, opening 2 kills, brought it back very quickly though, mind you. It's not the case of, you know, Bleed having a 5-on-3 advantage for a long period of time and having that be sustained. It was, you know, very quickly turned back into a 3-3. Been a good game so far though from both teams, really on the attack for both teams. I mean, defensively it's been quite, I think, questionable. That was the incidental team kill. For what it's worth, that team kill was completely irrelevant at the end. As you can see, there was 0.3 seconds left. I don't know why we are replaying this like 20 million times.
I just want Reaps to feel bad.
But it means nothing. It literally means nothing.
Yeah, again though, Fury were leaning into that win condition of time really nicely in that particular round. There's been a couple of occasions where red time has potentially posed a threat for Bleed. Probably none more so than that one. And again, I think it backtracks to probably the mid-round with the rotation onto the other side of the T-room. Portion of the map, we had the pre-placed mirror in combination with the Izami. Just made it a little bit difficult for Bleed to unlock. And then, as is naturally the case, actually getting back into the site and applying pressure back on the objective proved to be a challenge. 3 members rejoining. Not entirely sure what happened for 4 players to need a DC, but nonetheless, hopefully we're back in soon. Bathroom and bedroom is once again being teased here by the defense. We were a little bit critical of that decision last time. I suppose it was excitement that then turned into disappointment because the way in which they played it, especially the extension top floor, was quite poor. Maybe they will see a bit of a switch up in terms of the wall denial or their ability to respond to the walls being opened, which will aid them in being a more compact defensive unit. Because unfortunately last time walls got opened quite early, they gave away free picks, and it was very, very easy for Bleed to convert them.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much longer. It looks as if they're back in. I mean, Mentalist obviously gives his ready check, but I mean, it's Fury that need to give theirs, and that's exactly what Crit J is going to be able to do for us. For all intents and purposes, whenever you see 5 players leave the server, it feels like it's always going to be a little bit of a longer wait time, but that was pretty quick. Nicely done for Fury to just obviously resolve whatever issue was plaguing them and straight back into the 10th round. T-Room and Karaoke down, which is obviously one of the, if not most primary sites when it comes to defensive skyscraper. Really good opportunity now presents itself for Fury to tie this game back up once again. Onto the Solus as well for I9, which is really doubling down on what's actually been really good drone defense from Fury so far. We saw again at that last round, Bleed didn't really have that many remaining. So
5 seconds left. Insertion.
I mean, coupled with the mute as well, makes it a little bit difficult here for Bleed.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Not
a
really
bomb
too
and
much of a
defuse
change up in terms of the lineup that they are bringing for this 10th round. It does come to Bleed. Montagne. How much focus will go to Black Stairs? Hard to say with the way they've spawned in. May very well lead to a bit more of a sweep across. We'll see. Right now, this game is living up to the expectations, which is good. No real beatdown. Both teams playing quite well, and this really should be what is expected between the two of them.
Another mute stall into Bandit Trick for Fury. So that last time around, and we'll see it once again. So good job in denying that and fortifying the exhibition push. The most important thing to note here, though, from Bleed is they are not bringing the Monty. Now, that, to me, indicates that we are not going to see a Black Stairs position. That said, we are still seeing early focus over towards Restaurant, Reaps on Bug to probably vert out Karaoke and or T. So, are we still going to see a Black Stairs-centric push without the shield? It's going to be interesting to see. Could well be the case, especially with Exhibition fortified. Dark is inside a sushi bar. Reaps needs to be very, very careful that he does not get flanked. It's Asfi elsewhere, though. It's a fun first.
Oh, in a second as well in quick succession. Asfi's been good for that tonight. Oh! Dark, though, does somewhat similar. And even better with that second flick headshot onto Reaps. Asfi's quite low. But he does have those adrenal surges. He can only do so much, though. Especially from the position he finds himself in right now. Again, another 3-on-3. That frag grenade, though, just short of the mark.
A bomb has been located.
Just say impact, but either way, Nicholas still at least has site control, along with I9 over towards T-Room. Holven and Asfi. Double stack over towards Drum, looking to open up makeup and turn in towards Geisha. Off the back with that final adrenal surge, they are very much looking to take Geisha, but Dark down below has an angle. Tap, tap, but he doesn't find much. It's a flesh wound into Holven and gives away that first floor position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They now know that he hasn't retaken up main, and if he does, they'll have a player posted up to watch that retake attempt. 40 seconds, angles in towards T. What exactly are they going to go for here, Bleed, in terms of plant position? Will they even go for said plant? They may not need to. 4 for Asfi and Dark in a 1v3.
He's on for the ace. Who said the LMGs are dead? Well, they brought back. And Turd, though, will deny the ace as he gets a kill for himself with the lovely stair hold. I don't think Asfi will mind. It's all about the team. It's all about winning these rounds. And Bleed now get themselves match point. And even despite the fact that once again it was a very close round between these two teams, for a large portion of that round, you know, that kind of 3-on-3, Dark was able to get a very lovely double kill to offset the start that Asfi brought in for Bleed. Fury just could not really do anything. It was just kind of sitting back on site. They had one real win condition, which was Dark, first floor, pantry and bar. Took a couple of shots at the Holven, gave away his position, and with that, then the round kind of fell apart.
That was really nice from Dark. His patience was rewarded. So too was the patience of our observing team. I know Sky really wanted to stay on him there. And, yeah. Patience rewarded. Great double. Bleed though, just too proficient elsewhere. And look, I mean, the storyline is very much set now, I think, after the first week. And it's one that has probably continued on from last year. That you cannot count Bleed out really from any position. Even when on the back foot, even if they may not have the best start inside of a map or even as far as a series as well. Don't take it for granted that it's going to result in an easy win. You have to continue to respect them and play at your very best. Fury simply haven't been able to maintain the pressure that they displayed in the first half.
Definitely being the better team as we've progressed. I mean, Fury came out with a great start. Love their exterior gameplay, but as we've gotten on, kind of like again yesterday, Bleed just get better and better in these matches. It's certainly turning into a big strength of theirs. Maybe the slight weakness being they do start a little slow. Once they get going, they really get going. I mean, even Turd, a very small example, but started 0-6, 3-1 since then. I mean, only so many rounds that have played out, but He's been able to kind of offset a pretty statistical bad game.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This one's not over just yet. Fury will back themselves in on the defense. Head available momentarily, but only momentarily. Little Bob back up. Red ping information. Pressure aplenty in towards Lounge from Reaps, and eventually Dark will succumb to said pressure. You can just feel the way in which Fury are holding their positions here. That they don't look comfortable. That they can sense the pressure coming their way. Turd will make it 4, now 5 as he doubles down. Fury falling apart despite a strong start in this game. Turd is activated. And he knows where the last player is, and he says, this is mine. From 06 to 7-7 for Turdstar. And for Bleed, another slow burn eventually ignites into a massive flame. They win their second game off the stage. 7-4. How fitting.
Yeah, fantastic win there from Bleed, who now put themselves potentially in that top spot now for Asia, not just in terms of the discussion and power rankings, but the standings themselves. Very solid result, completely tearing apart Fury on those tertiary sites, most importantly, right? Fury tried to throw a spanner in the works. Round 1, let's go to bathroom. Capitulated. Final round of the game, let's do the same. Again, fell apart. Bleed were allowed into super powerful positions, didn't put a foot wrong. Fury did not land any trades throughout that particular round as well. And so it just made things so challenging for them. And when the heat was on, Fury just weren't up to the level that they needed to be.
5 of the last 6 rounds won by Bleed Esports, really again highlighting the strong wave of momentum that this team can encapsulate. They won 7 rounds in a row yesterday to take down Hizib Warriors, and again emulated that today despite the slow start against Fury. They were able to eventually win out 7-4 against their local rivals. For Bleed, it's the perfect start. 2-0. For Fury, it's back to the drawing board, though, as they succumb to their second loss within 2 days.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag!
To go. 5 seconds. Seconds left.
Loading you, man!
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag!
To go. 5 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Loading you, man!
Five seconds left. Attackers bombed it. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag!
To go. 5 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Loading you, man!
Five seconds left. Attackers bombed it.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right,
That's T2 in.
it's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a bit like T1. I don't think it's T2.
It's definitely backstairs though, right?
All right.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
the, could also
right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank
nice.
you guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's Jake.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Villa?
Sorry,
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes,
no,
but
it's
also
not.
cafe. So
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I
It
reckon
has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just lock it in. I don't even.
Has to be.
I'm
I'm
gonna
actually.
change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna cry.
You ready? 3,
3, 2,
2,
1. Cafe reading. Cafe reading. Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
I'm
Oh,
looking.
do you know what it
I
means?
feel like it's Harry
There's
Potter.
computers in the top right.
I
Is it-
feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
Oh, not workshop.
Customs or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you.
Vents.
Lobby.
Oh.
Wow.
Would
Damn.
never have got that.
No one did
That-
coast,
wow,
right?
Nah. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ah!
Cornhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm
that's
ready,
a-
let's go.
That's a light
Shut
bar.
up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No. What's the theme?
About as good as mine. I said
Theme Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace!
I have been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, it's like mattress up against the wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it. I very often pre-play drones here, so I should be on the
really?
right track.
Turn.
Is it blue bunker?
Yes! I pre-plays here all the time! Yeah!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-placed, I was
did
like
like that.
dining, because that's where
is it false scent, mate? False scent.
this one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes!
it was
I
Bank
knew you
Lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I was legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
How wrong am I?
Is it?
It is off! I got one!
I did break room. No way! Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's hope it doesn't
Rob.
Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
We got there!
Talent Drama, take one.
Alright, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm gonna have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! Oh, I feel dogged by
Dev
this.
cop stray.
Yeah, Dev definitely
How?
got this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
you'll be on in like.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag.
I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went Rob.
What?
I went,
Yeah,
I
that's
went
what I'm
Rob.
talking about, baby.
Big dog!
Big dog!
Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on
I
drones.
figured you'd be just spawn peeking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was
right?
who
That's
gets the first pick, not who gets picked
Not
first.
who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
You haven't played enough with
The
this,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst person.
It's the,
That's
it's
what
the
I've
most
done as well.
obvious. It's the most obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows.
This turn.
Yep.
Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's the 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of you.
Welcome back from the break. Hope that you enjoyed yourselves and the content. I do recommend watching the stream on mute once it hits that portion of the show, though. It is time for us to break down a little bit of what we've just seen. Bleed and Fury, seeing this one, Dev, it was a very tantalizing prospect. And then we saw Skyscraper, and we had a couple of questions. Have they been answered?
Yeah.
Now that we've seen the entirety of the map.
Yes. So obviously we saw Skyscraper. We know how good of a map that is for Bleed. 6-game win streak, now 7. We know Fury's had some okay results on it. And immediately everyone's like, oh, Fury don't know what they're doing. Why are they picking that map? I was trying to play devil's advocate, and I was thinking in my head, maybe Fury know that Bleed play this a lot. They've done their research, and I think they've cooked up something for it. We saw Fury had cooked up a lot of cool strats with the Deimos and the Dokkaebi yesterday, and I thought maybe that would be the same here. And I started to be convinced of that in the first half because Fury did really well. They got 3 rounds. Second half, Fury are picking Master Bedroom Office twice, and it doesn't even work. once they find a single round of defense on what should be a defender-sided map, it ended up being overwhelmingly attack-centric. Very disappointing end to the game, in my mind, for Fury.
Well, it's time to hear from Mentalist himself. Let's welcome Mentalist to the Asia show, the Asia League for the first time. Mate, how are you doing? Obviously, we've seen you play twice now, so we've got a little bit of time under our belt. How is the team feeling after this one?
I think the team is feeling pretty good. Obviously, coming back from Invite, having not too much time to have a break. There's a lot of teams that came back from Invite that are suffering from some kind of slump. So I think right now we're considering ourselves in the de-rusting period, and it's evident that in the past like 2 games we started off really slow, and we kind of picked up the pace after. So I think for the team going forward, it's gonna be just try to pick up the pace again, try to start practicing well again, then try to make sure like we're in game day form whenever the time comes.
Yeah. So speaking of taking a little bit of time to find your feet and warm up. The game today, you guys started Skyscraper, arguably your best map. Defense, arguably the favored side, and immediately Fury come out of the gate swinging. You guys go 3-3. How are you feeling at that point? Were you a bit disappointed? Were you aiming for 4 or 5 rounds and a half? And how did your feelings change when you moved into the second half?
I think going up against Fury, we know that it's going to be a tough game. They're our toughest opponent by far in the league, and we also know that they're probably going to abuse Monty, seeing what happened yesterday. So we were kind of prepared, but at the same time, we're still learning how to deal with Monty. Definitely have to learn how to do that. So even though we did go down drop 3 rounds on defense, it didn't really feel that devastating, because we know like our attack is really strong. The Benz kind of doesn't really favor the defense as much. So we know we can pull it back on attack, and thankfully we did.
Yeah, so early on you mentioned that at the moment you guys are going through a de-rusting period from SI. You would not be the first team to struggle a little bit from that post-SI fatigue. My question for you guys is, how have you been dealing with that post-SI fatigue? What's the mental game been like for you? And has Julio had an impact on that, being a world champion, of course? He's got a lot of experience under his belt. Do you feel like he's been a leading figure in helping you get through that period?
Definitely, Julio has been a great help, because coming back, all the players are pretty tired. All of us, to be very honest, we want to chill for a little bit. Obviously, me and Julio, as well as all the other support staff, needs to take charge and make sure we are focused on what we need to do, preparing for this tournament. So definitely, having a voice outside of the players will help in that regard, 100%.
So, Mentalist, obviously, the changes have been pretty significant to the Asia League, and this is something I wanted to propose to you last night, but unfortunately we didn't get a chance to chat with you. I want to hear from you. How do you feel like these changes have affected the region?
Let's be real here. In APAC, in the past few years, Southeast Asia has always been the sub-region that has always given consistent results. But back in 3-4 years ago, it was Aeroroof. And after that, it was, for a period, it was Elevate, then Damwon, and the old Elevate, and then now it's kind of us as well as Fury. And looking at the other sub-regions, they're kind of inconsistent relative to us. So to be very honest, from my perspective, it would make more sense to give us more slots, obviously.
Do it, say it, scream it from the rooftop, Mentalist.
Give us all more slots, give us our first slot back.
We love it, mate. Look, oh god, that's not turd, is it? I better not be hearing turd.
No, for certain reasons, it's not turd.
Yes, yeah, I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Mentalist, any final thoughts before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, just I hope everyone will continue supporting us, even though we're a bit rusty at the moment. I think we'll get better and better as the league progresses, and hopefully we'll put up a show during the qualifiers, and we will get to go to Manchester.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be seeing you there, mate. But until then, best of luck with the rest of the matches.
Thank you. Take care.
So, I mean, we hear it directly from the vein, from the IV drip. That is really Bleed. Coming off the back of what would be considered probably, I guess, just such a such a hectic period, Dev. You know, they finished SI and then they were straight into the league. Like, there really is minimal downtime for them. But clearly they understand what the hurdles are in front of them. They understand where those clear, I guess, objectives are for them in the opening 2 weeks of the league. This is good signs.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't think that there's much you can do about having a post-SI slump, as he called it. I don't think it's a problem. Our format entertains some flexibility in the round-robin phase, as we have talked about. Now, that doesn't mean that these games don't matter. I don't want people to think that, because if you come first or second seed, you get a free match in the playoffs, right? And also, like, seeding does matter. If you come first seed, you don't have to have the third seed in your side of the bracket either, or the second seed for that matter. So in theory, it's going to be an easier run. I think that, like, if you have a bit of a slump, like, these are the games where you want to build up your confidence, test out your new strats, experiment with the new meta, and don't kick yourself if you have like one loss here or there, because that has historically been Bleed's problem in the past, is the higher stakes the game, at least domestically. Overseas, it doesn't seem to be an issue for them, but domestically, the higher stakes the game, the worse they will perform. And as Guz pointed out, historically, they've actually bested Fury in the BO1 portion of Asia, which is great, but we are yet to see them play in those BO3s. So I think that just keep working through this rut. I don't think they're even in a rut, really, but work off the rust. And by the time we get to BO3s, that's when things get serious.
Yeah, they're just brushing it aside and still looking as dangerous as ever. We'll talk about Fury, I'm sure, later in the show if we have some fill, but this is obviously not a great start for them. 2 losses, only 1 point that they've been able to accumulate. Granted, you're probably going up against 2 of the hardest teams that you've got in this kind of in this schedule. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see them come back next week. But it is time for us to turn to match 2 of the day. We've got Elevate taking on Galita, and I feel like, Mandy, this matchup for me might actually be closer than our previous Fury Bleed game. I don't know. Am I reading too much into it?
I would agree with that, to be honest, completely. I feel like between these two teams, I would say they're very much middle of the pack in 2023, but going into 2024, especially after yesterday's performance from both of them, they both look very competitive, like competitive enough that they could be competing for that major spot now as well. I think just the roster changes that have come through, the Mania and the Chaos, is going to make this one a pretty close match.
Yeah, Mania is a good way to put. It does feel like the league, although we're coming into it with a lot of preconceived ideas about these teams, there's a lot that we're still yet to find out, Dev. And I mean, only going into match 2 of the day, we will start to get these answers. I feel like we always talk about this. We don't really get the full picture of some of these teams until we get to day 3, day 4, once we've seen a couple of games under their belt, once we've seen a little bit of turmoil, a little bit of a challenge. But this is definitely one that we might be able to hallmark, benchmark as that kind of, I guess, as the benchmark. That's a terrible way of putting it. But Elevate really come into this game with, as Mandy said, the utmost confidence.
Yeah, well, you can't do much better than a 7-1 in your opening game, and that's exactly what these guys did against Knock Knock. So massive confidence boost for them, of course. Probably one of the most radical roster shuffles that we've had in the Asia region, which, to be frank, we haven't had a huge roster shuffle in this region. A lot of the teams have stuck together because they were already doing so well. Elevate, unfortunately, was not, and so, as Speakeasy told us yesterday, they needed some radical changes. Shed, N-Heikel, and MC have already looked pretty strong. Obviously, Shed and MC imports from Europe, so big stuff there, and the support staff as well is European, so I'm excited to see what these guys can achieve. They haven't truly been tested yet, like, let's be honest. Knock Knock is not the same caliber as Galita, and so I think today is the real test for them.
Galita will be a very tough opponent, there's no doubt about it, Mandy, but we do have the utmost, this is probably more of a question than it is a statement, we do have the utmost confidence in Elevate?
I personally have got a lot of confidence in Elevate, especially after Speakeasy's interview yesterday. His read on the team and their sights being set on that major spot does make me feel a lot of confidence in them, and him even saying that not getting it is failure for the roster, I think, yeah, it makes me think that, like, these guys should be competitive for sure. Like, they look like they're putting in the hard work for it. I think Dev pointed out completely, they will be tested more today, but I think that there is, without a doubt, they've got the right mental game going into it.
Well, it's the really, it kind of identifies a strong campaign, right? Having very clear objectives, identifying what your successes and failures are for them. But I mean, successes and failures probably a very interesting segue to turn into the Jolita conversation, Dev, because this roster on paper is just, it really is the Elevate of old. This is their old team, right? This is a, it's already been talked about as a grudge match in previous years. This is not something new that I'm mentioning. But where do you put them? Where do you put this roster in terms of their successes and failures? What would actually classify as a failure for this team this stage?
I haven't garnered like a clear indication from Jolita about we know that Elevate's goal is to make the major, and if they don't, then that's failure. I haven't heard the same sentiment from Jolita, but I think that they are still shooting high. Of course, last year they played under NoCap R6, and there was a huge amount of drama, to be frank, just about a year ago, in fact. It was just before Stage 1 started. Of course, these guys went to the old Six Invitational in Montreal under the Elevate banner. Back then, Onigiri was playing in the place of IDFC, and there was so much turbulence going on. These guys were leaving the org. The org was wanting them to stay or not wanting them to stay, and yeah, it was an absolute nightmare. And it ended up with Elevate just forming a completely new roster with none of the old Thai players. These guys going their separate ways. Onigiri went back to university. I think a lot of these players were going to focus on other stuff in their life, and then of course, the roster ended up forming under NoCap and qualifying and doing quite averagely, which was quite a disappointment, to be honest. So it has been a really turbulent road for them, but I'm really excited to see that they have representation now, that they are taking things more seriously. And guess what? They won their first bloody match against Fury. It doesn't get much better than that. I'm really excited for what Jolita could potentially accomplish this year, because last year they really got dealt a pretty shitty hand. And I think this year they can give a real go of it.
Well, considering we're seeing them still in their player house, right? They're still competing as a team together collectively. That is what always excites me about these Southeast Asian rosters. There's really so much behind. There's so much lore that this team in particular brings into this league, brings into Stage 1, that it's certainly one to keep an eye out for. Let's go ahead and turn our attention to the map Vetoes now and figure out where we're going. So no border, nice and early. I'm still surprised we saw border yesterday, I'm not going to lie to you. But the staples of Clubhouse, Chalet, and Oregon have now been banned out. It's leaving Consulate still in. There we go. Thank God we're not going there. And our final map will indeed be...
Oh, yeah, baby!
Are you excited for this one, Dev? That sounded a little bit too excited.
Oh, look, I'm always excited when I see these guys play. But in particular, if you look back last year, the last time these teams played in a BO1, it was when Jolita were under NoCap, and it was a 7-8 in Stage 2 on Cafe. So if we're lucky enough to get a 15-round banger out of these guys, I'd be super excited. Elevate actually do have their head-to-head, though, because they did win that match, and then they won the BO3 that they ended up playing later on in October. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to see a lot out of both of these teams. I'm probably a little biased to Jolita, but I want to see a big 15-round game.
Mandy?
Yeah, I think Dev pointed out perfectly the last time these guys went ahead, it was 7-4 to the previous iteration of the Elevate roster. Now it's quite a different roster coming into this time around, and it honestly just makes me wonder how much more Jolita have improved since that best of 3. I'm really interested to see how this Elevate roster is going to fare on this map. New iteration, I would say that the previous score lines you can almost throw out the window because of just how different the roster is, to be honest. But yeah, I think the two or three players that have joined up are all really smart players. They showed us that yesterday, and I'm looking forward to them being challenged.
I guess we now go to a map with the history given that probably is going to be close no matter which way you cut it, Dev. I feel like this one it's got all the makings of a 15-rounder, but it sounds like we actually don't need to, as we like to pronounce here, waffle on any longer. We can actually go to our incredible duo. That's right. I'm going to be polite to them today. They're my favorites. They are my second favorites. Well, maybe my third favorite. Let's go to Guns and Xenox.
So maybe on any other given play day, guys, this could have easily been labeled the match of the day. I mean, we had to pretty much give that mantle to Fury and Bleed. Did it play out that way? Maybe not. This one, I think, could actually play out a little bit closer and a little bit better and could live up to that mantle. Shalita, of course, yesterday, I don't want to use the word shock, but certainly surprised us in their performance, their win against Fury. And obviously, they're a team that has so much experience, but can they do it again?
Yeah, let's wait and see. I'm keen to jump into this game because the storylines are converging for these two teams. I think they both have a bit to prove, and they may be nibbling on the heels of Fury, who haven't been off to the best of starts here for week 1. So yeah, I'm eager to jump in. Yes, it's Cafe. I may not be the biggest fan of this map, but the matchup itself is an exciting one, and keen to see it play.
Yeah, that's fine. I think when it isn't played all that often, you can even you guys can be okay to see the odd Cafe here or there. And honestly, I'm all for it. I've already seen enough Oregon. I've already seen enough Nighthaven Labs. Let's get into Cafe as we get to this match. Elevate and Jalita. Obviously, for Jalita themselves, the players going up against their old organization, an organization that has clearly changed quite a lot in terms of the current roster that we see currently. MC and Hyquell and obviously Shed all joining up with Ape and Speak Easy as we get into the ban phase. The Dokkaebi has been banned out, very prominent so far in the Asia League as a very healthy, supportive entry operator. The Ying as well, always very prevalent, not just in this region, but also on this map.
Dokkaebi Ying, so two very execute-heavy operators off the board here. Initially for the attack, not really changing up from what we have seen previously too much on a map like Cafe, but critically now in the era of the shield rework, that means that we're likely going to see Monty and or Blitz in play. Some teams around the world opting to play both at the same time. Even the Fuse has also seen a little bit of play time as well. So we'll wait and see exactly how these two want to approach it. And then defensively, again, stock standard, it will be the Solus Fenrir combination. Valk in play then, Azami as well. And with Jalita kicking things off defensively. Let's see if they can start things as well as they ended last night.
Yeah, and obviously for Elevate, a bit more of a test too, isn't it? 7-1 yesterday in their win against Knock Knock. I think Jalita's going to be a team that's far more capable of providing them with a contest to really see what this new look roster can do.
Deploying welcome mat.
The good thing for Jalita as well is at least coming into this particular game, they've got, I think, the confidence off the back of their win against Fury to take into this game. That they can mix it with all of the top teams within this region. You know, Fury now slumped to 0-2. I was listening to the death before, and Rob was saying, well, you know, arguably taking on two of the toughest teams to begin. Jalita being one of them, Bleed being the other, but then you take into account Elevate. Well, they're up there. I think right now, I think this Elevate roster would probably go in as favorites of Fury. And then you can't even discredit a team like Direwolves, for example. It's very easy in what is a very cutthroat region to just tumble down the standings. These matches so important for the seeding to come later on in terms of the playoffs. Very much could be the difference between second, third, fourth, and where you place. Whether or not you have to say play a team like Bleed early on. Lovely swing from DCH. Heard the sound cue from Speak Easy running on in towards bot white. DCH then swings. Nice aggression early from Jalita. They're here to play here on Cafe.
Yeah, perfect way to kick things off. Speak Easy off the board. A lot of that vertical pressure would have been alleviated, but there is the ram for backup, so Kyoto Breaches can begin to get to work. Robe still employed, Mr. Punch reading, contact made, double window repel, and senses the push from Tree, wins that fight, good work, and that is pretty much the round over here, unless Elevate can pull something pretty miraculous off. Wow. And it doesn't look like that will be the case.
Yeah, just a no contest round, even MC there. Over towards mining, little entry, but IDFC is just watching. Ape, unfortunately, by himself now with, well, just about 2 minutes on the clock. And just kind of sits contemplating in bar as to what has really transpired in this round. How it's very much transpired as well. It's a very startling sight to behold when there's 2 minutes on the clock and it's a 5-on-1. Credit to Jalita, though, as they... You know, it completely made life difficult for Elevate to even kind of get a look in towards the map itself. Like, at no point did Jalita give them any kind of an inkling that they were going to be able to get entry inside of Cafe comfortably, outside of, well, Ape. And in some strange universe, it's the attacker that's been droned out. Echo with the Yokai spotting up over towards New Balk and eventually down to Cigar Shop, and they know exactly where he is. But while any disciplined team at this level does, they don't go hunting. This is not ranked. A little peek from DCH. That's all you'll probably get. The drop into Pillar. Default can be watched. Now they know where he is. You don't need to swing this. If you are, though, going to do it, have someone swinging at the same time as well from behind, and that's exactly what Mr. Punch has gone and done.
Yeah, good work there from Jaleeda, applying pressure early on here defensively. First kill quickly rolled into a second. They're able to then fortify their positions on the roam. And instead of running around and being caught vulnerable, they instead held down lines. That led to more kills. Ultimately, the round then goes their way. Really good fight there from Mr. Punch. That brings it back to a 4v4 if he loses it, and then puts pressure on the remaining roamers. But he just had the presence of mind that the swing was going to come. They're very far of the MPX able to win that engagement. So good work from him. Best decides for Elevate, but we've seen plenty of time already really in the first week. You don't necessarily have to have the best of starts to recover, especially on attacking or forward at that flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, kind of welcome to modern day Siege. It's very much a case where you can just get on a bit of a momentum roll, start somewhat irrelevant. It's also Cafe, so defense can always be probably the more relevant of the two sides. But it's probably the way in which the round was won. Very concerning. I mean, Elevate didn't even fire a shot. Jaleeda just had them across every kind of entry point. Coupled with that start from DCH with the swing out of bot white. It's the way in which they won that round. That's quite concerning for Elevate. But fortunately, even in a beatdown round like that, you only lose one round. So you're only one round behind, that's fine. Now you can bounce back a little bit. And look at already the kind of slower approach. That's what's hard here from Speakeasy. Yeah, what a difference. What a difference.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm assuming it's going to be a rather standard hold here defensively towards Cocktail. You think about the mirror windows facing in towards this western side of the map. And if Elevate look to filter through the hatch drop positions, they're then going to lead into that. The X factor for the defense, likely though this castle, which just does minimize some of the angles in which these defenders are exposed to, increases the amount of utility that also has to be cleared. So an emphasis on explosives here from the attack, which unless they're going to expend hard breach on these barricades, it is something they have to be very, very careful of.
Reload.
Well, by this point in the last round, it was Jaleeda in a 5-on-1. And this time around, though, and Hykel is going to get the opening kill onto IDFC. And Ape once again finds himself over towards that New Belt position. It will rotate back, though, outside of the building. And MC will hold up him towards Shop. We can declare Bar and Cocktail. The moment is being held extensively by Jaleeda. DCH was aggressive to begin the opening round. Would have heard that rappel noise. Doesn't want to bite, though. Or maybe holds this angle. The upside down rappel, though, catches him off guard. Nicely done from Ape to win that. And Speakeasy, when he also was making his entry in towards the map, he found a kill. Swing from top white. And suddenly this round has gone like the opening round, but now for Elevate.
Yeah, clean on the clear, rappel game strong. Jaleeda forced into some uncomfortable positions, some unfavorable fights. And this should be a pretty easy round to conclude. Sapper stuck on the soft wall inside a fireplace. Sound to drown out the push. Ape to push down said stairs. Swift response from Elevate round 2. Good work.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very swift response, and the way in which they also won that round probably speaks volumes as to what this team can realistically do. The other thing as well, them getting these attacking rounds probably means a lot more than, say, Jaleeda getting a couple of defensive rounds on this particular map of Cafe. Fireplace and Mining to come here next. There's some interesting site choices so far defensively by Jaleeda.
Defenders, protect your
rotation of sites, but then also now sending us over to Mining, for example, rather than the more typical reading. Capcam brought along with the mirror as we head into how close this round could have maybe gone. Not sure if he was anticipating Ape to be on that upside down rappel. He was kind of holding that angle, but as soon as he pushed forward, it was an easy kill. And that White Stairs control led to quite a few kills, in fact. For Ape, he goes to 4-1.
10 seconds.
Probably not the player on this roster anymore, at least when it comes to
5 seconds to go.
the players that are now on this Elevate roster. I don't think Ape is the one that would stand out as the core fragger on this team. But he's certainly capable.
Device prime. Keep an eye on board.
So the ramp play will persist here from Elevate, and we've seen it in each round so far. I feel like we probably have seen less ramp overall since our introduction to the game than perhaps we initially expected, and I think just because of the fact that Buck gets a little bit more value in terms of ability to vert more positions in total. The overall vert might be similar, but just different areas of the map, and hard breach as well, so... We'll see though if Elevate can extract some value. Ape having a good read here through shop. The extension from the smoke. Mark just needs to be careful that he doesn't position himself into this line of sight. Should get some pretty basic understanding from his perspective though, and we'll see what the clear is like from Elevate to pressure this spot.
Yeah, just kind of waiting here patiently. Ape through the skylight for a bit of a misstep there from Jalita. Holds that angle. Others can get to work elsewhere though. Gaspe thrown towards top red. Big Easy back over towards that White Stairs side. May go on the rappel. Again, this is mining. Ape setting up a nice drone though, looking in towards pillars. Can get a lot of information for the remainder of this round, and the drop from MC comes through. With that, the beeper shot out. Mark, you gotta win this. Oh, that's a little concerning. MC had to do quite a lot to win that fight. And in the end, Mark does succumb, even with that information from the proximity alarm. Just couldn't quite get the swing angle onto MC, and with that, Elevator got the advantage. Mr. Punch from Backstore now takes a few shots. I think he did get MC quite low. And he knows there's one close as well, towards Washrooms. It's Enhyquel. Eventually, MC does go down, who was low on health. Headshot nevertheless from DCH, and Enhyquel has now got into a position where he is swinging to clear out this freezer position. Bit of a freebie onto Mr. Punch, who clearly had no idea that he was being aggressed on. And suddenly Elevate now on a 4-on-2.
How it could flip. 40 seconds, Nitro could turn the tide potentially, doesn't land, and now IDFC is stuck on an island, trying his best to find a pick in response, but caught out. Speakeasy with the initiative, with the swing. Zappa now mining, 1v4. Tall task. 20 seconds though, so if Elevate put a foot wrong, he might be able to capitalize, especially with Nitro in pocket. I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way he wins this round, right? Is denial.
I can't count him out now.
And now you can count him out because he's dead. Zappa cannot clutch up, and Enhyquel with a big drop down into pillar to get that final kill, and it is all Elevate. What a response after that initial round from Jalita was so clean, decisive, and I thought would maybe set the tone for this half, for what was going to be an aggressive defense on Cafe, looking to swing, looking to be the team to engage and take first contact. Elevate, I think, took a little bit from that opening round, though. They've fallen off a little bit and said, okay, we'll drone out, we'll get information, we'll play the right way. And with that now, they're getting the results. 2-1 lead, 2 attacking rounds here on Cafe. Suddenly, a couple of the site choices for Jalita, looking a little bit questionable. And now they go to Bar Cocktail.
Yeah, Bar Cocktails, the castle back in play, so layering that util and looking to try and mitigate the ability for Elevate to play the Pel game. Also, Maestro in play, who's been floated with a little bit here and there from different teams around the world. And I think a site like this one in particular is quite strong. With the Maestro, you can position them for long lines of sight. And again, it's not necessarily the Maestro of old where you play it primarily for plant denial. It's also good for just gathering info, shutting down drone economy as well. And with Solar Span out on a map like Cafe where you can really punish those drones. It's good to have a backup option to deal with them. And there's going to be plenty of them as well. Brava also in play, so Cledge drones available. Viper in response to said Maestro pick, so there'll be an interesting back and forth in terms of the util game this time around. And with the Izami also extending the side of Lounge, there's going to be plenty to keep a track of in this round.
Prepping needle.
Yeah, where's the response now from Jolita? Last 2 rounds have been pretty convincing for Elevate. And we're not quite getting that scrappy siege on the defense. Jolita not fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves within these rounds, looking like they can maybe steal them. They've been pretty much beaten down convincingly. All 3 rounds that are played out right now have been very one-sided from both teams. We're not getting that kind of scrappy affair, that back and forth nature. Astrocam's set up by Sapper. I think the drone work from Elevate has actually been a big reason why they've found so much success here on Cafe once again. Yellow Ping's going in towards Cocktail onto Mark's position. He feels under the bump. He's moving around. Traxting is thrown out by Enhykel. DCH, though, went for a vault out and he found success. A kill. Somewhat similar to the opening round. And again, Jolita now then double down into a 5-on-3. With 90 seconds left, can Elevate for the first time maybe in this half, bring the round back. Okay, decent start. MC with the kill onto IDFC. And still plenty of time despite the 1-player disadvantage. Certainly winnable here for Elevate.
Oh, I thought maybe that was going to go the way of Speak Easy, but slammed by Sapper. Key pick, key kill. 2v4, 60 seconds, some slight control, but quickly dismissed. Wow, Sapper, I tell you what, the bullet hose getting to work there in that round. Perfect timing, positioning, the shots landing. Clean work there from the defense. And this game very much shaping up to be quite competitive between the two.
I mean, better, isn't it? I mean, at least in the round itself, we can see a little bit more evenness between the two teams, certainly compared to the first 3 rounds, but even then, still Jolita from the onset were able to get themselves into a really good position there on Bar Cocktail. Now over towards Kitchen we go. This, though, turning into a back and forth when it comes to the rounds, even if the rounds themselves have been pretty one-sided.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's also very difficult to judge these kind of games too, guys, because I got no idea what the second half's going to look like. Is Elevate just looking really strong on the attack on Cafe, and then they close us out on the defense? Or is there a world in which, somewhat similar to our opening game on Skyscraper, where attack might just kind of reign supreme a little bit? And if that is the case, then, you know, so far it's a pretty even looking match. But if this very much plays out historically like a normal Cafe, then Elevate in a really good position with these 2 attacking rounds.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
So Monty then in play here for the 5th round.
Attackers are heading out.
Excited to check the value that the shield is going to offer in this instance. Glaz as well, also in play. So there could be a bit of a set play on opportunity here on offer. Deploying those smokes down. Again, Glaz is going to be pretty self-proficient now. Whether that's used to cut a flank or to cut a line through the objective itself. Have to wait and see. No Warden in play, and arguably it's probably a bit of a surprise we haven't seen more Glaz, especially now with Warden weakened, post the site changes. There's every world in which you can actually count on Warden not being played often at all, so we'll see if that can be leaned into. My shit though is in play. You'll be able to see through the smokes with those evil eyes. They have been hacked though, so good work from Speak Easy, and we're not even into the 2nd minute of the round.
Taking quite low. Little impact from Shed in this match as well. Caught the attention of many with the game yesterday against Knock Knock. Very tight angle there for DCH. Very little reaction time available to actually get that kill on the cross outside here at Bakery. And here comes the Montang. Again, already half held. Drone shot out. Only 5 remain. Impact available for DCH, and even more damage, and eventually Shed will fall. There was a push in, and up close Sapper swings out of prep to get that kill. Jolita able to cover for their own and eventually miss the punch as well. Over towards Smallbake. Sapper's now down. Elevate really just fighting tooth and nail to try and take this Bakery control, but at what cost? Well, eventually, the cost is quite a heavy toll, but it's a 2-on-2. The question is, has it been worth it?
Minute 10, and as we can see now on the overhead, that diffuser will be collected. Getting in towards this objective though will prove to be a challenge. Long lines of sight again established, and there may still be some information available to the defense. Time though, not bad for Elevate. Minute to go. Speak Easy with the read. ACOG's also in hand. So there may be a world in which they're actually favored to win out these fights. Finding a plant position, though, I think is probably going to be their toughest challenge. They need to try and bait out somebody on the defense, and that's exactly what happens, but Mark survives just.
They have the utility as well. Smoke just thrown out by Speakeasy. Mark went prone. Didn't work. Drop shot wasn't there for him, and now down to IDFC. An opportunity, and he does get the first red ping bomb chassis. He knows where their plant is going down. And it's an easy headshot to play off with that information. Well, we have our first scrappy round, and it's Jaleeda that eventually pulled through with the win. They go up 3-2, and this game is turning into a decent game as well. But mining the choice once again for Jaleeda.
Yeah, very scrappy conclusion to that round. I'm still of the mind that it probably should have gone the way of Elevate on the attack, especially losing that first pick, but arguably a good trade. Jaleeda keeping the pressure up and proving that this roster certainly has something to say in this league, in this group stage. They are defense though, so fourth round is imperative to put themselves in a good position to be back at that previous round. Unfortunately, no value really extracted from Glaz. That was probably one of the biggest mistakes and oversights made by Elevate in the round, but they did crawl it back. Arpe probably needed to call for Speakeasy to fall off the plane. I suppose maybe Speakeasy expected the defender to just try and consolidate his position and sneak forward, but plant position was certainly known. It was info, I believe, so potential slight misplay, but it was a difficult position. Round 6 we go now. Let's see who can get this one across the line. Monty in play for the attack. Also the IQ to counter the Valkyrie.
Elevate searching for their second win to begin this stage. New look Elevate. Roster changes that have really shaken up the Southeast Asian scene. Those that missed it, Bleed ended up getting the win to begin tonight. 7-4 over Fury. The team that Jaleeda beat yesterday in overtime. So they don't have all 3 points, just the 2 points. I have to kind of keep that in mind for Jaleeda, especially if this does go to OT later on. They could find themselves on 4 points, but just 2 wins. I mean, it's an interesting proposition. Shed waiting for that drop. Again on the Montang. I think arguably hasn't really all been successful in this half. 0-4, but also beyond just the KD stats, the impact of the Montang hasn't really been all that strong.
No. It's really about playing around that pressure that you're able to establish and the info that can be gathered. Isolating defenders, putting them on islands, squeezing them, forcing them to make a misplay, and then being ready to capture that. Something's come through. IDFC forced back. A good initial early pressure here from Elevate. Arpe also has found himself in quite a good position. Red stairs. And you can see that's where the stack is coming from. The Monty to follow with the diffuser. Vertical defense here from Jaleeda will probably be key. And yeah, Mark, as expected, up above currently. Elevate at some point likely need to contest this, but we are in the final minute already.
Not a lot of time. Still 5-on-5. I haven't had too many rounds like this so far. Good information from MC. Just spotting Sapper, watching the cameras. Top red. Easy kill for Mark as Enhai Carl loses out. Love this little angle as well in towards Lounge, but Shed just going to go for the plant. 40 seconds on the clock. Makes his way in towards mining. They got the balcony control.
Nitro.
No response here as well. There was one Nitro available with IDFC coming in quite late. Jaleeda, though, despite allowing that plant, have gotten a whole heap of kills. They all just start stacking out one by one the same window. Jaleeda win the round in one of the weirdest rounds that I've seen. It's 4 people out in the balcony right now as they're going for the defuse that they allowed but then killed everyone.
Yeah, it was an overwhelming retake there from the defense in the post. I was of the mind that the Nitro from the Valk inside of Train almost had to land and deny plant for them to be able to win that round. ultimately not the case, able to isolate all of those gunfights and just win them out really, really cleanly. So I suppose maybe they had a bit of information on that, or it was a little bit predictable. To be fair, it was quite a linear push, so clearing those angles maybe not possible. It's a good start from Jolita, and yeah, they kind of just rolled momentum forward from there. Macy unable to get himself in a position to have impact there. So yeah, quite a chaotic jump out in the end, but that was the way to play it. Well synced, well coordinated, confident. We've seen teams lose positions like this rarely, but they can happen. So they were decisive in that instance, and overall, a decisive way to conclude the half. 4-2 lead. Jolita will be happy with that. And sets the stage again for a close game, provided Elevate respond accordingly on their defense.
Yeah, and pretty much answers that question that a 2-2 was posed. Is this going to be a case where both teams are going to be able to get good entries, get some attacking rounds? Or does it kind of play out in that more historical fashion of Cafe, where defense does very much prevail? Jolita, in the end, to their credit, were able to get to that 4th round, a quite critical 4th round. Especially if it does play out where defense is going to be favored. That's going to allow Elevate an opportunity to get back in. Easier said than done, though. They've already shown themselves that you can very much get these attacking rounds. Jolita playing quite well. Have them got a lead, but is that lead going to be enough? Thrown out from Sapper. Precise over towards Lounge. Top floor sweep and drop down, I presume. Question will be how much pressure from Elevate. Once again, you see the gridlock employed with the track stingers to try and block any rotate towards the red stairs position, and Shed now forced over towards the bakery. Good top red control now established for Jolita.
As expected, a VIP extension being employed from Elevate, and it's Speakeasy played at the moment on the wire with magnets and a deployable shield, courtesy of the Warden. That means that Jolita needs to be really mindful if they go for a freezer hatch, and that's a position that they may look to exploit with quick control on the vert. The Buck already getting to work. Ram also in play, so again, an emphasis on the double vert here from the attack. Boyo canisters and castle barricades are in position. And Jolita are prioritizing that early on so that that doesn't become as much of an issue later. That said, frag grenade to clear double barricade on that freezer window will be cleared. Magnets is posing some problems. Don 6 is also in play, and so the groundwork here from Jolita is actually being quite good. Jackal also available for a bit of information as well. Elevate not exposing themselves to the vert. Some interesting counterplay here from the Azami and blocking it off.
Not a lot of time remaining. For all intents and purposes, only 40 seconds left as IDFC with a slow lurk towards bot red. Smoke out towards that hallway. And eventually now the push coming through from Jolita in towards Freezer. Vulcan canister explodes. Nice. Lovely vault over with the skeleton key from Sapper. Flash outside as well. Anticipating the push to come through. Good little headshot angle. Shed eventually gets himself a kill, but with that, Mr. Punch gets the plant down successfully. Even despite the fact that VIP still in control here for Elevate, now into the retake scenario. DCH up above in towards 5 players, and they immediately converge onto his location. Headshot from Ape was swift. Elevate in a position where they can quite comfortably get the retake. Mr. Punch has got a couple to deal with in Freezer, and he does! A double punch! And suddenly now down to Enhai, and he can't win out. It's a trio of kills for Mr. Punch, and a successful attacking round from Jolita.
Yeah, phenomenal work there from Mr. Punch. Elevate played that quite well. The retake up above, they sensed that vertical pressure was going to be important. Cleaned that up nicely, then tried their best to trade out Freezer, and unfortunately, they were on the receiving end of that 3K. Really, really good stuff there from Mr. Punch. Had the ultimate backup in terms of Red Ball. He had a secondary teammate there, but wasn't needed in the end. This push through from Jolita was really, really nice as well. Buck, Sapper doing great work. And then, yeah, Mr. Punch in the post. First, expects the second, the delayed third. Really good read on every single player there on the drop.
Just like that as well. That's now 3-round advantage for Jolita. Unfortunately, though, another tech issue here. does kind of halt their own momentum. And what is with mining? Have I missed something in the off-season? A very short off-season, Guz, but it's been the go-to site of choice here tonight for both teams, apparently.
Yeah, it must be something something in the water, full moon, perhaps. Not entirely sure, but it's good. I like the switch up. Super defended-sided Siege can wear thin quite quickly, so seeing the teams unlock a lot of these problems on attack is a promising sign. I think that's probably one of the strengths of Asia over the last 12 months, especially recently as well, is that comparatively to other APAC region, it often feels like they have a slightly better read in terms of their attacking capabilities and win conditions and fundamentals like that. And so, yeah, to see that ball rolling forward here into 2024 has been fun to watch. And a 3-round lead, certainly quite significant for Gelida at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, attacking on Cafe is never an easy feat. Saw that even for yesterday, Gelida defense is what kind of prevailed for them on that Oregon game, but also their attack wasn't awful. Got a couple, 3 in total. Of course, that one going to OT. Just the punch back in, and with that, we get ourselves ready to go back into the game. But now question marks for Alibay. I mean, yesterday was a comfort night. They got to take on Nocto. Beat them down 7-1. Looks very strong. That was mainly on Oregon defense, if we think back to it, right? First half, 5-1. That's a pretty standard Siege experience. That is Oregon defense. Start well, build up a really good scoreline, and that was kind of easy for them to close that out pretty quickly, pretty comfortably. But boy, have they got themselves into a tricky situation now here on Cafe. Down 3 rounds. You know, it's a new look roster. There's expectation probably for this roster. When you do shake it up so much, you know, a couple of members from that Jihu roster that took down G2 and MC and Shed. I think that with that, then yeah, those expectations are valid. And you're on the defense here of Cafe. Can't get blown out here. Must win the next couple of rounds, bring it back, keep it nice and close. As we do, in fact, head to reading and mining. High place of mining.
10 seconds left.
Midnight again.
5 seconds left.
I mean, look at
Mari
the
and Blitz. Yeah, wow. Big change up immediately from Gelida on the back of the site selection being found out. They have changed that quickly.
Should be fast-paced this round. That's the expectation. Mr. Punch diffuser in hand. He could be looking to actually go quite direct in towards the objective. Now, as mentioned, as the match started, Ying and Dockerby off the board. Typically, you would want at least one of those for a set play like this, but we'll see if Gelida can maybe pull it off. Interesting that they're looking to do it on the tertiary site, though. Perhaps a bit of a risk. We'll see if it pays off.
IDFC immediately makes his presence known straight away. Not willing to pull any punches here. That just keeps Elevate on their toes. Spots the mirror window, of course, as well. The Mr. Punch in towards Freezer. This may very well catch Elevate off guard. Straight in through the hatch. DCH on the rappel, so he's got a good position. Smoke out, and here comes Mr. Punch with the kit. It's just going to look to plant that immediately. No, caught off guard. I think the bees were out already. And with that was pinged out, his position was known. Ape eventually falls. There's the blitz push from IDFC, though. Straight in towards Train. A little bit of an overwhelm, but kills going back at least for Elevate. They control White Stairs. Nicely done from Shed. The man was 1-6 coming into this round, now 4-6. A bit of pillar control won, though, by Sapper. And the chaotic round just comes to a standstill momentarily with 90 seconds remaining.
Can the Blitz get value? They need to make that dash across for the diffuser. Also the threat here of a flank as well. IDFC with a read, but there's not really much you can do at this medium range. He needs to try and close the gap, and Shed and Enhyko playing very compact together at the moment. So breaking these two apart is going to be a real challenge. And with Sapper low, the most he can really do here is provide information and then take a risky fight. And that's looking to be exactly what he does.
2 drones available for IDFC and Sapper. Smoke as well, so still some utility. Look at what the Blitz can do still with that shield, but Sapper's very low on health, and IDFC is half as well. Precise movements as they look to try and recover the kit inside a fireplace behind that bomb chassis. There is that smoke. What a shot from N-High Cal. The Blitz immediately makes the vault. Looking for the flash. And unfortunately, that smoke in the end actually obscured the vision and provided a very good rotate path to safety. Elevate win the round. I'm not too sure if it came down to their site of choice. Just a really good defense from Shed towards White Stairs. 3 kills for him. Was able to really salvage that round. Kept good site control. The Grim Hive Launcher as well on the bomb chassis prior to that entry as well from the Amaru really caught Jelita off guard. And so maybe there was a bit of anticipation from Elevate that Jelita were going to go fast, especially once that Blitz was spotted on the balcony outside of mining.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces never really connected for the kind of push that I think ultimately Jelita wanted to pull off. As I said, it was also quite a risk to be going for something unorthodox like that on the tertiary site where typically the attack, if the fundamentals are strong enough, should be able to win anyway. So the round goes astray, but much needed round at that for the side of Elevate by scoreline. Now only trailing over 2 rounds. Find some comfort now back to the primary objectives as well. So let's see how it plays out. Aruni and Mirror combination here on the extension. Just try and chip away at the utility for Jelita. They are bringing the Twitch though, much like they did in previous rounds, especially the last one as well we saw with Sapper. So this time the task is for Mr. Punch to find those mirror window gas canisters, deal with those, try to weaken the extension from the defense.
A 3-5, 1 round offset. But a couple more to go. And I'm pretty certain not every round is going to play out like that last one in terms of the fast-paced nature of it. And so if we do go into the more methodical playstyle, Jelita may just back themselves in, of which they have kind of, reverted back to a little bit more stock staple. 10 and 6 for Ape. He has continued the good start that he had in this match all the way through here into the 9th round. The only player has got himself to double-digit kills inside of the server for both teams, in fact. Even spread for Jelita. As the shock drone of Mr. Punch is making its way around, navigating top floor, which is where Elevate currently are holding.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So halfway point then of the round, and Jelita sooner rather than later will be looking at boots on the ground, drop down these hatches and begin their progress forward. Initial drones come through, they have a read down below. There are nitro cells in play. So that's a threat that they'll need to be mindful of. Good swing from Macy, not punished. Neither is the second. So the trades from Jelita not being found. Mark, though, does have some ground in Pillar, but it's straight into a mirror window. Like, he's not going to win this fight.
Under a minute remaining now. 2-player advantage for Elevate. Suddenly, the pressure on for Jelita. Yeah, that structured gameplay hasn't quite worked out for them. One Hive Launcher does get a bit of information, but shot from above, and Qual. Really good positioning. Gets himself another kill and has really started to get himself into this game. 4 on 2 now. Still, though, significant disadvantage for the attack. IDFC and Mark not really playing off of each other. IDFC solo push up top red. Mark will fall. And N-High-Cal able to get himself up to 6 kills. A couple of important ones in this round. And it's another round that has been subverted for Elevate. They'll bring it back to 4-5. After Jelita were able to open up the account to begin this half with an attacking round. Defense once again prevailing. And I'm not sure how committed IDFC is to this push. I think he'd rather actually conserve his KDA. It's looking nice at 7-4. And never really wanted to try and commit to that.
No, he most certainly had commitment issues there, but I don't really blame him. He was really never going to be in a position to win that, you wouldn't imagine. Time dwindling and tracking back further in the round. Jaleeda kind of gave up on vertical control. That led to a couple more picks. They had a lot of different ideas, I think, in that round. None of them stuck. And they kind of just threw their hands up and said, okay, let's see if we could just sneak in pillar. Let's see if maybe we could find a pick into a mirror window or whatever the case may have been, leading into the lurk game. And yeah,
need to locate and defuse
credit to
bomb.
Elevate, shut it down. Their setup was really, really clean. Got the opening pick. They got 2 opening picks, in fact. Neither traded. The pain really only multiplied there for Jaleeda, who are now starting to show some worrisome signs on the attack.
Whoa, fortified!
We'll see if they're able to correct course here. Over on Kitchen, with the clash in play from Elevate.
Razor wire deployed.
Yeah, which is interesting because I don't know if they really needed to change much up coming into this particular round. They've actually got themselves some good form. The clash is going to be intriguing. Can play well over towards Bakery and denying that push. And you can see the way that MC is going to play. He's going to want to play aggressive. He's got the keeper barriers available. You can sort of bunker down them with a clash. And on the flip side, you know, Jaleeda are looking to be far more set up and trying to make sure they can probably get some of that train and mining control. The Jackal sweep out any roamers, and then you got the track stingers as well for any kind of flank opportunities that may come through later in the round. Castle barricade over towards Small Bank, and yeah, obviously you got the Capital maybe for the lighter portions, but I think this kind of lineup that we see from Jaleeda, to me at least, heavy emphasis on first floor control, which could actually kind of offset then the clash entirely. I'm very curious to see how this round is going to play out. So that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from both lineups.
Now, last time we saw Jaleeda counteract the VIP hold here from Speak Easy by smoking that off. So we've seen Elevate now respond and put the Warden in that position to hard counter any smoke on the drop. No shield though this time around, so it does expose Speak Easy's position a little bit. He's been around long enough to know that his role will come into play later on, so no point over peeking now, otherwise he falls and Jaleeda know it's the Warden. That's going to be a huge boost for this attack. So we'll see how that plays out. Shed also defensively on the clash for the drop of coffee as well. So I really actually quite like a couple of the ideas Elevator presenting this round, directly countering how Jaleeda won this.
Track stingers over towards White Stairs. Straight into Fireplace as well, opening up as much of the floorboards as possible. There is that first floor control coming through from Jaleeda, but as great as this is and sort of objective completed in getting to this position, so much more that needs to be done, and DCH gets caught by Arpe. Not quite sure exactly how, why, or where that DCH finds himself in that position. That doesn't seem to be in sync with the rest of the team. As they're still clearing out utility, they're still opening up the floorboards, they're still kind of one step away that DCH really shouldn't be losing his life at that point in the round. And now really makes life difficult here for Jaleeda. Down a player, stretches them thin. Shed able to avoid the Vulcan canister flames, and will be a nuisance if there's any kind of freezer push. Mark going for a bit of a flank. Azami tucked in close left, but you can't get there without making the noise by breaking this keeper barrier.
"25 seconds then. It's not looking great for Jaleeda. Still yet to deal with that clash. Still yet to find a pick overall. Time dwindling. Someone needs to step up. They do have a bit of information, but they're still in the face of utility. Like, these are not favorable fights.
That was an awful round. Awful round from Jaleeda. I'm sorry, but I mean, that was just like really poor. They clearly had a goal in mind, guys, which was to get first floor control. Open up floorboards, put pressure on site. It's pretty conventional. Nothing wrong with that. But why is DCH by himself dying? Down below. Why are we seeing then a very late push over towards Bakery solo and then not being able to play off that yellow ping? There's like also 30 seconds left, by the way. Like they kind of did what they wanted to do initially. So, and I kept saying first floor, I meant second floor control, but they got that, and then it's like it all just fell apart. It's like, okay, well, we got the first step of the plan, but the second step is like question marks. What do we do now? Really confusing round from Jaleeda.
I mean, I think a couple of the ideas though that Elevate presented, namely like the Clash Coffee, the Warden VIP, were really good counters. But I do also agree, Jelita kind of played it poorly and never really, funnily enough, actually played into a lot of the counter ideas that the defense actually presented. So yeah, not only did Jelita not adapt properly, but arguably they never really got the teeth into the attack to the point in which it mattered anyway. So yeah, overall, a struggle for Jelita. That's now 3 rounds going the way of Elevate. We expect defensive strength in Siege at the moment. Elevate finally presenting it. Good rotation from them, and we'll see if they can continue.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you kind of look at that lineup that they brought, it's kind of got that one goal in mind all the way through, which is very much get that second floor control, open up floorboards, also deny any kind of potential flank opportunity. While we're doing that, we want to be safe, we want to feel safe. That's why you bring, obviously, the track stingers. But then it's like, what have we actually got for sight? We've gotten here. We've got this control. We're opening up these floorboards now. And that was the issue, I think, for Jelita in that round. 5-5, and, well, Elevate, by the way, weren't the team that obviously took that tactical timeout. It was Jelita. That was just a misclick for those that obviously saw the chat box. It is confirmed. So that was a tactical timeout by Jelita, feeling the pinch. 3 rounds in a row now for Elevate as they brought this one back. Jelita played in an overtime game yesterday, now on the verge of maybe doing so once again. One of these 2 teams, though, will now get themselves an opportunity to collect all 3 points, which could be incredibly valuable by the time the group stage is done. 11th round we go. Another chance for Jelita. This time they bring the Nomad. Change it up ever so slightly. The Grim can very much help them on site too. So a bit of a change up here, along with the IQ selection here for Mr. Punch.
Detected
I like this composition from Jelita, namely the Nomad as well, just for that flank watch potential. In a world in which Elevate maybe look to aggress offside and they have the operators to facilitate that. Mark will be able to catch them off guard, who's been having a bit of a slow game in the frag department, but can make up for that with utility. Play under pressure, able though to escape. B's deployed by IDFC to zone out some positions to try and take some ground. It does look like Jelita actually have a decent amount of information available. 5 drones up, which on a map like Cafe, you'll take that pretty much any day of the week as we approach the midpoint of the round. And you'll certainly take that. Sapper finds the first pick up and Falls, who has been a very dangerous player for Elevate in this match.
90 seconds remaining. Feels like the best opportunity Jelita's had since the beginning of this half. An opportunity for Mark to find another kill. 2 now for Jelita in this round, and Elevate's defense finally just succumbing to the pressure. Speakeasy, Shed, and MC remain. Mark will fall. Little double pinch. And then Speakeasy elsewhere. Big kill onto Mr. Punch. And it's a short-lived advantage. That 5-on-3 did not last very long. With a minute remaining, Elevate have brought it back to a 3-on-3. And Jelita have to change their plans once again on the fly.
To be fair, they haven't lost the worst of operators, right? Still 3 hive launchers, still hard breach, still vert potential as well on Buck. Nomads, I hope, were already deployed. So it's actually not the worst of positions for Jelita, but they need to maximize the tools they have remaining and the time. 35 seconds, drone to come forth. If DCH gets a good read here, Jelita might actually be in an okay spot.
Not a lot of time remaining though, and that is an advantage for Elevate. MC sitting tucked in behind that reinforced wall inside of mining. Has he been cleared out? There's your answer, but he couldn't get the kill! DCH gave him every chance to get that kill and he couldn't commit. Shed, great swing! Pushing through 90, he gets the double. It was Speakeasy that got it technically, but Shed did his work and Speakeasy will follow it up. A strange old finish to the round for what's been a strange old game, but Elevate have now got themselves match point.
Wow, the conclusion of that round was absolutely insane. A couple of fights there that really shouldn't have gone the way of the ultimate winners. That said, perhaps the round overall, or statement a presumption could have been made that Elevate was still in a good position. I did think that Jolita had the tools required. They also had drones up, and I think we're feeding information, at least a little bit of info, but yeah, not to be.
Wait. Yeah, I'm so confused now. Who's called this time out?
Too sure.
I mean, either way, that moment right there, that particular
And this
moment,
one.
as
How did
DCH
Shed
was
get
pushing
that
in, yeah, I mean, no idea.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
All right, well, off the back of the tactical timeout, now we head into the 12th round, 6-5. Elevate with an advantage, match point, and also something to note, guys, but I mean, goes without saying, but 1 point guaranteed. It also means for Jolita they can no longer get the 3 points.
Very, very true. Yeah, good point. I think, yeah, actually, that's quite a valid point. I know it's only the second play day, but I do get the feeling that we're going to have a lot of very close teams probably vying, especially again for the top 2 positions for ultimate seeding and skipping the round in the playoff bracket. So every point will matter. Jolita already with 1 overtime, that time successful. Even if they go to overtime again and win, it's 4 points compared to a total of 6 potentially. So that's an interesting discussion point. As for Elevate though, looking to storm home with a 7-5 victory. Looks like there'll be a pause in the action, so probably discussing what's just happened in terms of the tactical, but should be resolved pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does kind of take the sting out of it as well now if you Elevate after winning that round. So, for what it's worth, to just kind of recap, Jolita did take a timeout earlier, prior to that last round. It did display Elevate, but it was Jolita's tactical timeout. So, from my understanding, I don't believe anyone took a tactical timeout. I mean, I think it, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't actually think Elevate called attack. Either way, we move on, we move forward. Match point moment here, 6-5 to Elevate. Off the back of that round win, they have very much completed a comeback of sorts. 4 rounds in a row for them, as they now seek all 3 points for what would be the second game in a row after beating Knock Knock yesterday, taking down a solid team in Jolita. And I think that it's probably been deserved, considering the way in which they've fought their way back into this game from 2-5 down. But that is so aggressive from Shed. Easy return back in, though, of course, when you play the Aruni. 1 swift punch and you're back in to safety through reading. It does go for it. Why not?
Lying Grim combo this time from Jolita. Different form of crowd control to what we saw a little bit previously, where it's a bit of capital play, for instance. So zone out positions, instead more of a reliance here on info. On the topic of info, really, really good drone up inside of bar. Gives away a yellow ping. Macy, though, is pretty close alongside to offer some support. Mirror window as well. They're going to aggress on this, I think. Speak easy, flash out. Able to avoid that one, though, and can escape. Able to get out. I mean, that's really good work from Speak Easy, just to not forfeit his life in that instance. Off the back of it, Jolita really actually don't take a ton of ground. Mark is at least able to drop, so something top red in terms of presence. The rest of the team will now get in position.
90 seconds remaining. Elevate wanting to get all 3 points from this game. Arpe's been probably man of the match. Influential, very consistent whole game through. Jolita fighting tooth and nail to see if they can get themselves some extra points here. Bar Cocktail to close it out in regulation. Triple stack top red. Mark with the kit. 2 more adrenal surges available, and a big drone getting some information towards Cocktail.
Jaleeda being really cautious of aggression here from Elevate and contesting these repels, but Elevate quite content to sit back, wait. They'll lean into Plant Denial, they'll lean into Nitro Cells as well in play, pre-placed. Jaleeda progress forward, Plant goes down.
It's planting, yeah. I mean, this is just straight in. Missed Punch catching him behind MC through washrooms. Had no idea that that push was coming through Pixel. Oh, what a swing one, though, from top white. How is that one? I mean, the plant is successful, but it's a 4-on-2 advantage. Skylight pressure for IDFC. Assuming it's planted correctly for it in terms of the defensive position, this will be very difficult even with the player advantage. 4-on-1, and it's down to IDFC. Presuming he's got a great angle to deny, but what a shot from Speakeasy! Azape was sitting that.
Defenders win.
Elevate confirm the comeback from 2-5 down. They win this 7-5, 5 rounds in a row. And fist bumps from Speakeasy and the whole crew as they take down Jaleeda and collect all 3 points for 2 wins from 2 play days.
Yeah, that's a really huge win for Elevate, especially taking home all 3 points. Really important for them and a great way to conclude. It's definitely not every day of the week where you will see a defensive retake on that site once the plant goes down. Yes, a 4 versus 1, but just some really good discipline, teamwork, coordination for a roster that has undergone significant change heading into the stage. We were very unsure as to what we were going to get from Elevate, but week 1 has been positive from them.
Yep, certainly so. I mean, a tremendous performance at 2-5 with that opening attack round 1 by Jaleeda. Couldn't help but think that that was how the game was going to play out, that Jaleeda were going to be able to close this one out, guys. But evidently, Elevate were in a significant position, though, where they backed themselves in. From 2-5 down, they were able to bring it all the way back and win it out 7-5, collecting all 3 points. Jaleeda will be kicking themselves. They won yesterday in OT, but couldn't quite even get to OT today. It's a 2nd win in a row for Elevate. New look roster, looking great.
Cover me. Reloading.
This is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm gonna have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oh! I feel dogged by this.
Cop a stray.
Yeah, Dev definitely popped this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes and you'll be on in like 5.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag. I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went roll.
What?
I
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
Big dog!
Big dog!
Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn peeking or
I'm
something.
on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was
right?
who
That's
gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
You haven't played enough
The
with us,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst.
It's the,
person.
That's what I've done as well.
obvious. It's the most obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows.
This turn.
Yep.
Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
Oh, this one's
This is actually tough.
I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait,
I
who
have
did you
had
say?
to call both of you to get on an Asian show.
Oh, yes! That is true.
That is.
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke me up and was like, why is Mandy calling you over and over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then it like clicked in 2 seconds later. I was like, oh, I've got a broadcast. Like now. I've actually got a good one here. I've got a good one, and I wanna see what everyone else says.
3,
oh no, this is a
2,
5 out of 5.
1, Dev.
But to be fair, not his fault. Most of the time, his luggage gets lost. Not due to his
Also,
his issue.
my shoes were stolen from my hotel room in Brazil, and I never got them back. So,
Are you barefoot right now?
yes, I don't actually own any shoes anymore.
Get the grippers out.
Yeah, I've.
Oh, this is an easy one. This is easy. Flip it over.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
There is a reason.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a reason
that
we
is
call
bull. It's not
There's-
guns.
Look, there's a reason we call him the content. It's not because he's good at content. It's because he creates.
Sorry,
it
did I
without-
write Guz? I meant to write me.
Oh, wow, that was really good. Good segue.
Did I make a mistake?
Thank you very much for watching Talent Drama. We will see you after the break.
Well, it's a 1 in 3 chance.
Thanks. Is that how this works? Is it?
Drop the bomb diffuser. Located the diffuser. Located the diffuser. Drop the bomb diffuser. Located the diffuser. Located the diffuser.
Reloading!
located the diffuser. Have located the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser.
Cover me.
Defenders have disabled the bomb. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Located the diffuser. Have located the diffuser. Operator.
Well, after a 5-2 lead for Jolita, it very quickly got stamped out. I mean, that was the former Elevate that we've seen time and time again, guys, but just on full dominant display.
Yeah, they really kicked into gear when it mattered in that matchup. I think we're really seeing this team come into their own. Obviously, yesterday we were, I guess, a little surprised at just how well they did, but they backed it up again today against a more difficult opponent and showed some really good stuff inside the server as well.
Xenox, exciting for Elevate, given the fact that we saw, as Guz is alluding to, what was such a dominant performance yesterday, backing it up against Jolita, who, have taken down Fury. This is no small step.
Yeah, I mean, even that result yesterday against Knock Knock, I think shouldn't really be understated. Like, they're a team that have got a lot of experience from South Asia, typically the MHO kind of roster, and previously to that, players from Mercenaries. So they've got good history. They're players that have got a lot of experience in the Asia League. So the fact that they're able to beat them 7-1 was a really good showing for a roster that's obviously still pretty newly put together for all intents and purposes. Then, obviously, as we saw yesterday, Jolita kind of caught Fury off guard, got a good win there. They obviously then did well enough to get out to a 5-2 lead. The mental fortitude for Elevate to just kind of like dig deep, back themselves in one round at a time to win 5 rounds in a row at this level against a team of that caliber that has a lot of experience, I think is very telling for this roster. And I think it puts them in good stead for the remainder of not just this stage, really, but I think for now, at least the group stage, because playoffs is so long so long away, Rob. You know, you're not going to look at this result and think it's going to have that much of an impact on playoffs. But for the group stage, it puts them in a really good position.
Look, I'm excited to see what they do, but I'm even more excited to welcome in our friend from across the pond. Let's bring in Shed for the first time. Shed, mate, first and foremost, hello and welcome to the show. But secondly, I believe, and you can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is your first time in the Tier 1 global ecosystem. No, it's still Asia, but it is still a part of it. If that is the case, can you please give just a very quick background on where you've come from?
Okay, so I've been playing Siege competitively since 2020, like COVID. Then went through various teams, played in like the second division of the UK Nationals, and then eventually formed a team which later became Jihu. We played a bunch of Tier 2 stuff last year, like Central Combine and recently the South Breach, where we performed very well. And then now I am here. That is kind of the story. It's been a long journey, but still a long way to go.
Obviously, Shed, you had some glimpses with Jihu going up against some of those Tier 1 teams over in EU. How does it compare to sort of what you've played against in scrims, but also now, obviously, in officials in the Southeast Asian region?
I'd say there's definitely a big difference in, like, maybe the understanding of the game. Like, it's a little bit behind in APAC. People tend to just sort of force things, like force aggressions and gunfight. But it's not like as aggressive as I thought it would be. You know, when you think of APAC, you think people flying out of windows 24/7. I mean, that's what we thought was going to happen today. We didn't see that like at all, really, apart from the first attack. So, you know, I think APAC is still behind. The results show that, but I don't think it's as big as people say it is. Like, these teams are very competitive. The development is good.
Talking about competitiveness, obviously a couple of close late rounds in this particular matchup where the team synergy really gets put to test. How do you feel like not only yourself slotting into the team, but the roster as well is working together at the moment? Obviously it takes time, but second play day, how do you feel it's going?
I think it's good. We're going good. I think today, particularly on the attack, we made mistakes that we just do not make in scrims. I think maybe the nerves got to us, like we got a bit worked up, and you know, it's only our second official together. I guess that's expected, but you know, give us another week to look through this, figure out like what was going on inside our heads, and we'll be so much better next week.
So I guess just to encapsulate this, obviously for the viewers at home, they probably expected more game-style questions, but we wanted to open this up and kind of welcome you to the Asia League as well. Obviously, that's a huge, important piece of this. How do you feel like your team's going to match up throughout the stage? Obviously, you know, there's a number of teams, as you said, that are quite competitive, but coming down to the wire, only one spot on the line, that is an incredibly tough ask when we've got, you know, 5 teams competing for this.
Our goal is to be the #1 team and be in Manchester, and that is it. And simple as that, really.
You can head home again.
That's what we want. Yeah, I'm going back to the UK. I haven't been here long and back again, you know.
Yeah, we love that. We love that. All right, mate. As per usual, give you the floor here. Anything you want to say before we let you
go? Thanks to the fans, everyone watching, and GG's.
Well done. Well done. Well played. I guess welcome to the league, brother. And we will speak to you very shortly. I have no doubt about it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, again, off to the races for Elevate.
Can I just say?
Oh, please.
I saw him smirk, and he's still smirking because I know he already knows what I'm about to say. I know it. The second that Shed said he was expecting APAC to be more aggressive, and it isn't like that, Xenox's eyes are lit up because he has been saying that for like 3 years.
Okay, maybe not 3 years. Maybe not 3. 2.
Maybe 2.5, whatever it is. But he's right. He's absolutely bang on. APAC might not be as good as playing structured Siege, but they are trying. They are not jump out of old. So, yeah.
You know, just to double down on that, Jake, I'd love to get your thoughts on this as the resident professional analyst here. But do you think it's a matter of, because you said you've only been saying it for 2 years, do you think it's a matter of the meta evolving and the rest of the regions becoming more aggressive? Or do you think it's a matter of these teams from APAC going internationally and learning how to play and kind of bringing that style back to water down what we used to think was absolutely absurd aggression?
Very convoluted question, Rob, but I like it. This is what we get from the best. And I think it's probably always going to be a mix of both. That's the easy cop-out answer. But fundamentally, you kind of probably have to just look at the results and think, okay, a couple of years ago, APAC, I guess we'll just generalize, because also a couple of years ago it was the APAC League, just wasn't obviously getting results. They weren't getting good results internationally, and also locally just we're getting clowned on. So, I mean, it's very easy to then look within yourself. Then you kind of go back, and I think you're someone who's brought this up quite a few times. Look at all the coaches that have actually been brought over from other regions. Look at like what Korea's doing with obviously bringing in a lot of Brazilian influence, for example, right? We've seen Mingering obviously go from South Korea to even O. So we're kind of seeing like this inter-regional moving around where APAC is all really much trying to learn off of each other, and also therefore then learning off of international regions. So I think also just having more opportunities coming out of the COVID era, right? You're getting more lands, you're getting more internationals, more majors, more SIs, and with that, more of an opportunity to kind of just relearn the game a little bit. Because honestly, pre-COVID, you go back to like the Norengo days, for example, right? And even the Mantis days. Like the APAC was doing all right. And then you go into this COVID era and you go into this bubble, and I think that's where it all kind of dissipated a bit. So we're starting to obviously get back a little bit towards a bit more structure. And as I keep saying, you cannot label APAC as this just super aggressive region that runs around all aim, no brain. There is certainly a little bit of brain.
Yeah, and by the way, when you were mentioning coaches, names sprung to mind that I haven't said in a while. Hybrid, kind of invented that meta from like 2019, the old Italian young man that gave us a lot of love. But let's go ahead and move on with tonight, because that's what we need to do. We can't just sit here waffling, although sometimes it's going to get pretty bad. Daystar now take on Knock Knock. And Jake, I actually have a really good Knock Knock joke for you. But before that, you have seen Star Wars, yeah?
Yeah, I have, Rob. I think the entire planet has.
Okay, well, Knock Knock.
Who's there?
Yoda Lady.
Yoda Lady who?
Oh, you got to stop yodeling, mate. I tell you what, this is bloody amateur hour around here. Daystar now take on Knock Knock. We can transition into this matchup because it's important too. I think that, guys, this is a game that I'm pretty sure when I looked at the predictions, we've all gone Daystar here, which is quite bold of us to assume. But we are pretty confident about these young gunners coming from Hong Kong.
Yeah, Daystar with I would say respectable debut. Unfortunately, they don't walk away with any points, but they started to clutch at the heartstrings, really, and we're looking for a team to do that. We always do in Asia. The new up-and-comers, can they capture our hearts and make a bit of a run of things here in the first stage? Unfortunately, again, losing to Dials doesn't bode well for them in terms of finishing in the discussion of top one for Manchester, or probably not even the top three at that matter, but I think they're a chance to make a top 6 for the bracket if they keep up this good run of form. And they showed some promising signs in terms of individual performances as well as the stats highlights. So exciting things going for Daystar in a match where they should probably go in with a decent level of confidence, I would say.
Yeah, I think I can add to this just very quickly. Not very often I'll open up about a team in the analyst segment, but I did have a very quick chat to ED at the end of last night, and he just wanted to give some important context to some of these players. So Hijack is the oldest player on the team at 28 years old, but the rest of them are sitting around that 20 mark. So he said that Neon, well, as we can see, is cold-blooded. One of the best players he reckons coming out of Southeast Asia at the moment. And then he actually highlighted KZB as a player to really look out for heading into this match, but obviously into the later parts of this stage. He said that maybe the nerves got to him in such a massive debut. There's no question about it. It's a very big performance for Daystar to even be here, let alone competing at that level. And he's likened the actual team themselves not to a Seventh Heaven, but to a Gaming Gladiators, if we can throw our minds back there. So, and I you know what? I see it. And Xenox, I actually believe it. Do you believe it? I believe it this time around, mate.
Yeah, and look, I honestly believe in these guys as well. I think their performance yesterday against Direwolves warrants that, and especially when you kind of look at the predictions that, as you kind of said, everyone has gone for Daystar, which is great news for James, by the way, because he's 0-2 right now, as he's gotten both of his opening predictions wrong. We kind of expect that. Guz has always been the prediction king out of our group. He's gone 2 for 2. So have I. So, just saying that too. But I think obviously for Daystar, they're a team that we cannot put too much expectation on them. Good performance against Direwolves, but they're not going to be a team that's going to go to Manchester, and they're not going to be a team that's arguably going to be competing with those in the top 4 or 5 positions. But what they can do is gain a lot of experience. Obviously, best thing they can do is also avoid bottom 2, get even more experience then into the playoffs, and those should be kind of their goals for this stage. Avoid bottom 2, and learn a lot throughout the stage. That's really about it, which is great because it obviously means there's not that much pressure. I think also, very quickly, while everyone's gone for Daystar in this game, I don't think you should immediately think Knock Knock can't win this. I think Knock Knock are a very, very good team. I also think there's every chance they actually do win this game because they've actually got more experience in this region than Daystar.
Oh, guys, that face, that nearly sent me
Is
on
that
a
like
trip
is
I
that
wasn't
GIF?
gonna come
Is
back.
that GIF worthy? You reckon
I
that,
think
that
that was
reaction?
that's definitely GIF worthy. I'll tell you one thing, Jake. Fortunately, we don't have to get your opinion now because you've just told us what you think about Knock Knock. But I was going to say, in stark contrast to Daystar, we expect this team to be finishing top 2. They're the best in the region. Guys, Knock Knock are, by all stretches of the imagination, going to probably sit within 5th to 8th place. And this is a game that, on paper, we would probably expect to be somewhat in. Would it be fair to say in the competitive realm? Do we? Well, I don't want to completely knock. God, that's just shocking. But in all honesty, we do come into this, and it's just a very hard pill to swallow. What's wrong with you, Jake?
I need an organization out there to please pick up this team. I will help fund them being picked up because I am sick of hearing knock knock from Rob coming out of his mouth.
Okay, very quickly, for anyone
Are you rich,
out there,
Jake?
I would also
Jake
like to
Xenox
retract.
Diddy-
I would also like to retract the
Too
last
late.
20 seconds.
Too late. Jake Xenox Diddy has said he'll put his entire Asia League budget toward getting this team a team. Can you
Wow,
believe
that's
that?
very generous.
You know what, Xenox, I do really appreciate you letting me borrow that Lamborghini and saving my cat from the burning tree. That was just really nice of you. But let's go ahead and move on to the vetoes. Don't worry about Knock Knock. We'll talk about them when we get into the game. Again, guys, this is a difficult one. I would personally love to see like a border or a chalet here just to open the map up a little bit, see a bit of shenanigans. Both are still in at the moment. I'm a little bit concerned. At least consulate goes, but this, I mean, surely I just want to see a border. Go on. Go on.
Potentially.
Oh, yeah.
You jinxed it. Skyscraper again.
Wow. Yeah, guys, are you going to read on this? We've now seen it played 3 times in the opening 2 days.
Yeah, I'm looking at the vetoes for the 2 teams respectively yesterday.
2 times.
Hey, has it not been played 3 times?
No, it'll be 2 now.
This being the 3rd?
This will be the 2nd.
Is it? Oh my goodness. Well, I apologize, guys.
You sure you don't want to triple down?
Let me double check. No, you are right. You are in fact right. I will not triple down on that one. I will
Check the
I will
Wikipedia,
hold-
mate.
I will hold back. I will hold back. Well, it's twice in one play day.
No, I was going to say just very briefly that I was looking at the veto for both teams yesterday, and oddly enough, the 2 maps that got played, both the Chalet and the Oregon, if I'm remembering that veto correctly, were both banned out by Daystar in this particular matchup anyway. So, suppose a bit of a read there. Maybe didn't like some of the things they presented yesterday. I find it hard to believe that either team has a great read on the map vetoes of each team. It would more so really just come down to personal preference of what they want to play. So Skyscraper it is this time around. Will we see it trend towards the attack? That's, for me, the biggest question mark. It is possible. We've already seen it. Will we see it again?
Well, who knows? I wasn't listening to you. I just totally spaced out. Let's go ahead and give it to your commentators for this matchup. I know you expect it from me. It's Skyscraper, it's Knock Knock, and it is Daystars.
Thanks, and it is Dev and Mandy casting. Thanks for not introducing us, Rob, so we'll just have to do it ourselves. Mandy, this is a cool game because we've seen the big top 4 play already, and now we get to try and discern which of these up-and-coming teams, which of the underdogs will end up fighting for those highly coveted playoff spots. Only the top 6 in the league get to make it to playoffs, and there's an extremely high chance that one of these teams misses out.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to try and fit into what I would say will be that 6th spot in the playoffs, and it'll certainly be a brawl for it, and I think it all begins with this matchup. Not just that, but this could be, again, another opportunity for South Asia to finally get a win over Southeast Asia, still yet to happen since the new format.
Yeah, I think the 2 most likely games that will see South Asia get a win over SEA are probably Knock Knock versus Daystar and Hasib Warriors versus Daystar. Because in theory, like, Daystar is the outsider looking in out of the 6 SEA teams in this league, right? You got the big 5, and then you got Daystar sitting here making their debut into the big leagues. Of course, formerly known as APR, where they qualified for. Now, I dug through the archives, Mandy. We're going to Skyscraper. We know that already. Yes. Knock Knock, and even back when they were Monkey Hunters, never played Skyscraper. Daystar, even back when they were APR, never played Skyscraper. Not for a whole year. And so, where does that leave us now? Not with a lot of information, that's for damn sure. Even if you look yesterday, Daystar let Skyscraper slip through the veto against Direwolves up to the very last map. And Direwolves were the ones that then banned it out. The same can be said for Knock Knock. They actually let it through, and it was the second last ban of Elevate. So we are breaking fresh ground here between Daystar and Knock Knock. It is South Asia's best chance to get a big win here in the Asia League.
I don't know how you feel about Skyscraper, Dev, but when I see Skyscraper, I'm like, ooh, kind of exciting. But when I see Skyscraper with 2 newer teams, 2 less developed teams going into it, that makes me feel nervous, right? This is one of the maps where, like, look, you know, it's one of those maps, you get to the center of the map, and it's pretty easy to get stalled out in your attacks. You get stuck there for ages. Once you're being banned out, it doesn't make that any easier for this side of the attack, especially with how prevalent it's been in the region as well. And that's what makes me nervous, right? For me, a team that can successfully attack this map and have good interpretation of the map is some of the teams like Bleed, like what we saw them do earlier, all this like innovative stuff that's really well drilled. Can I say the same thing about these guys? Well, they've got to prove it to me first.
Yeah, look, it's a fair criticism, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and also casting my mind back to the Skyscraper game that we were treated to earlier today, Bleed and Fury. What an awesome attacker-sided Skyscraper. How good was that? I want to see more of that, and yeah, having the Monty banned out does make that a little bit less likely. The Fenrir seeming to slip on through, and indeed will stay in play, so there's actually a lot of these big power operators. Of course, Azami and Valk, 2 of the big ones on the defense being taken out, but we still got that Fenrir. Mira's a little bit out of meta on this map, I would say, but the Kaid, which was banned earlier today, has slipped through as well. So I do think this is going to be quite a struggle for the attacking side, and I'm going to be looking to Daystar to come off strong here.
Yeah, I think it's like a pick your poison when it comes to banning the defenders in the current meta, right? There are so many strong defenders at the moment. Fenrir, you pointed out, was one of the big ones that has gone through. But you know what? We could be saying the exact same thing if like Azami got left in or if Valk got left in, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think it's just whatever the lesser evil is, you want to leave that one in.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess on the flip side, Fenrir has not been played so far. Kaid is not being played here in this opening round. So I can't be too critical as of yet of them being left in. I don't know, maybe that's on Knock Knock. Of course, they have clearly got something cooking. They've gone to kitchen first and off bomb site, the nursery bomb site typically, and they're bringing the castle and the frost, believe it or not. It is funny to see the frost, though I think a couple of the operators on the defense that have retained their magnified scopes despite the 1.5 removal have proven to be a little bit more in meta. And in fact, we got 3 of them here, right? Castle, Frost, and Wamaya. The other big hitter I think of is Melusi. Like, historically, it's only 1-speed operators that get these magnified scopes on the defense, but we've got 3 exceptions here. And I want to see if Knock Knock can make good use of that in the duels.
Well, we have seen the defense setup now go for Knock Knock, and it just makes me think that they're using these long magnified scopes to facilitate some of these long lines of sights that they've created on the defense. They've spent all that time shotgunning out the walls over on the other side of the map. Daystar, of course, looking for the sweep, but by the time Daystar do then go and hit in towards the Shrine Dragon side of the map, it will be a struggle to then convert it into the rest of the top floor because of all these walls being opened up by the defense.
There's a lot to open up, not just hard breach, but talked about this castle already, got a soft breach potential. And Neon is a player I'm going to keep an eye on a bit later. He's on the Amara at the moment, a real playmaking operator, has taken a bit of damage, but yesterday he got, I think it was 15 or 16 kills by the end of it. It was him and Jogor on Direwolves that really fragged out in that Chalet match. And I want to see if Neon can achieve similar results here. Ooh. Good impact. Hijack's taken a bit of damage. Nice idea from the Osa. Under peaks, but Jerry is taken out from elsewhere. Good work from Momo to crossfire here from the karaoke window. and it's an explosive start for Daystar. 2 players falling early for the South Asian roster. Hijack is low HP, but managed to slip in and establish this strong position with the Osa shield.
Good control as well over here, like you pointed out, with the Osa shield. Has cut off now this player of Envy inside of Gold, or in T-Room, sorry.
Air jab deployed.
KZB on the other side is a bit wary of a player over in Geisha, although it doesn't seem like Daystar want to creep their way in through the top floor at this point. They could look to hit the bomb site, which is what they are posturing to do at the moment, although Rattle is going to look for the retake.
Oh my god, KZB! How do you win that? That was almost a solid trade onto Rattler, but then he slipped away and his teammate pushed for the kill. It's just pure chaos, that engagement. KZB lucky to be alive. Daystar retain their numbers advantage. Rattler has escaped, slinked away back towards the bomb site. He has no more gas to burn time. Neon caught in an awkward position, but able to get out of that frost mat. Rattler has to go for the peek, but loses the fight. Despite Neon still being injured from that frost mat, he gets up and does damage. Baz v4. Oh, but the perfect shoulder peek baits him out, and now Daystar know his position. This is a round that's already over. You can see the Osa shield from Kotley as well, locking Baz into position. Nice shot here, but this just ain't going to happen. Like, there's no way that he can make this work. 1v3 retake, that's got to be the first round for Daystar.
Yeah, definitely not. This one's looking pretty clean. Baz with just a little bit more HPs, certainly going to be taken down pretty shortly. Great control there in the top floor from Daystar, very much a direct attack onto that side of the map. They didn't end up doing the sweep like we saw them posture for earlier, but instead making full use of the Osa shield, being able to get control of the top floor, punish Knock Knock for over-peeking a little bit as they tried to contest them, and it's left them in a great situation. 1v3, Baz can land the first one, with only 9 seconds left to go. He's got to jump straight on the diffuser, and KZB can finish him off.
NS from Envy. That was, I think, the one that we were talking about. It was when Frost was peeking out of T-Room and just... It's so weird. Like, do you ever have a moment where you're playing and you just get, like, absolutely destroyed? And it actually takes a few seconds to understand what's going on. Like, you're ready to blame the game. You're ready to be like, there must be cheating. But that just... I wish we got to see it from KZB's perspective.
And then you just have that moment of clarity, right? Where you're like, damn, I really suck.
He's just that much better than me. Yeah. I cannot get it. Like, we were speccing the right player, right? Like, our obs made the right call. Envy rounds the corner, and we literally see Nomad's gun facing the other direction. Next second, we are dead. It's a tilt up for sure. And I think that's a testament to Daystar, like a team that's been kicking around for a while under APR. But yeah, a lot of mechanical talent and also like semblance of structure as well. Like, you know, Osa pick, a nice, well thought out push. I quite like what they had there.
Yeah, me too. I thought that was a fun one, to be honest. Get Osa in through the hallway, pretty classic. I feel like that's been tried and tested at this point on Skyscraper, and they played it well. And Knock Knock, I think, got a bit overconfident in the way that they were trying to engage that. And then KZB is nuts. So what can you do? These things happen.
Can't do nothing. But hey, Andy, 1 round in. Attack aside at Skyscraper.
Hey,
woo, let's go.
Okay, it's been 1 round, Dev.
I will not celebrate too late. There is no such thing as celebrating too early.
Okay, fair enough. That is
you're that
fair
desperate.
Enough. Yeah.
Speaking of the ACOGs, we just saw Baz again, Malusi. We mentioned that in the first round. Another magnified scope operator on the defense. Funnily enough, the Warden pick, he no longer has his magnified scope. And I'm going to take this as an opportunity to say, ha ha, if you're a Warden main from last year, honestly, you should be ashamed of yourself and learn to play a real operator now.
Damn. But then, couldn't you also interpret that now Warden like is a real operator? Because now when you're picking...
Okay, I agree, yes.
Right.
Yes.
If
you pick Warden now, you're a Chad. If you picked Warden last season, you're not very... I don't know, what's another... Not Chad, sure. What's not Chad?
That's what I'm trying to think of. What is not Chad? I'm thinking of like that meme of like, you know, the tiny Doge and then the big Doge with the muscles. Like, anyway, your tiny Doge if you picked him last season. Anyway, Jury's got the first pick with a C4 onto Momo Rin, who in the last playday was pretty lethal, but has been taken out early this time around.
Yeah, no. So good start there for Knock Knock, especially because Daystar was actually setting up their set piece, and now they're lacking the player on the karaoke window. So Kotley's going to have to rotate over. Fortunately, in this kind of top black stairs, strat where you have Neon push up from below, you have the Osa shield. Okay, what was that? That was a mess.
What's going on?
Yeah, Neon completely caught lacking, trying to open a breach into sight, and that is now 2 picks gone begging. Knock Knock have done a great job so far, and this is where we test their restraint, because they just have to chill out from here on out. This round should be theirs. They don't have to overcommit looking for picks.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Yeah, so Daystar here, they've gone for a repeat of the same Osa hallway shield strategy, but this time around it hasn't worked out as well. That being said, as you pointed out, they need to show a bit of restraint, because if they don't, and they sit there and they stick their heads into angles, KZB is going to come along and shoot you down. 4 kills on the trot already. It's only been 1 round.
They starting to need some freebies, and there you go. There's another one. So numbers are even, of course. KZB is now low HP. But this round should never have been winnable from a 3v5, and now it extremely is. It's very possible. Hijack's gotten in the building. Colt is looking for this round in the corner. He does lose his life, however, leaving it just up to Hijack. So all's well that ends well for Knock Knock. Unless it doesn't, Hijack looks to take wheel.
15 seconds remaining.
Oh, but Rattler's there for him. So Knock Knock, thankfully, do lock in that first defense on the back of that early aggro, and then maybe a few moments of lacking restraint, but they get it done eventually.
Yeah, not a bad round there for Knock Knock. I think finding the early 2 picks, one off the back of the C4 and then one following after that, gave them a bit of wiggle room for error with the numbers advantage. And even though KZB landed some good kills at the end there to try and claw one back, it didn't quite work out for Daystar. Solid round for Knock Knock to convert that one.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I do wonder, are we going to see Neon play this Amaru every single round? He's starting to switch off now, but yeah, 2 rounds in a row of Amaru. Not usually like an insta pick. It's usually your like 6 kind of operator choice. You got this pocket strat you want to get the Amaru in there for. I appreciate picky ideas. That's why I've actually really enjoyed watching Fury this season, Mandy, because Fury, in their first play against Jolita, really loved that Deimos. We saw a lot of Deimos Dokkaebi, Deimos Monty combos. I think it was Japan League or Korea League. There was that, I can't remember which team it was. They were just running like Blitz Monty Deimos every single round and really farming on the roam clear. I love stuff like that. Like, give me more cheeky ideas.
I don't know about you, Dev. I want to get your thoughts on this too. But in my opinion, stuff like that at the moment is like the unspoken meta, I think. Like, honestly, like, I genuinely think this. I don't know how much you agree with it, but like, I just have this feeling that every time we see these like innovative ideas, even like bringing along 1 or 2 operators that are a little niche or have an idea attached to them, and then working off that a little bit to try and create a hole or an opportunity in the round. Like, your opportunity-seeking plays and operators, in my opinion, I feel like that's what's winning you rounds, especially at the moment where attacking can be a little tricky with some of the problems that you've got to face. I feel like coming up with like a plethora of innovative small tactics, I'm going to say, is secretly, in my opinion, the unspoken meta. At least that's my opinion. I don't know how much you would agree with that, but I think it is.
I think, yeah, you're really onto something there with the idea of like opportunity, because that is like the struggle is when you're attacking, right? Defense has so many good tools, has in a lot of cases like the architecture of the map favors the defense as well, so you need to like find opportunities. Especially in the previous meta, like kind of the SI and 2023 meta, operators on attack weren't as impactful as they once were. Like it didn't matter as much your operators, it mattered how you use them, and I think we might see some of these cheeky operators have more of an impact now. Now, as we divert our attention to this round, Daystar are just looking for opportunities again. Just as we were saying, they're looking for a freebie because Knock Knock, they did overpeak in the first round, and so I think they're looking for a way to capitalize on that. Neon here with Diffuser in hand. Oh my god, what am I watching? He gets Envy down and looks to force that plant. Baz has a C4, and it lands to perfection. So Daystar now fighting from behind, but KZB continues his reign of terror. Another kill goes begging as Jittery finally puts in the dirt the best player for Daystar. And a 1v2 opportunity arises for Momo. ACOG ready for these long engagements and a smoke to cover his position. No Candelas to speak of. The opportunity to fake a plant. Oh, that needed to be a headshot. He's got info on this other player. The boost spot. Already pushed through the smoke. Momo low HP needs to land the critical bullet early. Jittery far back. He goes down. a 1v1 as the second smoke is deployed. The Warden has been taken out. This is Momo's moment. 25 seconds time to play with. And that diffuser starts to be forced. Rattler starts to move on. It is baited, but the bait has now been revealed. Momo has to round this corner and land the headshot. Rattler only needs a single bullet to land, but the headshot is there for Momo! Daystar steal another attack on Skyscraper thanks to the hero play from Momo.
Oh my god, the chaos and the calamity that ensued through that round was absolutely ridiculous from the side of Daystar. They went for a very explosive execute into the bomb site. The kills went flying everywhere, but it somehow comes down to a 1 HP, 1 versus 2 from Momo to close it out. Wow, I mean, these things happen, but not every day, Dev, especially against a team like Knock Knock, where these guys, they're pretty sharp shooters. Momo putting up a great effort for Daystar.
Yeah, what a round for Daystar. I mean, going from, let's pick that Amaru, which I just thought that was the one round they weren't going to pick it, and then Neon goes onto it anyway. We have an Amaru up the hatch, while the player who's playing the bomb on the defense is being dueled from outside a window. That seems to work. The plant's denied. Daystar are numbers down, and then Momo steps up for a 1v2. And believe it or not, after all of that, it's Daystar taking the tactical timeout. So Knock Knock, given the opportunity to just sit and settle into the failure that they just had in that 2v1. I mean, this has proven to be an exciting game of Skyscraper, Mandy. I know I might have called it a bit early, but I'm pretty keen for this.
No, I'm keen for this too.
There's a lot riding on it.
You've done good here. You've done good here with the attacker-sided manifesting, I gotta say. You called it really early on. You were like, yes, exciting Skyscraper, attacker-sided Skyscraper, and it certainly has been in the last 3 rounds. Our sample size has in fact increased, and I can now agree with you as well. I still can't believe that this kill happened like this.
Even just like the number of bullets it took. Like, he didn't even go for the knife. Could have probably gone for the knife there. Yeah, and once again, KZB had a huge impact that round. Big multi-kill, rather. And, of course, landing those 2 headshots at the end. Massive impact for Momo. See it one more time. He really should have just gone for the knife.
I mean, I don't know. I feel bad for the guy on the other side. I've got no idea who the one was on the other side, but that guy was, like, so fixated on the gunfight that was happening in front of him, he didn't hear the Amaru behind him. Oh, dear. Poor lad. He's struggled. Anyway, here we go. So, Daystar, sorry, Knock Knock, have failed that said bomb site and are now going to go and repeat exactly the same one. They think that this time around they can try and stop the shenanigans of Daystar.
Well, in Knock Knock's defense, it did work on T-Room, right? They lost the first defense and then won the second. However, that was really just the 2 early picks. And then kind of capitalizing on man advantage. It's not like they were even particularly phenomenal in that 5v3 that they managed to establish. There were a couple of mistakes there. What an angle from Sandy. I love this. Incredibly cheeky. You are never able to contest this from top black stairs. I'm going to have to start playing this one, especially with the castle. Like, perfect operator. You set this up yourself. You got the secondary shotgun, got the castle bracket. He sees it's a blitz, though. And so he's not going to shoot. He's not going to expose himself. Oh! There's a little bit of damage onto the blitz. I take that back. It's a huge amount. He almost manages to land the killing blow as well. That's pretty devastating for poor Momo.
Oh, man. Oh, well, he's going to go down completely to that angle. Absolutely no idea where he's just died from. Rattler down below as well. He's going to catch Neon off guard. Hijack, though, can trade from behind the minibar. KZB.
Stop contesting!
Stop peeking Sandy! What is going on? Daystar have got absolutely no idea what they are fighting right now. If they could see what we could see, Dev, they would be like, whoopsies, ouchie, my feet hurt. That's bad.
Yeah, no, if you know that angle and there's a castle bracket, you are never peeking that. There's just no world in which you should be peeking that. Hijack gets timed there a little bit. He almost had that kill onto, I believe it was Jittery there, playing on the mezzanine. And if he'd kept peeking for another moment, he might have seen the head. Sandy's going to find more here. I'll call it right now. He's about to see another player moving in from top black.
Another 2 players.
There is still one more. I mean, there's a bit of info here, right? Like, surely. Okay. Castle barricade is down. And now Sandy's exposed. This is where Daystar have to start isolating and clearing out these positions, but there is a good crossfire.
Yeah, the jig is up now for Sandy. He's going to try and make an escape. There's no one on the double window to play cutoff, but Jittery's still going to hold on to this position. Never mind. He's going to fall off it too. So both the roamers on this side of the map probably making the right decision here with some restraint to fall back to the bomb side. With only 30 seconds left to go, the pressure's certainly on now for Daystar to make a move.
Yeah, well, Knock Knock have played this perfectly. They established that man advantage, and now they've peeled on back. They did not overstay their welcome. As a result, Daystar have a nigh unwinnable position. 3v4, 15 seconds. Good luck, mate. Let's see how you go. Jittery, the first one to likely meet contact. Of course, it's KZB to find an opening. Looking for more. C4 is perfect from Jittery. Hijack goes down. Kotley yet to even find a kill. Jittery goes down, and there you go. It's a quick cleanup there for Knock Knock, who just played the time and the numbers to their advantage. And so twice now, we've seen them repeat a bomb site, get it right on the second go.
Yeah, really good there from Knock Knock. I mean, excellent Roman setup, just not well read by Daystar at all. Momo, unfortunately, not realizing what he was dying to and walking back and forth since that same angle did mean that the first pick went in the way of Knock Knock, and then they spent, unfortunately, just far too long through the mid-round trying to dismantle that setup through the middle of the map, and at that point, Knock Knock had decided to fall back on site, play the numbers advantage, and convert the round.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I feel like this is going to be a continually back and forth game, Andy. Of course, we're not having to see any tertiary sites as of yet. Actually, no, sorry, that first round actually was... That was Kitchen, right? I forgot that, but that was actually Kitchen. Even though most of the action...
Yeah,
most of the action went down on T-Room upstairs, but it was actually a Kitchen on-site defense. I'm remembering that now. Yeah, I feel like maybe after that, Knock Knock are going to stick to these primary sites. And come to think of it, they actually now... With that context of the first round being Kitchen, they have actually won T-Room 100% of the time. The 1 out of 1 time they played it. So let's see if they can repeat that. Daystar are the ones that need to step it up here. And I think a good first step would be not dying at the start of the round.
That is certainly a good step. Very good.
Well, I know it sounds silly, but like last time a guy on a window got C4'd and then the second one just got caught with his pants down the middle of a hallway. So not doing that would be a good start.
No, you're not wrong at all. That is fair enough. I couldn't have put it better myself, to be honest. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Play the cautious early game and see what you can get out of it. So here goes Neon. Oh, this is cool. So he's on the rappel to look in for the angle that the Maverick is doing to trick the wall. Trying to capitalize on at least some of that time, make it productive. There is actually a player inside of Geisha. That's Jittery on the other side, so if he's not cautious, he could be taken out.
Problem is there is another reinforced wall in Geisha there that is protecting Jittery from most of these angles. And I don't think that there's likely to be any kind of breach on that, as the Maverick won't be able to get close enough, nor the Ying, to really activate that. Ooh. Quite like this 0 pick. There we go. Mavtrick's gone out. I don't know what happened with the Grim charge there. Perhaps intended for a different target. He wants to peek this, but I feel like he needs to not overcommit here.
I would agree with that as well. Young on the board, you want to have that Warden alive in the right place at the right time for when those Candelas do come ringing out. Not giving away his life here is going to be pivotal as it comes through the mid-round. Daystar now consolidating their players over on the Geisha side of the map, trying to decide what they want to do next. KZB, the Ying himself, has been taken down early. Rattler going for a very long run out into the balcony is going to take him down. The second one going in the way of Daystar though.
Does even things up again. Envy's really feeling that pressure, having lost control of Drum now. However, Rattler has retaken his position. Wow, Jittery is getting very aggressive, and the aggression is rewarded. Rattler in Shrine finds his double. And Kotley is in a 1v4 that quickly becomes a 1v3. His position revealed, and no diffuser in his grasp. Makes this a nigh impossible task. He will jump back outside, pick up that kit. There's goo mines, there's crossfires, there's even a player downstairs with a vertical angle onto his vault into Karaoke. And if I was a betting man, I'd say that's how he's going to die. He's going to try and jump in to Karaoke, and he's going to die to the vert. I'm calling it right now.
Ooh, that's a big call to make, and I think you might be...
Ah, Rattler ruined it! He ruined it! Can't blame him though. He had a massive round, this guy.
I was going to say that. 3k on the round for this guy. Goes to the run out to kick things all off onto KZB, and then comes back in, gets another kill, and gets the final kill. Big round.
think it was 4, wasn't it? Because he got the run out and then he killed
was
2
it?
in Shrine, right? I swear. Or maybe I'm wrong. I remember
I
looking
thought
at the kill
Jittery
feed.
got 1 or 2.
Jittery definitely got 1.
Got 1.
I don't know.
Yeah, 2.
We'll have to look at...
We're
I know
not
we love
counting.
looking at replays. If we're lucky and we see some replays, we might be able to figure it out.
Let's see, can we count to 4?
Production. So I can see 2 from Rattler in the kill feed there. And it says triple kill, and then he gets the final one as well. So there you go.
Wow.
Thank you, production.
Dev, you're very good at counting to 4.
Thank you. It's
Much better
one
than
of
me.
my few strengths.
Oh, don't say that.
Basic arithmetic, but up to 5, because that's how many people are on a Rainbow Six Siege team.
Oh, we'll do good here when we do math on the broadcast, don't we? So Knock Knock now up in the round count, finally, in this game. 3 and 2. But can they make it better for the defense? Skyscraper, we tend to say, is a more defender-sided map, and we are expecting them to try and close more of these out. That being said, though, we did get super excited for attacking side of Skyscraper, so I kind of like don't want to bite my tongue too much, you know? That could, that could be bad juju.
It could, but hey, I'll give you something for it. Tea and Karaoke, Exhibition Office, all locked out for Knock Knock. So final round of the half, we've come full circle. We're back down to Kitchen and Barbecue, which is where the game started, and it did not pan out well for Knock Knock. So if the pattern continues, then it should be a Daystar round, and we'll end up going even into the second half.
Another rather complex setup there on the top floor as well. Lots of long lines of sight from Sandy, who is certainly the architect of the map, as we saw earlier on in the map. Momorin having a look outside of Kitchen, maybe trying to support his teammates to get Geisha control nice and early, but nothing's been opened up just yet. Neon able to get some control down on the ground floor as well. Is going to put a bit of pressure onto the bomb site, although it doesn't seem like anyone's there.
It is quite quiet at the moment on the bomb site. We've got Rattler roaming on the other side of the map near Delivery. Baz is holding on. Okay, so Jittery and Neon have just directly traded. Hard to say who that favors more. Both of them have active utility that is now going to go amiss. My discs and, of course, the Sledgehammer. KZB is the real big hitter, though, for Daystar, and he's the one you want in the building taking these early fights. There's info onto the position of this player in Karaoke. Oh, KZB actually takes down Envy first up, so really flushed out, baited into moving towards the rest of his team to try and support Baz and Rattler. He actually loses his life for that.
Sandy is well droned out by the attack in a 5-on-2 situation. Momo's going to get a second crossfire from KZB to get the third, but Rattler's going to look for the retake. 1 versus 3 is not an easy situation. He's being cut off from the window as well. Back into the bomb site, but with a minute left to go, surely this is a round for Daystar.
It should be. If it ain't, then something's wrong. Rattler is actually going for a rotate upstairs. That's extremely risky. Does he know? Oh, he spots 2 players. There's 2 players up here. The castle barricade saves his life for a brief moment, but really that was more of a treatment than a cure. And Daystar do lock in 3 rounds on their attacking half.
Yeah, solid one there for Daystar to collapse in on the players in the top floor. Yes, Neon dies early down on the ground floor, but they translated that pretty well off the back of some very successful gunfights going off on the top floor as well. KZB, especially with the crossfire, he established hallway control, punishing Knock Knock players from trying to rotate in through the hallway and very much cutting that defense in half.
I think that's really a mark of Daystar understanding how to play Hammer and Anvil style Siege. KZB,
Exactly.
he might be one of their best entries, but he's not really entering that far. He's essentially just a flank watcher, being the Anvil to the Hammer established by the rest of his team, pushing around those people in Geisha and Tea Room, and yeah, it worked the charm.
So now we've got Sideswap come through, and Daystar will get a chance to defend the map themselves. Maestro pick is a fun one. I mean, he's got 3 of the bubbles now after all, and he hasn't been that prevalent of a pick, but with the absence of the Brava being banned out early on, it could work. It could be fun, especially with these long lines of sights that we've been able to see now from both sides of the teams. It feels like almost every defender has got a secondary destruction gun or construction gun, however you want to phrase it, right? And so maps like Skyscraper, with the combination of your Maestros and Mirrors, suddenly become pretty hard to break down.
Very true. Yeah, really extended hold as well. Cheeky spawn peek tempted from VIP. There's so much util here to clear from Daystar. Like, Knock Knock have really got their work cut out for them. Daystar banned the Brava, which primarily fortifies the Maestro Fenrir pick. Like, I know you were a massive Brava enthusiast, Mandy.
I am a Brava enthusiast.
We talk about this a decent amount, but like Brava is the only operator that can realistically clear those Fenrir gadgets while they're like not activated. And what's more, you've got 3 bubbles on Maestro now, so like having Brava out makes this such a task for Knock.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to rely on other things like explosives to be able to clear out these positions, and that's why they've got the combination of the double-ranged explosive that they're running at the moment. Rattler on the Zofia is going to get caught in one of the Dread Mines and not taken out just yet. Will escape with his life for now, but in the chaos, Daystar on the defense have found the first 2 picks and fallen off from this roam successfully. Massive value on this half of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Daystar have made the right decision by falling back here. Even though it's nice to hold on to a bit of map control, like losing Momo, not the end of the world. His utility is already preset. You really want to keep the Fenrir, the Warden, and the Maestro alive. And it looks like Fenrir, KZB, primary fragger in this game, 12 kills, just 5 deaths. Definitely a player in top form right now for Daystar. And yeah, I mean, it's nigh unwinnable task now for Knock Knock if Daystar play their cards right. The name of the game is playing passive and capitalizing on this advantage because Knock Knock do not have many tools to deal with the setup.
Hijack holding the long angle to go into Shrine as well. Wall being opened with the slug shotgun as well. Rattler on the other side of it, feeling a bit nervous, looking for the peaks, trying to see if any of these Daystar defenders will overextend, but I think you already pointed out correctly, Dev, they don't really have the tools they need to deal with the setup that they've been faced from here on out. Rattler, though, will find a stray pick onto KZB, who's just rotated back up to the top floor, and that could open up the equation.
Yep, 1 more kill, and this is super doable, especially because that exothermic's gone off. Where is this Maestro? Hijack. Oh, spotted for a second! Taken down! Maybe it is winnable after all, but thankfully Neon is there for the trade, and Kotley can put Baz to bed. A great round from start to finish for Daystar. A fleeting moment of hope for Knock Knock, but it was not to pan out for them, and Daystar have started quite convincingly on their defense. A lot of hope for them now at running away with some form of advantage.
Very solid round there for Daystar on their defense, like you pointed out. I feel like, Dev, maybe it's too early to call it, but I just feel like that one strategy from Daystar was pretty telling in the comparison between these 2 teams. It just feels like Daystar are more ready to use the tools that are available to them, the particularly strong tools at the moment. For example, on the side of Knock Knock, personally, I didn't feel like we felt the impact of things like the Fenrir, right? Like the mirror, that type of stuff. It felt like, you know, we saw a lot of Castle, that was quite innovative, but all this really strong stuff on the defense that didn't feel as present as it was on that particular strategy from Daystar, right? And they're going to repeat some of that all over again, right? We've got the Fenrir back in play, not just that, but we've even got the Solus on the side of Momo, who's been pretty lethal on it in a previous matchup.
Yeah, not to get all overthinky about it, but I'm just thinking about the operators that Knock Knock were picking on their defense. Ones like Castle, Wamai, Malusi. It's all about like movement and positioning and setups, like the architecture. And I think Daystar have a bit more clued in about how to use non-architecture based utility like the Fenrir, right? Like it's a trap. The Maestro, that is a camera, like a gadgets planted on, information gathering. I think that's really a stark difference between the interpretations of defense on these teams, and I think particularly with the operator bans present, Daystar probably have the better read.
I would be very inclined to agree with you on that. So here's Momo on an off angle into the entrance all the way at the top of the back stairs, although the player's on the rappel. That's Sandy on the other side, who's being pretty cautious about his entry being taken down half HP. Still though, these Daystar players are going to hold on to the other side of the map, not choosing to fall off just yet because the entry hasn't come through yet.
And the nature of Skyscraper with these bans and this setup is Daystar need to be careful not to over-aggress because the value that they get from a kill is not as high as the loss that they would get in losing an early pick. Like, if you're defense, you want to conserve your numbers because the way that attacks happen on Skyscraper, the way that attacking rounds are successful is by getting man advantages and then converting them. And so Daystar do have to be careful, like Momo in particular. It's nice to get some damage onto Sandy, but just don't overcommit because it's not worth the risk.
Knock Knock have got info on Momo, who's the player inside of Geisha. A couple yellow pings were going out, but the wall right next to him is fully reinforced. KZB is going to support his teammate and take down Rattler early on. And just as you pointed out, the defense now with the man advantage, what will they do from here on out? Will they continue to stay here for a little bit longer, try and find more value? They know the diffuser is there, caught in a rock and a hard place, really. And if they want to, they can choose to stay here for just a little bit longer, try and punish these attackers from collecting it.
Momo has been droned out, and he's likely to be peaked pretty soon. He knows the diffuser is still there in that corner. I don't think his teammates are going to be able to adequately support him. Jittery, where is the redrone? Where is the support? Knock Knock goes straight into the meat grinder. Finally, one goes back for Envy as they try and claw an advantage out of nothing. 2 versus 4. That diffuser still on the ground as Baz makes his way over towards it. Momo's got the info, and he's about to see it disappear as well. Envy's found Neon. Don't let this slip, Daystar. You had a 5v2. Do not let that go begging.
Tough spot still for Knock Knock.
He didn't get kit.
They've given up the diffuser and they're going to hit the bomb instead, so they've baited Momo into staying
What?
on the other side of the map, and Envy's going to try and hit the side instead. There's only one guy. They could isolate these 2 fights, but Momo's thought the better of it. He's going to fall back and then come back to the bomb site as well.
Okay, 2v5 from Baz and Envy. Now into a 2v1! They don't even have the diffuser. They need to go for the kill here. The Kotley might not know it. He gets taken out. What the hell just happened? How have Knock Knock stolen a 2v5?
They actually just got big brain dev. I don't know what else to tell you. Daystar have just got absolutely played by the 2 remaining players of Knock Knock. They realized that Momo was sitting there, gadget out, staring at the diffuser. There's only one player left on the bomb site, or 2 players left on the bomb site. So they go, okay, let's just leave Momo behind. Go hit these players on the bomb site. They had some kind of info, some kind of inkling of knowing where they were. Envy lands a nut shot. Momo comes back, gets caught in fray. And then somehow they can 2v1 the last player as well. They just got absolutely played that round.
I mean, I still don't understand it. Like, what's the point in not picking up the diffuser? I actually thought that Baz had accidentally not picked up the diffuser. Like,
no,
you know,
I think
sometimes
they left it behind. Because
deliberately?
Yeah, that's what I think, right? 'Cause
Then why
Momo-
wouldn't Solus just stay in Geisha if he knew he had diffuser?
I don't know.
Because he could have literally stayed there the whole round and won
Well,
on time.
Okay, that's true. He could have just stayed there and watched the diffuser. That's true.
I don't
But
know
at
why.
that point, like,
If it
his
was
mates
me-
died on site, right? Like,
But if it was me, I'm just saying, like, guys, I still had diffuser. Like, drop down the hatch, run away. Let's just burn
okay,
time.
yeah, see, that would have been the smart play to make, I think. That would have been the smart thing to do.
But, like, there's a point here. This kill, and this kill here, and this... Oh, that's how he died. What a tilter.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, Momo should have just stayed engaged. I don't know. I have... Well played by Knock Knock. I'm not discrediting that. But I am a little bit bamboozled as to what happened there.
Nah, I rate that play. I know that I might be getting really
You
into
rate
it, but
the
I
play.
reckon, like, if I'm Baz sitting there, like, okay, the diffuser's there, that's a bit rough, you know?
He walked up to it. He was like 1 meter from it and he didn't pick it up. That's why I
Okay,
thought it was
I
an
actually
accident.
think you might be right. Looking back on it, maybe he just thinks that you can like auto pick it up, right? But now you have
'Cause
to
it-
like hit the button to get it.
It depends on your setting. You can set
That's
it so
true,
that it auto
actually.
picks up, or that you like have to press it. So I don't.
Attackers
bloody
objective is to
whatever.
locate a bomb and
It's
defuse it.
it
Attackers
worked.
located a
Whatever it
bomb.
was, Envy and Baz got the job done. They didn't lose a single player in a 2v5. So credit to him. They're looking good. 4-4 is probably not where this game should be right now. Like, this really should be a 5-3. Daystar have got a couple of questions, and funnily enough, it was Knock Knock who just took their tactical timeout. So now both teams have taken their tactical timeout after winning a clutch, which usually you would take it after losing a clutch to recompose yourself. So I don't know if it'll work out for Knock Knock. Strange call, but I can't question it. I'm not the one in the server.
Right, here we go. Even Steven at the moment in the server. Jittery taken pretty low after an early engagement, but may find another one onto Hijack. Nice headshot there onto Jittery to claim the first one in the round.
That was a really sharp shot as well. Nice seeing these TCSGs get a little bit more play as well. The slug shotties. The Alder is a fantastic gun on Maestro, but that ACOG is tempting. And we're seeing these slug shotties come a little bit back into favor. Oh, nice tub. Yeah, that's cool.
He's still going to stand here and hold on to this angle for a little bit longer, although the entry has come in through Terrace. Invi's in and out straight away. Thinking it might be a little dangerous in there, so I'm going to wait for my teammates, and it seems like the entry is going to come in through the exhibition window.
Yeah, but Neon is there ready for it. Not a lot of bullets in this magazine for the AR-15, so he does have to be careful if he's dueling multiple opponents, but they are isolated so far. This is surely a kill. No, the timing is perfect for Sandy. He does come and save his teammate at the last moment, and he needs that because they're fighting from a numbers deficit. We've seen Knock Knock happily play from numbers deficits before.
Crossfire still held from the remaining few players in the top floor. Kotley covering one of his teammates who I believe is, yeah, here we go, Kotley and Momo holding on to this top floor together. KZB's even going to get in on the action, so triple Crossfire if they want to try and get into the fray of that top floor. Instead, they're going to try and think the better of it. They've got some drones in towards the bomb site now. That's Baz, who we're on board with at the moment, and what he is going to see is that, yes, there are many Legion mines, but not many people. There's only one anchor left on the bomb site, or even just adjacent to the bomb site. If they want to try and hit it, they can.
Yeah, but he didn't see that there is an Evil Eye, and Baz doesn't even try and shoot those goo mines. He's going to try and plant. First, he has to take out the goo. He's going to try and plant right in front of an Evil Eye that he misdroned. He does try and shoot it, but there's no way he's going to be able to deny this without some support. And Momo, he is taken down. Infi good for the cover, and Sandy's found his one above as well. Hijack needs to try and win this round to the best of his ability, but coming in from above, it's the hero, the savior, KZB. And he gets another one. 16 bloody kills on this man. And Daystar have stolen a round away from Knock Knock.
Oh my god, I mean, valiant effort there from Knock Knock. All credit to them. They thought the site was vacant, but it was a complete false sense of security. Vertical control still very much in the favor of Daystar, as KZB is going to collect 3 from above, raining bullets down on the players inside of the bomb site in tandem with the Maestro camera, who was just slowly ticking away at Baz, never able to get the plant down.
Oh, wow. A roller coaster again, Mandy, which is funny because Daystar's game yesterday against Dials was also a roller coaster. Just seeing so many rounds like, Team A has an advantage. No, now Team B has an advantage. Daystar had such a solid start there for a moment. And then Knock Knock somehow stole it back, and then it was back again. Oh, look at that. It's actually a 0v0.
Oh dear.
So the entire lobby has crashed apparently. So instead we're going to have a look. Beautiful architecture of this Japanese skyscraper and listen to some fat beats.
What?
Some fat beats. E-H-A-T.
I see.
B-E-A-T-S.
Oh.
I actually could
Spelling
get behind
bee.
this. It's pretty vibey.
It's not my, not my strength, not my forte.
They're like 4-letter words. Like, come on.
Yeah. See, I only play Wordle. I only know 5-letter words.
Well, beats is a 5-letter word. I can do.
Okay, that's
I can
true.
count up to 5, and I can spell words up to 5 letters.
That's very good. I think that's about as much as my lingo gets to as well. Wow, that was a bad sentence. English good.
Lingo is a good Wordle word.
That is not a bad word. That was the Wordle, actually, a few days ago.
No way.
I kid you not. Lingo was the Wordle a few days ago.
Wow.
Sorry.
That's so
Okay, I mean, I can't spoil it. What do I say? Look,
It's a
Wordle's
few days
really
ago.
dumb.
It doesn't matter.
But yeah. Have you done today's Wordle? Oh no, it's a new day. There's a new Wordle.
It's a new day as of 1 hour and 43 minutes ago.
Don't spoil the Wordle for me.
How long do we have? I could do the Wordle right now.
We could do the Wordle.
What's your starting word? That's my question.
My starting word is a rose. What's your starting word?
It depends how edgy I'm feeling. My favorite starting word, because it's really like pretentious, is eons. A-E-O-N-S. Because it's got 3 vowels in it and an S and an N, which are both really good. So I'm gonna try eons right now.
That's like the same as my word, but like mine has an R instead of an N.
A rose is probably objectively better, I'm gonna be honest. But, wait, what? Am I spelling eons wrong? Because it's not coming up. It says this is not a valid word.
Have they
I used to
removed
start with this
your
all the
starting word from
They
the
did!
Wordle list?
They literally... Oh, wait, no, it starts with A. Wait. A... Oh, AE. No, I was just spelling it wrong. Never mind.
Okay. Jeez. Are we sure that we can spell words up to 5 letters?
Apparently not. I can't even spell my own Wordle starting word. Well, I've just gone for it, and I got 1 green and 1 yellow. Sorry, that is a spoiler, but anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say hello.
Maybe I was lying. Maybe it was all grades.
That's funny. That's funny. No, surely we're not doing the Wordle on stream. That's not good. Thousands of other people could want today's Wordle. Like me. I'm one of them.
Fine, I'm gonna do it off stream, and I'm not going to spoil it, but I am currently doing it.
You are currently doing it. Okay.
I'm currently doing it.
I don't think I could like handle the pressure of doing the Wordle in front of thousands of people.
Well, the thing is, nobody knows like how I'm going. I could be done by now. I'm not, but I could be.
I guess. Not wrong.
I'm doing quite poor. I've done 3 words and I've only got 2 greens
no.
so far.
Those are bad signs.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's horrible. Is there anything that we should talk about with the actual game rather than 5-letter words? Because it has been quite an intense one.
It has, and I've actually massively enjoyed this game. I've taken a
Me
lot
too.
of little notes, but I also feel like we've explained everything to perfection. So instead, I reckon, Mandy, we should go and watch some funny video content pieces and look at a countdown. So maybe one day we'll be able to count past 5. That countdown starts right now.
Five seconds left. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag!
To go. 5 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Loading new mag! Got a reload.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser.
Cover me.
Reloading.
Reloading!
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Five seconds left.
Welcome back, everybody. Daystar v Knock Knock is back underway, and we have hit a bit of an impasse. It is 4 and 5, and we may have to rehost again. But let's just, let's bring people back in like a nice warm blanket, a nice warm cup of hot chocolate, cup of tea, whatever your fancy is. Mandy, this has been a pretty solid back and forth game thus far. This is, as we dubbed it, one of the best opportunities for South Asia to get a win over an SEA team, but also a solid chance for the rookies on Daystar to prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Daystar came into yesterday very exciting roster against Direwolves, and it was very scrappy and back and forth then as well, and it certainly hasn't changed going into Skyscraper against Knock Knock either.
Indeed.
Oh dear.
Rehost, guys. It's
no.
unfortunate. These things happen, As we say, it is what it is. But you know what else it is? It is another really quick break coming right up, and on the other side, we are going to play this video game.
5 seconds left. Attackers bombed it. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading mag!
To go. 5 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Loading new mag! Got a reload.
Drop the bomb diffuser. Located the diffuser. Located the diffuser. Seconds left. Operators. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 5 seconds. Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser.
Cover.
Reloading.
Reloading!
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have removed their diffuser. Five seconds left. Locate and defuse as many attackers will drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers will drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag!
To go. 5 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Loading new mag! Got a reload.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Changing mag.
Located the diffuser. Have located the diffuser. Seconds left. Operator. There has been dropped. 5 seconds. Attackers recover the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Attackers drop the diffuser. diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Five seconds left. Attackers bombed.
Throwing frag grenade.
Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading mag!
To go. 5 seconds left. Seconds left.
Loading new mag!
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Changing mags.
Located the diffuser. Have located the diffuser. Seconds left. Operators. Diffuser had been dropped. 5 seconds. Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser.
Cover me. Reloading.
Reloading!
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. drop the diffuser. Bomb diffuser. Ten seconds remaining. Bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Five seconds left. Attackers bomb diffuser. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading mag!
To go. 5 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Loading new mag! Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Changing mags.
Located the diffuser. Located the diffuser. Seconds left. Operators. 5 seconds. Attackers recover the diffuser. Attackers activating the diffuser.
Cover me. Reloading.
Reloading!
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and apologies for the extended wait. It took us a little bit, Mandy, to sort out some issues, but thankfully we are back in Knock Knock Daystar, battling it out here on Skyscraper, and yes, 5-4 in favor of Daystar. It's been a long and grueling game thus far. It's been a pretty scrappy one. We've seen some pretty solid attacks though, and the onus is now on Knock Knock to match up to what Daystar were able to do in the first half and find at least 3 attacks on their second.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the win condition for Knock Knock here, to be honest. Daystar, they brought along some pretty innovative stuff. It was well coordinated, the ideas were good, and I hope the Knock Knock can bring along the same. But if the first few rounds of the defense with Daystar are telling it all, the tools that they're bringing to the table have been pretty hard to crack through.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed by Daystar's use of util on these setups. We talked a lot about the Brava ban impacting the value of operators like the Fenrir and the Maestro, which we saw quite a bit of before, and it's proven pretty effective for Daystar. But obviously going to... This is Exhibition Office, right? Yeah, so Exi Office, this is where we already saw Knock Knock win their sole attack so far. So I wouldn't count it out just yet. They have a lot of solid tools to try and deal with this. Jittery, for example, these Twitch drones. We got like Thatcher Thermite to deal with Hard Breach. But I am curious about this roam game because it proved quite difficult last time.
So here we go, Envy on the Karaoke Repel is going to put some shots through the wall to see if he can take out any roamers early on, but Daystar so far playing it relatively safe. That being said, I just cursed them. Rattler to find the first pick onto Neon, a player inside of Dragon. Will open up the round for Knock Knock.
Good start. Roam clear already setting up well. And this Solus has been cornered here in Geisha. There is some support from KZB, and he has been on fire. You can't see the scoreboard now, but he had 16 kills before our rehosts. Here comes Momo. He's found one. He's dropped the hatch, but KZB is looking to hold on for a little bit longer, and he finds one. Forget about the opening pick. Knock Knock have been picked apart on this roam clear.
Really great double refrag on the side of Daystar, and now they're going to elect to fall off back to the safety of the bomb site as well. Knock Knock now looking to pick up the pieces. Rattler's going to make his way in through the ground floor, but it's a tough spot now with only 3 players left and a minute ticking down. A lot of map control has been afforded to them for now, so they can try and work off this to claw back a pick if they can find the right angle. But even then, going up against the mirrors on the sweep of this setup is going to be pretty tricky.
Especially from a numbers disadvantage, so they do need to start looking to equalize that numbers. Momo needs to be careful not to overextend here. He's likely been heard. Rattler was very close and should have heard that walk in that crash. Oh, no, the Vault. That'll surely punish him. And indeed it does. Momo, there was no need to make a play there. 30 seconds left and you had a numbers advantage. You have now seceded. Rattler is low HP and will have to regroup.
Solid angle here for Hijack as well, playing off the back of the mirror. He's going to land some shots onto the player jumping in through the double window and take him down successfully. So once again, Daystar holding on to their advantage with only 8 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and not much to be done here. Not much to be said. Daystar can simply hold their angles and wait for Knock Knock to come a knocking. But they won't be answered with anything friendly at all. And that does mean Daystar have finally found themselves on match point with a 2-round buffer and are in a very solid position to look to close this out on defense as they can head back to their primary bomb site.
It's looking good so far for Daystar. Potential final round of the half or of the series, and they've looked extremely proficient on the defense, playing very much a disciplined game, with the exception of Momo having a meander jumping out a bathroom window. But aside from that, great macro, I think, from the team so far. They went for that extended roam. They chose when to fall off. They supported each other on that fall off, and they found picks off the back of that as well. Great conversion from Daystar, and well, they're going to jump down into Bathroom and Master instead. See if they can find success there.
Well, this has been interesting to see this bedroom bathroom bomb site taken quite a few times, and according to my notes, the last time that Daystar played it, they were actually quite successful on it. In fact, yeah, I'm quite confident of that. I remember, I don't know if you remember, I think it was KZP above, he got that vert. Yeah, got that vert 2K.
Attackers are heading.
I think you might be right about that. And yeah, KZV on the vertical was able to retake, as if you remember, Knock Knock back then tried to jump their way in onto the bomb site. They thought the bomb site was clear, and it was, but it was false sense of security last time around, and they got taken down from above, and that's where KZV really jumped into play. This time around, will they learn from their mistakes? That's the real question, right? When they go in to go and clear the map, are they actually going to be a bit more proficient about clearing out the top floor to make sure that by the time they do go in for the execute, that the vertical can't then be played by Daystar?
Roam clear attempted, and there is some good info there. The drone to support that logic bomb. No kill confirmed as of yet. Another drone goes out, but these drones seem to be ineffectual at actually enabling kills so far. Now, Jittery's in a good spot. KZB rounds the corner. Damage done both directions. KZB finally taken down, but look at Momo. Through the outlines, we can see he's on for a flank, and he might be able to deal some damage. Jittery is low HP, but he has a solid read. Jittery's got to be careful not to overpeak.
Momo's going to take a step back as well, realizing that the jig is up and Invy's going to collect the kill onto KZB. Instead of clearing through the vertical this time around, Knock Knock are going to go for a full horizontal take down inside of kitchen and through pantry. Now they're going to look to try and enclose themselves onto the bomb site, but Cotley's going to punish that from the stairs. Great line of sight onto that player inside of reception, and Invy's going to try and capitalize on the control that he's got.
Big kill there for Hijack as well, so 3v4. I'm not confident in Knock Knock. This bomb site has proven so difficult for them to crack into because they're so distracted by this roam clear. Hijack has now found Jittery as well. It's just 1v1 after 1v1. Hijack doesn't know yet, but it doesn't matter because Momo's come and confirmed that kill. It's not looking great here for Knock Knock.
Yeah, no, certainly is, and Baz is going to try and open up this wall. That's a bit dangerous, okay? Yep, certainly so. Cotley rounds the corner and immediately takes him down. Exothermic charge in hand. It's all up to Rattler left in the 1v3.
Well, looks like the game may be done and dusted for Knock Knock. Unless if Rattler can pull off something unbelievable, forcing down that plant, but he's baited out. And that does give Daystar time to reposition. No need to as of yet. They're looking to play extremely patiently. Don't believe there's much info on site. You can't plant in the closet, my dude. You got it. Plant just on the edge, and so he does. He's faking it again. He knows he needs a kill here, but he's just not going to be given anything. And the longer he waits, the worse a position he will be in. There's just no way he can contest and find all these kills. Daystar ever so patient. The GG is called. A long and arduous game, but a massive result for Daystar as they pick up their first win here in the Asia League.
Really solid one for Daystar. The trend continues. Unfortunately, South Asia not able to get the one up over Southeast Asia, even on Daystar's debut into Tier 1. Really solid Skyscraper. Very, in particular, the second half, going back onto the defense. They played that with a lot of proficiency. They just looked calm and composed in their decision-making, and it was really well played.
Very solid work from Daystar in the end. It was, in the second half, I guess, a pretty one-sided affair. Like, looking back, it was 4 defenses successful. There was one tiny blip with that exhibition office attack that Knock Knock managed to pull. But even that, remember, Manny, that was a 2v5. Like, that should never have been won in the first place. And had that not been the case, then it would have been an even quicker affair. Valiant effort from Knock Knock. I know the expectation was that South Asia was going to struggle in this league, but unfortunately, it seems to be the truth, at least for now. Knock Knock had more rounds today than they did yesterday against Elevate, but Daystar have their first win. We'll break it down after the break.
Seconds remaining. Attackers drop the diffuser.
Well, it's a 1 in 3 chance.
Thanks. Is that how this works? Is it?
So,
I thought there was.
Yeah, one of us should at least get it right.
I have no idea.
This is just a guess, because I actually don't know. I did not play any of the Rainbow Six games outside of
Ready?
Siege.
Someone's got it right.
3, 2, 1.
Who got it right?
Yay!
It's not a question I'm answering.
Shit. I played a bit of Maestro recently, but I feel like I'm getting this wrong.
How could you get this wrong? I have no idea. This is such an easy question.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I did
Did you say
85.
85?
Did you say it's 80?
Perfect.
Well, actually, there's 80 in the magazine. It's
81.
1 in the chamber.
Yeah. That's what threw me off.
Yeah, 1 in the chamber. Can't forget about the
Is
one
that
in
why
the
you typed
chamber.
in 81?
I did
85.
85.
Yeah, interesting. But not 86.
Which was
not
actually
81.
also wrong.
Could you imagine 180?
Don't even need to give me the multiple choice, man. I know this one. Yeah.
How do you not know this? You guys should be
Do you
doing
not know this
stuff.
one? Do you not know this one? Some of us respect the law.
Really? Could you explain why he's the youngest?
Not because he was born after the rest. Stop looking at Manny's homework.
Ready? 3,
2, 1. Electric cow. Or E, as we call it. Because there is technically a bomb site immediately adjacent.
Oh, I know this one.
Done!
Of course it's right there.
Easy. I saw Rob's answer.
I
can't
don't.
wait to see how he reacts when he finds out that he's wrong. Easy.
3, 2,
Easy.
1.
Don't overthink it, guys. It's 30. 30 plus 1. Ah! That is not true. It is 30 because there is 30 in the bag and one in the chamber.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see this
That's
right
wrong. It
here?
is
30
wrong.
plus 1. What's 30 plus 1?
We are being trolled by Mr. I'm going to dox him right now in the content.
So you guys are rookie if you don't know this.
I actually have no idea.
Ready? Wait. You want to cheat my homework? There you go. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
5.
It's 4.
5. Yeah!
Don't ever cheat off roll.
Yeah, okay.
If you get this wrong,
I'm just going with logic here. I don't know. I don't actually.
No.
Logic, he's not an operator, he's a player.
There is one operator that has something really long and shiny.
What?
Oh, jeez.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Kai.
Wait, did we all write Kane?
Yeah, we all wrote Kane. Thanks for watching Big Brain 6 quiz. Guz sat down just to come back and look down the barrel. Thank you. See you soon. Welcome to Drone in the Unknown with my favourite, Oceanic and Agent.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right.
That's T2 in...
It's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a bit like T1. I don't think it's T2.
That's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
could also
right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank
nice.
you guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's Jake.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Ooh.
Villa?
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes,
No,
but
it's
also
not.
cafe. So
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I reckon
has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just lock it in. I don't even.
Has to be.
I'm
I'm
gonna
actually.
change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna cry.
You ready? 3,
2, 1. Cafe reading. Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
I'm
Oh,
looking.
do you know what it
I
means?
feel like it's Harry
There's
Potter.
computers in the top right.
I
Is it-
feel like this is workshop.
Custom-
Oh, not workshop.
Customs
Where's,
or
the,
Harry Potter?
where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me.
Shut up, you Locked and loaded and ready to go, boys, for the rest of the night. God, it feels like that night could drag on forever. We don't know. We don't know. We could be here until all hours of the morning. I mean, it already is all hours of the morning, Xenox, but fortunately...
That's fine, mate.
We do get to move on. That's the best part of this. We get to get into our final matchup of the night. And look, a night it has certainly been. There's been some performances that have been left to be desired, but 7-4, 7-5, 7-4.
They've been good games.
Look, it's been the most games I've seen. You know what I
most.
mean? Like it's
Yeah.
been the most, the absolute most, Xenox.
Yeah, and look, honestly, when we kind of discussed the match for Daystar and Knock Knock, it was very much all of the talent crew was basically, riding that Daystar train. They came through. Awesome. But I did give that little caveat that Knock Knocks is certainly a team that you can't go into it underestimating. And I think they showed enough, at least in this match. Almost knocked over my drink. But in this particular game, I thought they were in it really until the end, even though it's a 7-4 scoreline, right? You're not that far off a 7-5 loss, for instance. So I think they can hold their heads high. Certainly a better performance than the game against Elevate yesterday. And obviously for Daystar, great for them to be able to get a win as well. The unfortunate nature of this, though, it does now confine Knock Knock to probably being one of those two bottom teams. So they've got a big stretch of games coming up where they need to get themselves out of that bottom two moving forward. That's the goal moving forward for them. Obviously for Daystar, that certainly helps their cause of getting into the playoffs later on, but a big game coming up. And I think honestly now for Direwolves and Hasib Warriors, this could actually be a game that goes all the way to the distance. 15 rounds, calling it now, Rob.
Wow, that's how many times are we gonna have to jump in and out, do you think?
I'm gonna go with 3 rehosts.
Hey, what's the over-under, Michael? What's the over-under? Which one are you taking?
I'm gonna say 0. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's what we're all hoping for. But Direwolves obviously coming into this. We heard from the roster yesterday in respects to, kind of, I'm going to lean into the Joe conversation right now. Guz, he's been tremendous in the opening play day. Can he back that up, though?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of framing Direwolves at the moment to be in a little bit of a rebuild phase. I wasn't totally convinced what we saw last night was going to be enough to enter the sort of that like top 3 discussion that I feel like we keep having. However, I guess a lot of these teams are going to continue to progress, hopefully, maybe some regress as the stage goes on. So Direwolves will be looking to ride that wave. They have a lot of experience on this roster, and it's good to see the likes of Pika, for example, perform well day 1. Souffle not all that far behind. Joe, as you've touched on briefly as well, huge opening day as well for him. So I think Direwolves have a lot going for them, maybe not quite enough to put them in line with rebuilds like Elevate, for instance. However,
Sure.
I'm still convinced in this matchup they have more than enough depth to win this one out.
Jake, 4 out of their 7 rounds yesterday were won in 1vx's.
Oh, mate, how good was it?
I mean, it's one of those games that you just sit back and you've got to enjoy, right? Sometimes you get masterclasses, sometimes you get fumbles, but, well, Direwolves put on a little bit of a display. But look, in all fairness, speaking of displays, we saw a bit from Hasid yesterday. We saw the first 4 opening rounds go their way against, you know, really just the number 1 team in this region, Bleed. They really took them to the axe, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get much more done.
Yeah, now we were fortunate, and I say we as in me and Guz, just so people don't get confused between me and you, Rob, when I say we. Now, this was a game in which everyone wrote off. I actually will bring attention that there was actually quite a few upset people regarding the desk's comments about Hasid Warriors going into that game. Not so much directly about them, but more so the perceived matchup against Bleed. That Bleed were very much this massive juggernaut, and Hasid had no chance.
Yeah.
Then they come out of the gates and they win 4 rounds in a row, and they looked good doing it as well.
Absolutely.
They were sensational. They won all their entries. They were overwhelming Bleed for all intents and purposes. They made Bleed look really, really bad. So much so they enforced a tactical timeout. The unfortunate thing is that's where it all ended. They won their 4 rounds. Everything was peachy. Everything was great. They couldn't put a foot wrong, and then they lost 7 in a row. So what can Hasid do that little bit better? I think it's on-site execution. I think that's kind of what let them down. That final piece of the hurdle was very much, once they got to site, they did start to crumble. But getting there was fine. Map control and getting themselves into the building, good entry kills, having numbers, roaming, also good team coordination. These guys were great. I thought Zdux really led from the front on a lot of those attacking rounds. I know the numbers aren't the best necessarily for him. Doctor was sensational. But I actually think this is a roster that can actually win this game. So much so, I tipped them. At the start of tonight, I'm the only one that went Hasid Warriors over Direwolves. Yep. I genuinely believe they play at their best tonight. They can win this game. Hence why I just backed them in. I saw enough yesterday because they were the ones that were demolishing Bleed. Now, they obviously ended up losing that game, but I'm hoping, Rob, they've taken some learnings.
And just to clarify, you think that they can stand up against Direwolves, but they need to be at their best? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, cool.
They're not going to win this game if they're going to obviously play worse than yesterday or play average. They are very much going to need to play like they played those first 4 rounds. If they play like those first 4 rounds and they can do that for longer periods, yes, they can 100% win this game.
Yeah, well, we're all excited for that one. Hopefully.
And look at that, instant respect as well. Direwolves insta-banned the border after what we saw from Hasid Warriors yesterday. So I love that immediately. It's actually Direwolves showing that respect for Warriors. And we go to Chalet, though, which I actually don't mind, ultimately, for Warriors, too. Again, that kind of like open-style map. I think it'll be good for their team coordination.
Yep.
But I obviously kind of look at the last 2 maps. Really almost the last 3 maps, Consulate, Bank, Chalet. I think both teams actually are going to feel very happy with this map choice because they're all quite similar, a little attacking in nature.
Yeah, guys, we go back to Chalet for Direwolves. I mean, who do you think's won this process?
I want to say Direwolves quite comprehensively, actually, because Direwolves not only played Chalet last week, but the options available as well are decent picks for them. And did I say last week?
Yeah.
Sorry, yesterday, of course. Yeah,
That's
against the old Daystar, and they look pretty comfortable on that map. So yes, respect shown, border. I think the way in which the latter phase of the map veto process did play out, they left them with a couple of different options available, and maps where I'd expect them to do well. So Chalet, yeah, probably just tilts the discussion more in favor of Direwolves for me.
Interesting, because I was just looking at the map veto process as well for Hasid Warriors from yesterday's game against Bleed. Banned out Oregon, banned out Skyscraper. They've done that again tonight, right? So they've clearly got their insta-bans, if you will. What's interesting about those 2 maps in particular is, what do you think of those 2? Well, defense in nature, right? All about this kind of defensive-sided siege. So I think, again, if I'm Hasid Warriors internally, I'm thinking I want to go to these more aggressive, open kind of playing maps. And so therefore, I don't think they're going to be too dismayed with this. They did ban out Chalet yesterday, but it was one of their later bans along with then Consulate after that. And again, look at the 2 out of the last 3 are Chalet, Consulate. The border got taken away from them. That's fine. I don't think they would have cared that much about Labs or Clubhouse, for instance. And so I don't necessarily disagree with guys. I think Direwolves themselves will also be happy with this. But I do think that Hasid Warriors will back themselves in on this map. Don't be surprised if they get off to a good start.
Well, it's an exciting prospect because you've got, really the better team out of the two South Asian teams. I guess, that's at the moment that's relative to what we've seen so far. And they go up against a team that we really are kind of putting in that 4th to 5th spot, guys. Is there a possibility that Hasib can actually bring this this firepower that we saw against Bleed? Can we see them replicate that on a map like Chalet?
Yeah, most certainly. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see that. It comes back, though, to whether or not they can sustain that over the course of an entire match, which is quite lengthy, and if their progress or if their momentum gets stalled out, which we saw against that Bleed game, can we see that fight back? That can they have the find the dog in them? Can they bring that out, unleash it into the server? I think they'll be more competitive, no doubt. I'm not going into this thinking it's going to be near as one-sided as I thought the Bleed game was going to be. However, again, Divers with that experience, with the Southeast Asia qualities that going their way, they should be winning this in something like a 7-4. I could see maybe a World 7-5 if we see the absolute best of Hasib Warriors. Maybe even OT, but I would be pretty shocked.
Keep going.
I would be, but I would be shocked if Hasib Warriors walk away with more than 1 point tonight.
But then at their absolute peak, they could beat them. You
If
just
they have
never
a live
know,
game,
right?
I
You
mean,
just-
Divers will probably be in trouble. But
There we go. We
it's
got
only,
You know what?
it's only played A2.
If they had a live game, they might beat Dials. If you had a live game, would you even be in the server?
No. I mean, there's a reason I
No,
decided to
no.
cast Rob. I'm
Come
not
on,
very
mate.
good at the game.
Oh, I never touched it. That's for damn sure. I'm not going within a 10-mile radius of competitive play. I'll leave that to the professionals, as we do, of course, leave the game in the professional hands of Devin Mandy.
Thank you very much, Robert and the guys on the desk. Yeah, Mandy, this is our last game of the night, and it is another SEA versus South Asia banger. I'm not sure whether South Asia is going to have any more luck here with Hasib's Warriors against Direwolves, as we saw from Knock Knock against Daystar.
Well, look, Knock Knock, they were fairly competitive against Daystar. I'll give them that. Like 7-4, it's not terrible. They did all right on the defense. Steve Zora has taken on Direwolves. Now, I feel like that's a bit of a different story, right? Direwolves, they've been around the block a few times. They've got the experience, a lot more experience than Daystar have got. Whereas the Hasib Warriors, they're still struggling a bit to make an impact.
It's true. Now, if there's anything that we can take away for Hasib's Warriors here, is that they are a pretty good Chalet team. They did beat Knock Knock on this map in the qualifier in a pretty convincing 7-3. And in contrast, when Direwolves last played Knock Knock on this map, it was also in the qualifiers, and they won, but it was only an 8-6. So, yeah, I don't know where that puts us. Direwolves obviously have the more recent form, playing just yesterday against Daystar, winning 7-4. So, I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt over to Direwolves, but hey, let's see if Hasib's Warriors are ready to cook.
Alright, here we go. Banface is gonna go by us. Bravo Ban has been really popular, Dev, in this region.
Yeah.
Don't completely know the reason why it's specifically Bravo. In most games, maybe they've just realized that it's so good that it just can't be there. But isn't attacking already pretty hard as it is? You really want to be taking out Bravo? I don't know.
It is. I mean, it does leave other ingredients in. You know, Thatcher, for example, Maverick. So any hard breach should be pretty straight up, but of course hard breach is not everything on Chalet. Yeah, I do wonder how much they're going to play into these bans, like particularly that Bravo. We talked about it on Skyscraper. You play the Maestro, you play, we're actually already seeing it, even the Valkyrie, right? Useful, the Bravo is useful against that. What's the other one that we were talking about? It was Fenrir, wasn't it? Which has been banned out, so...
Yes.
Yeah. I guess it's really, firstly, up to Hasib's Warriors to try and counter the... or lean into the Bravo ban, and I think they've already done so by bringing the double intel operators.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. Maestro and Valkyrie in tandem is a lot of info for Hasib Warriors. I'm excited to see how they're going to play off the back of that. Not just that, but even then the combination of the castle and his army is going to make the inside of this map very much a fortress to get into. So it should be pretty challenging for Direwolves to make their way in on through the map and then navigate its interior. And even then, chances are they've got eyes on them the entire time. That being said, though, Dev, there is IQ for Seal, who is the perfect operator to try and deal with these sneaky Valkyrie cameras, and the Maestros as well once you hit the bomb site.
It's very true, but the thing that people often forget about Ikea is like, yeah, she's a soft counter. She's not really a hard counter because you don't just have to see them. You also have to destroy them. And for some of the Valkyrie cameras, perhaps just finding them using IQ will be enough. Like the one that we saw placed in lobby before should have already been spotted by Seal just based on where he is and the fact he's using a scanner right now. But that doesn't mean that they... Oh, wait. What the hell is happening? Cdux has gone for a runner and been punished for it. Joe Gore's happy about that one. He actually finishes him off with the secondary after running out of bullets with the R4C. But all right, well, it seems Warriors are setting the pace. Unfortunately, it's not quite working for them yet.
Yeah, look, fair enough. Try to do something aggressive off the back of, you know, catching them off guard, and it almost does for Joe, but he's proven to us just yesterday that he is, in fact, quite a sharp shot. Not the person you want to be running out against. Here's Pika facing a Keeper barricade inside a bathroom, but that will be destroyed fairly easily. That is on the window. I wonder if he's seen the Valkyrie camera directly behind him or not. Nevertheless, he will take out the default one regardless. Taha is going to claim the one back onto Pika to even up the man count.
Why are you swinging that? He's got a shotgun. He's right there, and he's just got ya. Delarx getting a little bit too egregious on that position, and Doctor is afforded an opportunity to bring the numbers back into his team's favor. 4v3 for Haseeb's Warriors, and Doctor in particular had a phenomenal game yesterday. You're trying to flash out a Warden with a shotgun. It's not going to work so well. I mean, he can just tank. Oh no, the timing! He disabled his gadget for some reason. I guess it doesn't matter because the push was ill-timed by Direwolves. Another one goes through. It misses again. He's just going to swing this at some point. Souffle's found Dini, and that does mean that Direwolves have brought things back. And Taha's also taken on down, so Seal can finally put the nail in the coffin here for Doctor, but not if he rounds the corner first. A misplaced shotgun blast leaves it all on Haseeb. The namesake of his team in a 1v3 will need to isolate some gunfights. Ideally try and use his utility, his gadgets, his Evil Eyes to his advantage. Is the time slowly ticking away for Direwolves.
Alright, I'm not going to lie, Dev. I didn't even realize that top floor wasn't the bomb site there for a moment. They still need to, after going through all of that, now go and convert into the ground floor. Now, that being said, it is 1v3. There's not a lot of time, though, and Haseeb does have the Elder in hand. It is the perfect gun to do it.
Yeah, but nobody on Direwolves has actually gone above. Guess it doesn't matter, because Seal is going to finish it off with a nice little wallbang. Well played from Direwolves. Again, scrappy rounds, but good result at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, solid round there for Direwolves. Yeah, scrappy, I feel like, is the name of the game between Direwolves and any team, it seems like. They are willing to throw bodies at the problem, but big round there for Seal. He's able to clean up the top floor pretty handily, 2 to his name, and then the final one onto Haseeb as well. Sometimes all you gotta do is shoot them. Don't overthink too much, and like honestly, I don't want to overthink that round too much, or I wouldn't overanalyze. They got to the top floor, they sent in some flashbangs, found the right timing somehow on this Warden with a slightly misplaced shotgun, and the round was over.
Yeah, this was the funny moment, right? Like, that was a very telling moment. If Seal had died there, very different result on the rounds. And yeah, I don't want to overthink it, Mandy, but I already am. And for me, the green flag I'm seeing from Direwolves is that they are bringing some util to clear problems, and they're using that util. The red flags are the fact that the flashes were mistimed with the peaks, and also it's a Warden, so flashes maybe not the right ingredient. And the second one is like no one's staying above on the hatch to try and deny kitchen pressure when you're trying to 3v1 there. But I digress. Maybe it doesn't matter in the end. An attack is an attack, a win is a win, and Direwolves have started strong.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think there are certainly some teething issues within that round, but nevertheless, a win is a win. You gotta take those ones, right? Anyway, we're gonna go over to Barring Games instead for Seed Warriors. They are not willing to repeat Dining in Kitchen as they did previously. It seems like Direwolves are gonna look to sweep them out as well. They've brought along the double roam clearing operators of Dokkaebi and Lion to aid their cause.
Good operators to engage that early pressure. The Lion, the Doke, even the Grim to some degree. And, of course, finding an early pick is everything on a map like Chalet where you can really zone out defenders. We saw it last round where Haseeb Warriors were a little bit too aggressive. Okay, here comes Seal. He's so sharp, this guy. And he does know where this one player is. Taha's now dropped downstairs and found a kill on the Felark. So the player that was meant to be just watching flanks ends up losing his life. And Taha will be having a laugh about that. He's been worth his weight in gold.
Solid fall off there for Taha. He had his route to get his way on out. He knew the entries were coming, and he manages to get one away for his troubles as well. Seal now, knowing that there was a player here just a few seconds ago, has now vacated dining and down the hatch. Taha will probably hold on to that for a little bit longer, right? If he can sit there in that position, he can pose a threat for a flank a little bit later on. He can come up through lobby. In that position, he's got a lot of options come later on in the round. But for Direwolves, they've got other things to think about right now. They've got half the top floor control, but not all the way into library. Now they need to start sinking some of this utility on the Azami setup on the top floor. They can actually just shoot this Cuba barricade. It's a bit dangerous, but they can. It is Dokkaebi with the DMR.
You really would think that with this many DMRs in the lineup, like obviously Lion as well, it would be pretty easy. I'm a little surprised that Seal is so insistent on using his nades, because the nades would have been nicer to try and clear out this position. Oh, hang on a sec! Souffle doesn't even need to try and clear the keeper. He'll use it to his advantage. Now the defense is left scrambling. Dini is now trapped in the dark corner, looking to make his way down, but he does expose himself to Souffle. Seal has been taken down and now finished off as well. So at least something back for Hasid's Warriors. 30 seconds to play.
Well, I guess that's the disadvantage of having a keeper barricade there instead of just a shield, right? You don't have the little slits that you can see them through, so the attackers just walk straight up. And now they're having a look at the bomb side as well. Zedux is really low. It's really only up to Taha here to make the difference.
But Pika's not checking the run angle. He's going to walk straight into him. Taha has found one, and that does make it a 1v1. Good flash there, but oh, this is perfect. The Solus is the perfect operator for this. The pre-fire around the corner nets Taha the clutch. A massive 1v2. A little bit close for comfort, but it does get Hasid's Warriors into the game.
Great round from Taha. 3 in the round, I believe it was, at the end there, cleaning house as they tried to go in for the execute. Coming up through the basement says they didn't quite expect him taking the engagement into the hallway and then finding a cheeky reposition behind the Kiva barricade that we spoke of oh so often in that last round. Solid round for Hasid Warriors.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
It's like a shame that Hasid's Warriors are like it's coming down at clutches. Because I don't know, like again, really back and forth round. Like Direwolves didn't seem to have like the positions to deal with a lot of the util, and then they brute forced it, which seems to be the Direwolves MO. Like a team, as you said, not afraid to just send it, right? Which has been catching Hasid's Warriors off guard, but yeah, in the end, just the ability to really buckle in the clutch moments. It goes a long way for Hasid's Warriors. I'm not sure whether it was just like a lack of time management at the end for Direwolves meant that it was quite challenging for them to muster up the resources to like drone out these final players, or maybe just a bit of desync, but Hasid's Warriors have done a great job of capitalizing.
Hasid himself looking for a spawn peek out onto these attackers on the other side. No one is there to meet him. Idiot will fall off it. That's alright. Change bomb sites once again. Go on.
It is very ambitious to spawn peek with his army. The one operator that has the most value like later in the round.
Yes, compounding value. I would have to agree with you. Well, that's nice, using the drill of the Ash Charge to take down the mirror early on off the back of Seal's teammate. Opening up the barricade does mean that a lot of that pressure coming from down inside of Dining has been taken away now, or at least a little more blinded for the defense. Joe as well finding a great entry into Taha all the way down in the basement, supported by his teammate of Seal, and looking to try and take as much map control as they can.
I do quite like this from Direwolves. Really looking to hunt down any roamers and take this map control. Now, admittedly, the map control is very far from the bomb site, which is all the way upstairs in Master, and yet they're clearing the basement. But netting a numbers advantage can lead to great things on this map. You can flood, overwhelm, look for your 5v4s, your 3v2s, your 2v1s, and capitalize. And so I think the next point of contention is to target Zedux, who's roaming down here, actually peeking quite aggressively into West Main. Just be careful not to lose his life. He does a lick of damage and is continuing to run away. It looks like he's just going to play to drop down the hatch.
You're exactly right about that. Chalet is one of those maps where, oh gosh, that's a scary angle for Zedux. The Deimos scan is going to go onto him as well, so they are going to see his fall off route too. But I think you said it exactly right. Chalet is one of those maps where it's small enough that you can really take as much real estate as you can, and then go from there and see what you can get. Souffle now tracking that roamer that has fallen off, is isolated on his own, is going to take that scan off him now, and Hasib instead is going to turn his attention in towards Solar, where the rest of the attack is coming from. Seal finding a great entry up the Solar stairs, just as we're speaking of, will now find the next point of contact against Hasib.
Hasib's really got to win this. He does get one, but he is traded. Not too shabby considering that elsewhere Zedux has found another pick. I believe that was the player on the double window, perhaps. He's just got it from down below. He still has a C4. Oh, big jump in from Seal, though. Great info and great read, and now Dinny is being tracked by Souffle, who's looking to push for the kill. He sees the player for a brief moment. Plant being forced down, and no, you don't want to do that when you're Deimos. It enables the wall bang, the ping comes through, and now Din has made this a 1v1. Seal has been big. 6 kills to just 1 death so far, and he's looking for this plant, but ran in the corner. Din's gonna have it dead to rights. Could it be 2 1v2 clutches in a row for Hasib? It is indeed a massive moment now for the defense, who have basically stolen 2 rounds in a row.
Oh man, you absolutely called it there on the Deimos. The ping goes both ways, and it seems like one of the players on Zywolves have just forgotten about that small, tiny detail, costing them getting the plant down, and then eventually costing them a round as well. Din too sharp, good with the rotation. Seal not quite able to find the plant spot that was safe from the line of sight of Din. Really well played there in the 1 versus 2.
Oh, wow. Zywolves really need to be careful, because too many of these rounds they're letting slip in those dire moments. It's funny, man, because the start of the round seems pretty solid from them. Maybe not every time, but in that round in particular, right? Great roam hunt, great job isolating these players, taking map control. It's just those late rounds, especially when there are a couple of players down, like even if it's a 2v1, a 3v2, numbers are tight, they do quite struggle to make this work in those late round moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Direwolves struggling very much in the late game. We saw them do that same thing yesterday, right, Def? We commented so many times how many rounds in that Direwolves game ended in clutches, in 1vx's. I think it was like 4 or 5 rounds or something like that. I think it just goes to show that, yeah, Direwolves, while they're really good at this early game, by the time it does hit the late game, it can get a bit scary.
Oh, okay. The entire Hasib's Warriors has now backed out, so it looks like we're going to rehost this one. Haven't really got much information about that round, to be honest. Like, it was just a bit of a setup. But, yeah, I don't know. Let's talk holistically about this game so far, Mandy. Because, I don't know, I'm 2-1 up for Hasib's Warriors. Both of them clutches. If I'm going to be pretty brutally honest, I was expecting more out of Direwolves. I think that... Yeah, just fumbling the bag a little bit there.
Yep, I would have to agree with you as well. I think, yeah, Direwolves, they just look a bit messy, I think, in terms of what they're trying to achieve. Every attack round, it's felt like they have like a plan initially to get into the building, but then by the time it hits, like, coming to the execute phase, it doesn't feel very well called or very well thought out. And I think ultimately, yeah, it might work a few times against a team like Hasib Warriors, which are a little bit more inexperienced, but I think the moment that Direwolves face an opponent that's a bit more disciplined, they'll probably struggle with that lack of structure and the lack of, you know, having a well thought out late game.
Yeah. Yeah, look, credit to Hasib's Warriors, right? Like, it takes a good individual play to take advantage of a situation like that. But yeah, you can't deny that Direwolves have left the door ajar. It's Hasib who are going up and smashing it back open, but that door does have to be left ajar. And I think tightening up those man advantage situations and the late round calling, I think it's probably a calling issue, would be my guess. Like, obviously we don't have comms, and I also don't speak Chinese, which I believe is what Direwolves are coming in. But yeah, like in the late rounds, you really just need someone to say, okay, you're gonna plant here, I'm gonna cover from here, and it just has to be like quick, succinct, and all in sync. And I think that that's what's lacking.
Right, yeah, I would agree with that. Do you actually know who the IGL is of this team now?
I don't.
Because I don't know anymore. Like,
I would have to ask. I have a feeling it's Souffle would be my guess.
I
know it's...
Yeah, I think that's a fair guess as well.
It used to be Souffle was, you know, big entry player on the team. But yeah, I haven't really followed who's been because obviously it was ED way back in the day, and then Harambe I think
Yes.
took the mantle when he filled in as sub. Yeah, I'd have to guess that Souffle is kind of the biggest leadership figure on this team.
I think that you may have found the root cause of the problem, to be honest. I feel like I'm not going to lie. Like, yeah, no, I don't know this team
They
super
don't
well
have
anymore.
one.
But maybe the leadership isn't as well developed as we would hope for this team. And yeah, especially when you have this 5, it's quite difficult to pick out a leader. And that can sometimes be a red flag, especially when you need to coordinate something in a very short amount of time that can't be pre-planned. Such as executing. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you've done a pretty good job there in finding the root cause.
Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting thing about like the history of Direwolves, like what a team these guys were. Like they were the best team in not just Asia but APAC South, right? And probably the best team in we reckon the best team in APAC at the time. Like when Damwon Kia, now D+, like dropped off, I think these guys were probably one of the next best. Like maybe after Elevate struggled a little bit. I think, you know, around the time of the Jönköping Major in 2022, I think these guys probably rose up to the top, and they, if I recall correctly, like they did quite well in Jönköping. They didn't end up making it out of groups, but they had a really good game against FaZe, I believe it was.
Correct. On
and-
Skyscraper.
Wow, you have a better memory than me.
This region's favorite map.
Apparently, we've seen it, what, twice today? Yeah, so I don't know what to say about like the history of this team. Where they were, amazing, and where they went after, you know, there was the whole drama with ED being dropped and then Reaps leaving. They never really recovered from that, and it's been a slow downward spiral. We hoped maybe there was a shining light yesterday when we saw Joe Gore farm yesterday, and obviously, who did we have on the interview yesterday? I think it was Seal.
Sapper. Oh no, not Sapper. Yeah, no wait,
team,
you're
mate.
right. You're right.
I think it was
sorry.
Seal, right?
You're right, it was Seal. I was thinking S in my head, and I just instantly went to Sapper for some reason. Yeah.
We
Seal.
did have Sapper yesterday, but for a different team. Yeah, no, I think it was Seal, and Seal said that Joe Gore just came like from ranked, like straight out of ranked star, 18-year-old, you know, fresh up, which is great, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have good leadership.
I've just realised I've been talking to no one for a couple seconds. Unless, yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, there was an iteration of Direwolves a little while ago where it felt like no matter what roster change they made, they were like good for like a year. Back when like Harambe was kind of in and out of the roster, like playing it, but now it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think the other person that I'm really sad to see go out of this roster is Jackie Wu, man. He's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Like, damn, that guy was like the most charismatic person in this region. Every event he would be there, he'd be like encouraging the team, being like, come on guys, we're still in it and stuff. And now he's gone. So I don't know. I think a lot of the key players on Direwolves that were either leadership figures or had really good team dynamic are like kind of gone. That, or maybe we just need to get to know these players a bit better. One of them.
Well, I think a bit of both, right? Like, obviously, we are super nostalgic, and that's just the nature of being around in the scene for such a long time. Like, I was so attached to that old Direwolves roster, so attached to ED in particular for being such a homie. Now, he is still around on Daystar as a coach, but, you know, ED left, you know, Reaps left. Obviously, he's doing great things now on Bleed. You know, Harambe left, Jackie Wu left. It's pretty devastating when you see all these great players phase out for various reasons, whether it's performance or time to get in some new blood, or whether it's stuff happening in live. And I guess you just have to flip it on its head and say it's an opportunity to showcase young talent. And I want to point out players like Seal and players like Joe Gore. They've already been stepping up massively. Now we're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards we'll get back into this game.
If anyone can guess this right,
That's T2 in...
It's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a
That's
bit like
backstairs.
T1. I don't think it's T2.
That's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
could also
right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank
nice.
you guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's Jake.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Oh, really?
Why did I agree to do this again?
Ooh.
Villa?
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes, but also cafe. So I reckon that carpet's red. I reckon that's like.
I'm gonna just lock it in. I don't even know.
Has to be.
I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it. Yeah. If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna.
You ready? 3,
2, 1. Cafe reading. Cafe reading.
Yeah. That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
I'm
looking. Oh, do you know what it would be?
There's, like there's computers in the top right.
I feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
not workshop.
Customs or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you
Vents.
Bobby.
Oh!
Wow.
Damn.
Would never have got that.
Yeah, no one did coast, right?
No. Alright. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom? Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Wormhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm ready. Let's go.
That's a light.
Shut up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No. Steam.
About as good as mine.
I said Bane Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace!
I've been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking. So.
Yeah, it's like mattress up against the wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it. I very often pre-place drones here, so I should be on the right track.
Turn.
Is it Blue Bunker?
Yes! I pre-place here all the time! Yeah!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-place, I was like dining, because that's where...
Is it false scent, mate? False scent.
This one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes!
it was
I
Bank
knew you
Lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I was legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
How wrong am I?
Is it?
Oh, it is off. I got one!
I did break room. No way! Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's hope it doesn't end.
Rob. Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
You got there!
You got there. Talent drama, take 1.
Alright, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm gonna have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! Oh, I feel dogged by
Dev
this.
cop a stray?
Yeah, Dev definitely caught this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes, and you'll be on in like 5.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag.
I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went wrong.
What?
I went-
Yeah,
I went
that's what I'm
wrong.
talking about, baby.
Big dog!
Big dog!
Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn peeking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
You haven't played enough
The
with us,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
You might if I haven't. I just picked the worst.
It's
person.
the
That's
it's
what
the
I've
most
done as well.
obvious. It's the most
That's what
obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows. Yep.
Is that a first 5 out of 5? Yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
Oh, this is actually tough. I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait,
I
who
have
did you
had
say?
to call both of you to get on an Asia show before.
Oh, yes! That is true.
That is.
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke me
And
up and was like,
yes.
why is Mandy calling you over and over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then
Welcome back, everybody, to Direwolves versus Hasib's Warriors here. Play Day 2 of the Asia League for Blast R6. If you're just joining us, where you been all night? We've had some bangers, and perhaps this one could be the same. We kicked off the night with two absolute classic matches with what is likely to be the top 4 teams in the region going head-to-head, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And now we're potentially fighting for those outside-inside playoff spots, Mandy, right? Like the top 6 out of this 8-team league go to playoffs. Now, obviously, top 2 get a free win in those playoffs, so that's really where you want to be. But you'd rather make the playoffs in a low seed than not make them at all. And I think, you know, I would almost put money on the fact that one of these 2 teams will not make it to the playoffs. Which one is it going to be? You guys are going to have to stick around and find out, aren't you?
I feel like that is a very fair place to put your money, to be honest. Especially with the way that Direwolves have gone so far. They haven't looked super promising yesterday, and especially in this showing against the Hasib Warriors, who have been pretty on the ball at the moment. It's not looking too good, and I feel like that is fair enough. These 2 teams could certainly be the ones eliminated out of the top 6 if they don't show up soon. Hasib looking to take fight onto Joe, who's been extremely sharp for the past 2 days. We'll take him down on the Dokkaebi.
And it is Hasib who are more likely to be that team on the outside looking into the playoff spots, simply due to the fact of their experience lacking a little bit in the Asia region, with Southeast Asia, of course, coming from the South Asian region. Veterans of that scene, but historically a region that has struggled to hang with the Southeast Asian counterparts. Even though Direwolves does have quite a few rookies on it, those rookies are stepping up, like Joe Gore, as you said, already found the opening pick. Had a massive 16-kill game yesterday. Actually one of the vets to go down, though. Pika, taken out quite early by Taha, and that's the hard breach to boot. Now, there is extra hard breach redundancy on the Thermite, but as we are looking at a basement defense, I mean, this is not really ideal. You know, you want the double hard breach available. Only 1 exothermic charge left as Felox almost loses his head to quite an aggressive Goyo player. Where is the move now for Direwolves? They've had quite a bit of aggro, and I mean, yeah, Hasib's Warriors want to keep taking the fight to them. I mean, I have a lot of respect for someone like Taha going for an aggressive play. Like, he was trying to make plays based on the info from the Valk and the Echo, but you got to know when to pick your battles, right? And when you're in a numbers advantage or a numbers equality, that's likely not when you want to be making plays. You need to be waiting. Now, Zdux has been droned, and he's just wondering whether he has or hasn't. And he is absolutely destroyed there. Souffle through the vert. There was also a player outside the breach ready to pick him out. And now 20 seconds left. 2 players up for Hasib's Warriors on this defense. Now, the win condition is denying this plant. How is that going to be possible? Dini gets out his util, gets out the Yokai drone, and does deny the plant for just a brief moment. However, it might not be possible. Doctor does swing and deny, but the trades come through quickly for Direwolves, and they do lock in a second round, tying up the score.
Yeah, not a bad round there for Direwolves. Solid roam clear, I think, throughout the early game. Joe has just been on the ball, honestly, with that Dokkaebi. Like, if I'm watching this game right now, I've seen Joe go crazy on the entry on that operator 2 days in a row. You're definitely having to think, okay, maybe it's time to start banning out the Dokkaebi, right? Anyway.
Yeah. Dokkaebi is insane. Like, in this league, it's funny we're seeing so much Brava ban, because I honestly reckon you chuck some Dokkaebi bans in this region. Like, these guys love it way too much. Throw a spanner in the works.
That's
why
what I'm saying.
Well, this is why I respect Bleed, right? Like, Bleed banned Deimos against Fury. That is baller. Like, who bans Deimos? Nobody in Ranked, I'll tell you that much. You can't ban Deimos in Ranked. It's like they're sick of that little grayed out button over Deimos in Ranked, and they're like, nah, we're in comp now, let's give it a shot. And I love that. Like, you identify an opposition as particularly good with an operator, get it out of here.
Yeah, absolutely, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, keeping that Dokkaebi in does mean that Joe has got his comfort pick on the entry, and we saw him do it on Chalet, this exact map, this time yesterday, and it was pretty dangerous. So yeah, Seed Warriors struggling a little bit in the early game, and then eventually not being able to stay safe on the bomb site as they managed to go for the plant there. 2-2 is the scoreline now between these two teams. That's a lot of twos. I think I'm losing my mind. I was going to say that's a lot of twos, and it's 2, but it's actually 3. So, damn.
It's 2 o'clock somewhere in the world.
It is 2 o'clock somewhere in the world.
Where is it 2 o'clock right now? I guess.
It's 2 o'clock somewhere else in Australia, no? No, it's
is
not.
there any 1 hour time difference? Wait, no. Yeah, in Queensland.
Oh,
because Queensland
you're
is
right.
on.
Yes, you're right.
Queensland's on standard time, whereas we're on daylight time down in Alps. So there you go. It is 2 in Queensland.
It's 2-2 at 2 a.m. if you're in Queensland. Exciting news. Anyway, here we go. Another defense attempt for Seed Warriors. They went down to the basement last time. They lost it, and they're not happy to go back again. So we're going to go over to kitchen and dining instead. Last time this bomb site played out, Hasib was left all by himself, all lonely on the bomb site in a 1 versus 3 with the Elder in hand, and he didn't win it out. That was the one that Direwolves landed on the board. Hope they can do it again.
I think Direwolves just need to lock in here. They've taken their tactical timeout. They lost 2 rounds to 1v2 clutches, and had they converted those solid advantages, this would be a 4-0 start in their favor. We would be talking about a very different story. So Hasib are lucky that they can say, oh, we've just banked those 2 clutches. If they can find a 3rd round, I'd say that's a pretty solid first half, you know, considering defense can be a bit of a struggle on this map. But of course, it's not everything. They are going to have to deliver on attack as well. And Direwolves, now that they are firing up, are a team to be trifled with.
Direwolves looking for a solo-sided attack to clear up the top floor. To start things off, Taha is on the other side of this fight with Felarx, dueling with the Hibana. I don't know how much I rate these zombie barricades on the windows.
Quite useless.
As opposed to between them, because they can be punched with your bare hands. Now, Felarx has got plenty of info on him. Souffle's out there for the cutoff as well. He's used this last zombie barricade on the bathroom window, and meanwhile, Pika has managed to find another pick off the double window. Well, down but not out just yet.
I think Zedox is going to be able to revive him as well there, but the timing could be a bit awkward here for Doctor. Is he off his feet yet? No, he's still crawling on the ground. I'm not sure if Zedox was able to come and support, and there he is. Zedox has come in, taken down Pika, picked up his teammate, thanks to as well some support from Din down below, but Joe! It's always Joe! And the round may be Jova. 4v2. Hasib's Warriors left floundering. They've got to make some plays. They've got to get around it. They've got to look for some flanks, and it's Hasib to try and do that himself. But with Joe 6-0 since this rehosts, I don't reckon there's a big shot in it for Hasib's Warriors. This has got to be the flank of his life.
I mean, this could happen. Oh no, they know exactly where he is. Souffle turns around, takes him out. Dinny, now the one, left all alone on the bomb site, but it isn't a 1v3, it's a 1v4. Seal says goodbye, takes him out. Clean round for Direwolves.
Very clean round. The only thing that could have gone wrong was the aggressive play from Zedox, managing to take down, I think it was Pika, and then look for that revive. Thankfully, Joe's there. Joe seems to always be there. He's everywhere. And he's been a shining light for Direwolves on their entry. Love to see a young up-and-coming ranked star, fresh 18-year-old, get around it and start having big plays. I mean, 3 kills back-to-back like that. Obviously, 1 was down, but doesn't discount the impact of that play, because Taha would have been revived in mere moments had Joe not gone for that play. Now, Direwolves up by 1 round. But I'll say this again, Manny. This really could be 5-0. If Haseeb hadn't got 2 of those clutches, this would be a 5-0 lead.
It wouldn't be a Direwolves game without a 1vx, Sev. I'm going to say this early
Losing
on
a
in the
1vx?
stage. I'm going to, yeah, exactly, without losing a 1vx. I'm going to say this one early on in the stage. No, we are not going to escape this curse. Such is the nature. Anyway, Direwolves though, they looked pretty good there. I thought that was a very solid attack. Good collapse in on the top floor. Well planned out. Joe got a 3k. That was epic. And now, Haseeb Warriors are thinking we still don't want to go and repeat any bomb sites. Do something
Why do
new.
people
Yeah.
keep? Why do people keep
peeking
spawn
with
peeking with his army? Why with his army? Like, if anybody, why his army? They're like, yeah, she's nerfed now. It doesn't matter.
Oh dear. Alas. Some of those Azami barricades are rather challenging to take down, even though the nerf has come through in this position. Which is why Felix is still sticking on to the Hibana, as I'd imagine. Nevertheless, they still have at least a DMR in the lineup of Joe if he wants to take some of them down quickly.
DMRs cannot be undervalued in this current meta when Azami's in play. We only see a couple of teams play. I reckon, I don't know if this is a bold statement, I feel like the best teams are the ones that play a few DMRs. Like, every now and then you see like a Dokkaebi DMR that's kind of just there because Dokkaebi has got a DMR, and so you may as well bring it if you want Dokkaebi. But only a couple of teams are like actively choosing to bring like Brava with Camas or Lion with the...
I see what you
the
mean.
417. I reckon, yeah, I reckon there's correlation. I
see
reckon
what
the
you
best
mean.
teams are the
Yeah.
ones that are bringing those DMRs.
Not everyone is doing it with intention. I definitely
Yeah.
agree with that. I certainly agree with that. I don't know if this is one of them or not, to be honest. Seal, down from below, in the basement, has managed to find Taha, who has been a bit of a lurker these days. He's about to find another, potentially onto Doctor, who goes for the repeat, successful. Headshot onto him. Meanwhile, Zedox, though, has been taken down and finished off by Pika. But here goes Felox straight into the
Oh,
bomb
what?
site.
Man, what was that timing there? Haseeb gets the better of him. Thankfully, Joe is still alive, and he does bring back the numbers for Direwolves. And things are pretty awkward now as both of these defenders are essentially locked into sight. However, the diffuser is locked in there with them, and that does restrict Direwolves' options here.
Oh my god, I kind of forgot that Grim had the Bailiff. Sorry. Wow, just a small revelation. Little bit of vertical pressure will come out because Grim has got the secret gun. And that means Haseeb might not be safe behind the bar for all that long. In fact, it's Dinny to go down instead to Souffle. No idea from where. I'd assume that from the vertical himself. Haseeb now looking to try and take an engagement early. 1 versus 3. Needs to look for a fight. He can't do it. Joe will take him out. Direwolves picking up another pretty clean attack round.
Very clean. And can I just say, Joe is such a bloody gamer. Like, what is he on now? 8, 9 kills, no deaths since this rehost? He is just farming. I love seeing him run amok with that SMG-12. The SMG-12 is a hard gun to use. Like, yeah, it's got a really high fire rate and a fast, like, damage, but yeah, the recoil is really something, and it takes a lot of mechanical skill to muster up the courage to grab that gun and use it as your primary entry. But Joe Gore's just a Chad like that.
Bro is a Dokkaebi merchant. What can you say?
Well,
He's good at it.
we've gotten rid of the 1.5x merchants now, thankfully. Now everyone's going to become a Dokkaebi SMG-12 merchant, and then they're going to nerf it again.
Such is the cycle of life, no?
Yeah, very true,
Yeah.
very true.
It's like
Well-
everyone suddenly got too fast with their mechanics, right? Like everyone like figured out how to do the super fast jiggle peeking and stuff like that, and then
Yeah,
the
they
game
slowed it all down.
decided to become slower.
Yeah,
You
I'm
gotta
gonna-
slow these players down, man. They're too fast.
Yeah, I think what we should do is just like, if you're too good at the game, we just like chuck 2 10-kilo dumbbells and like attach them to your operator, and you got to go and use them, run around with them. Don't tell me this is the spawn peak that works. Like, no, okay, no one's gonna peek it. But like,
Hell
at
no.
least Joe is using like a good gun to spawn peek with. Like he's oh no, the timing.
That's
He's gonna
unreal. Oh, he's
re-peek
gonna
that.
re-peek it.
Oh, Chad.
Go for it. I mean, he's 8-0, mate. I mean, that's after the rehost. I don't know what he is now. What was he before the rehost?
What was it? It was 2-1 at the rehost, right? And so I don't know. It was probably
He's
he would have
10
died twice.
And 1, 10 and 10 and 2. So
Possible,
2.
very possible.
He's got a lot of kills. He's allowed to go for spawn peaks. That's okay.
He's a gamer. He's a gamer.
Right, here we go. So Joe's thought the better of it and has decided to pull off slightly back towards the bomb site, thinking that something might be amok on the other side of the map because his side of the map has been a bit quiet, and such is life. Solar is in fact being taken. A couple players out in the rappel, double window open as well, and I believe someone entering in through the basement, so certainly got the right read on what's going on.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured out the push yet from Hasib's Warriors, though. I think it seems to be a bit of a vertical push, like trying to put some pressure down below. But there is a player here repelling on the double window. Like, it's a classic position outside trophy from Tar. Yeah, so they're trying to pinch out all these players downstairs, but there's no pressure from Lobby as of yet. Zedux is trying to make his way up West Main, and it looks like he's done so. And so they can start putting the hunt in here on Felarx, and it does happen to be a bit of an exchange, and Zedux comes in from behind. Seal's gone down as well. Now, my question is, what does Souffle do? Does he commit? Nah, he's going to fall back.
What is going on here? Oh my goodness, Pika's gone for a meander on the outside of the building and has not been able to kill the person on the rappel. They go for the fast rappel all the way back down to the ground. And in the midst of all of that, somehow, Hasib Warriors have found yet another pick, leaving just Pika all on his own on the bomb site.
Does have some support from Souffle downstairs. Ooh, rough there for a moment. This could be everything though. Souffle coming on up. It's a 1 versus 4. He's got the info. The plant's down. Denied, rather. He can play below as Solus. If this player near the hatch exposes... he could find the head. No, Zedux bests him, and Hasib's Warriors find their first attacking round and start to go towards evening up this scoreline. It's been quite a drought for Hasib's Warriors, but they get their first round since the rehost.
Yeah, solid attack there, managing to stave off the threat of all the spawn peaks early on, find their way in through the solar side of the map, which was completely uncontested by Direwolves because they were so spread thin on the other side of the map all the way in Library, and then from there convert the round with some solid entries.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
You concur? Yes, indeed.
Verily so.
I actually don't think I can think of a sentence. Sorry. I just...
That was a sentence, so you thought of it. You did good.
I tried really hard to say something smart there off the back of that, and I just
You were like trying to think of like
completely
some
blanked
kind
out.
of retort.
Yeah.
You wanted to continue
Yeah.
the bit. You wanted to be
I was trying
like,
so hard to like think in like something Shakespearean there for a moment. I was like, oh yes, you can say
I was
something fancy, and then
I was thinking
no,
like
nothing
Sherlock Holmes vibes. You know, like.
yeah, see, that makes more sense. That's a bit more modern than what I was going for.
I can't do Shakespeare. Thou art cannot do thy Shakespeare.
That's not bad. I can barely do English in itself. It's pretty good from you.
Oh,
God.
look, coffee does wonders.
Coffee does do good. Did you like my Offie picture that I sent you? Anyway, don't worry.
I do love all the memes you send me. Guys, Mandy sends the best
Excellent.
memes. The best cute memes.
Quality tier cat memes. This is a bit
Hey,
cheeky from
what?
Direwolves, by the way.
Boss G?
Boss
Okay,
G from
mate.
Joe. Souffle is prone in the corner of Solar. There is surely someone repels in here. I really secretly want this to work. I don't think it is.
It's got to work. Like, surely
Oh,
they go to
mate.
Clint.
Oh yeah, it's gonna work. I'm so excited
Is
for
the
this.
drone. All right, let's see. Where's the drone going? We are watching the POV of the drone. It doesn't check! It didn't check! Get destroyed, mate! Oh, that is a missed drone for the ages. So well played from Souffle. Absolutely debated. And Hasib's Warriors are playing with a player down.
Oh yes, get in the bathtub. It's gonna work twice.
Oh,
no,
he's
it's
got a boss
definitely
G
not.
kill!
Oh, no way, he's just got a boss G kill as well. Oh no, it's not the bathtub. That's so disappointing. Oh man, this has been one chaotic round. One chaotic way to start the round at the very least. How will it end? I'm hoping in the same fashion.
I want to see more rap plays here from Direwolves. That is extremely cheeky. I mean, you can see Hasib's Warriors here have some ideas. Like, they got the util to try and counter the Mic Magnets. They've got some Capital to try and flush out the player in this dark corner, but they're playing in a 3v5. Taha solo roam clearing as Ace with Diffuser with... Okay, drone slightly ahead of him, but yeah, this ain't working. Joe's going to peek this and absolutely
Do it.
destroy him. Mark my words. Joe, he's yours. Get him with the boss G again.
Oh, that is
Go
insult
again,
added
go
to
again.
injury. Souffle jumped out. It's all up to Din now. He finds his consolation frag, but that's all he will find. Direwolves might have had a bit of a blip last round, but they are looking to dominate once again. 2 rounds away from putting this to bed.
Oh man, that was a nasty round there from Direwolves. First of all, the rat pick to start things off, and then you get taken out by a double boss G kill. That's not cool if you're on the side of Hasib Warriors. And honestly, fair enough, they're thinking, something has gone very wrong, and we're going to take a tactical timeout. I think good opportunity to do so. Things are certainly falling apart on their end.
I would love to know how many kills Jokor had before the rehost, because he's had 11 since, and yesterday he got 16. I reckon he could be on the cards to actually do better than what he did yesterday.
That would be quite impressive.
I'm gonna
Yesterday he did very
down
well.
the numbers. I'm gonna see if I can like bring up the Twitch stream. Go back in time.
Man,
Back.
this guy really is just an SMG-12. Sorry, continue.
No, he is an SMG-12 merchant.
SMG-12 merchant.
But he can also make things work with the Boss G, and I gotta respect that.
Yeah. Oh man, chaotic game. It's been good.
Don't mind
Have you
me,
gone
I'm just
back?
going back in time. It takes time to do these things.
Okay. I understand. Greatness takes time. Greatness takes effort.
It does.
All good things do not come easily.
What do they say in... I'm guessing you've seen Toy Story, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay. So, I can't remember if it's Toy Story 1 or Toy Story 2, but there's the scene where the old dude, like, repaints Woody and, like fixes him up and, like, repairs his shoes. You know that scene?
Yeah.
And he says, like, you can't rush art, or something like that, when the guy's like, how long is this going to take?
Yeah.
So that's the vibe right now. Like, you can't rush
That is
art.
the
It's going to
vibe.
take me a bit of time to find how many kills Jokor had before the rehost. But imagine the value it's going to add to the broadcast once I find that.
Oh, tremendous value. Like you've never seen before, really. You could be everything. The casting, the production, the statistics, man. It's everything, honestly.
I don't know about production, mate. I'll leave that to the professionals.
Alright, here we go. Direwolves, having won their last bomb site fairly handily, are going to go down to the basement instead to potentially put us on match point. Pika's going to start out early here inside a library, right in the corner. Meanwhile, though, it doesn't seem like Hasib Warriors are at all interested in the roam clearers. They're directly trying to hit all the way down into the basement first off, opening up big garage with the back of the buck. Souffle as well is going to back up his teammate in Pika over here on the top floor. And never mind, I bite my own words as it seems like 2 players posturing up for this clear onto Pika.
And you know who I'm watching. It's Jokor on the other side of the map. That's all I care about right now. I'm joking. We should probably... Oh, here we go. Thank you, observers. Thank you. He's doing nothing right now, but keep him in the back of your mind. I checked. He had 3 kills before the rehost, so he's on 14 right now. 2 more, and he has broken the record that he hit yesterday. And I believe that's also the tied record for how many kills has been in a single game so far in the Asia League, if I'm not wrong. No one has done better than that, but nonetheless, for now, as you said, Hasib's Warriors trying to clear library, but it's been slow.
Alright, here goes Taha. All the way over inside piano room, trying to jiggle the fight onto the player on Ivy stairs. There's also a crossfire from Mezzanine, so he's feeling a little cautious about that one. Meanwhile, Doctor is going to send out some of the bees to try and get some info onto the player on Mezzanine. They do sync, in fact, and it does force him to fall off into library. Souffle taking a bit of damage from Din, but able to fall off safely.
Oh, there we go. Finally, the opening pick comes out, and Felix has found Hasib. As you can see, Direwolves have really just stripped it back a little bit. Oh, does Taha know? He's not acting like he knows. Pika's right around here in the corner in library, and Taha's distracted. There we go. Finally, an opening pick for Hasib's Warriors, but that does cue Pika to make a move.
Oh,
he saw the diffuser. He saw the diffuser, but I think he's made too much noise, and they know about him now. Oh, what a shot! Xenox is out. Pika looking for another. No way. He's completely picked Hasib's Warriors apart. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hasib Warriors need a doctor now, and there is one to step up. In a 1v3, it's not going to be great. The bomb site's downstairs. He might not have the diffuser yet either. 30 seconds to go, and he's just looking for ghosts. There's nobody here. There's no time either. What is going on?
Well, Wolves are feeling pretty happy about that one. Pika with massive value on the roam, taking down 2 and leaving the diffuser all the way on another continent. Doctor is going to round the corner, but it's Felux to finish him off, and Wolves will put us on match point.
Yeah, well, that was another such challenging roam clear there from Haseeb's Warriors, and I think Wolves have figured out that if they just really look to emphasize their roam game, it's so hard for Haseeb to overcome that. And you know, this really could be an 8-1 right now. I think there was only been one convincing round from Haseeb's Warriors, 2 clutches, so Direwolves have definitely been the better team through and through. Haseeb have had their moments, but it's a shame to see them go down in such a fashion.
Direwolves have found their winning formula, and that is to face them when they're trying to enter into the building and then shoot them the moment that they take a step into the building, which seems to be working out pretty well for them. Joe, to great success, has been on the roam game. Not only that, but we've even just seen pretty strong showing from Pika on his own. I don't see that stopping anytime soon as he's jumped straight back onto the Vigil. Boss G in hands, SMG-12, of course. It's looking pretty dangerous, Dev.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's so hard to prescribe something for Haseeb's Warriors right now as well. I don't know what you can say, like, just the roam game has been so powerful from Direwolves. Like, those players continue to have a laugh, like Joe Gore, for example. He's got the Boss G and the SMG-12 again. You just don't want to be playing against that if you're Haseeb's Warriors. Like, he's just going to be swinging everything. He's going to be ratting a bunch. They're going to be playing off each other. Like, credit to Direwolves. It's not just like running amok like crazy. They are playing cleverly. And I think Haseeb's Warriors have been pretty intimidated by it.
Okay, here goes another attack attempt for Haseeb Warriors. Haseeb himself has seen this big long line of sight inside of office and is going to play it fairly cautiously outside of the Fluke Double window. Meanwhile, the clear is coming in through from library. Some of the pings go out into the play inside of mezzanine off the back of the Lion scan, and Zdux can make his way up from the basement.
Here we go. First player spotted.
Oh, there's a guy in there.
They've got the info. They've got the info. Oh, Zdux, man.
Oh, Zdux, mate.
Surely someone's able to support now. Joe has found his kill. Joe's found. Okay, it's over. It's Jova! It is over again! He's hit his 16 kills, but that's all he's going to get. He's taken down. Joe down. The round's winnable, guys. That's the call in the Haseeb's Warriors comms. Souffle is left on an island on the other side of the map, but he's never been droned. Like, no one knows he's here. He has freedom to get back to site. Haseeb is now starting to put some pressure onto the bomb site, and Taha's going to open up the main breach. But 2v3, like, there's no viable way you can make this plant work unless if Dire was put foot wrong.
Yeah, especially with Felux still inside of Piano as well. The way that this office wall has been configured is a little dangerous at this point for Taha to walk his way on in and try and play the plant. Haseeb looking to cover himself, but with just a minute left to go, Direwolves are playing the disciplined game right now. Souffle looking for the peek out onto the office door. Not able to find the shots just yet, but certainly the onslaught to come.
All right, Taha. You're going to have to fake this, but you're going to need to rely on Haseeb as well. Like, this is 100% on Haseeb. He needed to land that shot. He definitely needed to land that one, and nothing goes well at all for Haseeb's Warriors. It's all gone awry, and Direwolves have stolen the match. What very well could have been a 7-1 ends up a 7-3 as the GGs are called, and Joe cops in another 16-kill game.
Joe's definitely become an emote after doing the back of that. It's like the new Harambe dance for Direwolves. Yeah, excellent game there from Direwolves, and a pretty stellar one from Joe himself. Great performance off the back of yesterday's as well. It's Mr. Consistent when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think we have a new sheriff in town, Joe Gore. He's made a real name for himself. Every now and then you have a player go big with a 15, 20 kill game, but Joe has done it twice in a row, 16 kills in back-to-back matches. Bravo.
Gotta do it big.
Good, sir. You got to do it big. It's the only way I can live, and I know 3 people that live the same way over on the desk.
If you're not wrong about that one, mate, I do it very big, sometimes too big, unfortunately. It's, Gaz, I'm talking about my eating habits, okay? I'm not talking about any other aspect of my life. It's okay. Look, again, I just to reiterate that statement, I don't think I've seen a player go this nuclear in their opening 2 matches ever, Guz. That is absolutely insane to see back-to-back games. I think, was it 19 kills yesterday? I could be wrong there, but 16 today. It's just absolutely absurd.
Yeah, 16 as Dev shatters my eardrums.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Yeah, so really good from him. And I'm actually sitting here refreshing the map stats. I'm still waiting for them to roll through, but there's every world in which he pushed very close to a 200 EPS in that game, which is absolutely insane. It's sitting at 187 with Direwolves up 5-3. So assuming once that rolls through, it's not going to be too far off. So yeah, another big game from him. Ultimately, an expected result, I think. Direwolves doing a good job to get it across the line. I will say, though, going back to my earlier prediction, perhaps a little bit more one-sided than I would have anticipated. Unfortunately, on defense, the Civ Warriors just couldn't quite string together enough rounds. Even being Chalet, probably still 2 not going to cut it, and ultimately not the case.
Xenox, I guess is there a light for Hasib in this conversation? Are we pleased with their performance, or are you maybe in the negative camp here?
Oh, no, I don't think you can be too negative. I think coming into this particular league, it was always going to be difficult for Hasib Warriors Knock to probably put themselves in positions where they're going to be challenging to go to the major. It's all about what, I guess, the experience building throughout this particular stage, and then hope that going into the next stage, they can then maybe go for a bit of a run. But, you know, they had a good start to this game and then clearly just petered out, which I guess is somewhat similar to yesterday, right? So there's clearly a bit of deja vu when it does come to that, as Dev is breathing in my ear constantly. Please, James. And so obviously for the Direwolves, they did get the job done. Sorry,
I kind of liked it. I thought it was
is nearing on 4 a.m. here, but either way, yeah, large similarities to yesterday, Rob, I think is probably my takeaway more than anything. I'm not negative on Hasib Warriors, but I would be concerned in terms of now when we think of top 6, top 8, avoiding bottom 2, they're firmly in that conversation now for bottom 2, unfortunately.
I mean, look, I could probably sit here and poke and probe a little bit, Guz, as to the Direwolves camp. It does seem like there is a player or two that tends to stand up at a moment of need for their roster. I feel like today, maybe not so much. Definitely yesterday, there were a number of moments that dragged them across the line, kicking and screaming in late rounds. But all in all, like this is just a good start for Direwolves, but good signs nonetheless.
Yeah, good. I feel like that's probably the best descriptor for their performance so far, whereas other teams, we're probably saying outperforming their expectations. I would say Direwolves are pretty much on par with what we expected heading into this stage, which was a competitive team, certainly one that will take down those from South Asia, perhaps some of the other rosters as well, and maybe breaching into the top 4, top 5 discussion. Anything beyond that, it's difficult to see them in that now. However, again, they will continue to improve if they get the systems working around Joe, and they're you know, he's able to be consistent, not just across the first week, but over the first couple of weeks, and can be that star player. Perhaps they can cook something up that will be good enough to take down the stronger teams here in Asia.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to be really the best in their next game. Xenox, just keeping it Direwolves related. They go up against Bleed in week 3. Well, sorry, day 3, I should say, week 2. That one is going to be the real testament, I think.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think it's pretty clear through the first week now that we're kind of concluding night 1 and night 2 here. You look at Elevate, Bleed, Direwolves, Gelita, and Fury. That's a pretty extensive list, but when they all start to play each other, those are going to be pretty big games across the board. So, you know, Direwolves versus Bleed, they also then play Fury the day after that. So you kind of look at their next 2 opponents, and I think by the end of next week, we'll have a bit of a clearer read when it does come to Direwolves. So, and I think that's more than just Direwolves. That's also your Furies, your Gelitas. Once they all start playing each other, you know, that's going to be a real big tester, which unfortunately puts us in a position at the end of the first week. There's only 2 teams that have collected 0 points, and they're both from South Asia. So it's a really difficult prospect for them to think, where are you going to pick up points? Because I listed a pretty extensive number of teams. In fact, the only team I didn't basically list was Daystar, and they've actually looked pretty good. You know, and clearly I think have probably shown they're already above those, at least from South Asia, which means that getting into that top 6 is going to be really difficult for Hasib Warriors and Knock Knock. Where are they going to get those wins? I don't know.
against Fury. Apparently, that's the only place they're going to find.
And they do actually play each other, by the way, next week. So that'll
there
settle
you go.
probably bottom two. The loser of that game is basically out.
Yeah. Well, given the fact that Daystar has already beaten Knock Knock today, then those points are dramatically falling by the wayside. But I get really excited for a moment here because we've got our interview, but it's my man, my homie. Let's welcome in Harambe.
Hey. Hello, guys.
It has
It's been a while.
Harambe, my man. It has been a hot minute. How have you been?
I'm doing all right. A bit tired. It's a bit late right now.
Yeah, it's pushing the time. Look, I
It's
will
almost
ask
1
you
a.m.
just.
actually.
Yeah. We won't talk about nearly 4 a.m. We'll just keep it on the 1 a.m. train for you guys playing. I do want to ask you, mate. Obviously, your start to the stage has been, I would say, convincing, but you've still yet to play those big teams. You're still yet to play those big names. How have you felt watching the team from behind the scenes?
Our team has been growing up since last stage a lot. And after the join of Jogo, you can see he's really good gunner. I think we're able to beat them down. Elevate, Fury, and Bleed.
Yeah. Gents?
Yeah, I think obviously you guys got through this week unscathed considering the matchups. You look ahead and we've kind of just been discussing it. You play Bleed, you play Fury. How do you kind of view the Asia League at the moment with a lot of these teams now all vying for basically just one spot? Essentially, you can't make any mistakes, but how much emphasis do you put on these games going into playoffs? Obviously, right now, there is only so much riding on these matches.
C's deserve 2 spot. That's what I'm going to say. But I think we're really well prepared for every team, including the big ones, Fury and Bleed.
Yep.
And we'll just see. Do a play day. You can see what we got.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Harambe. Obviously, week 1 now concluded. Who are you guys going to be versing in the grand final? Who do you think the best team in Asia is other than yourself?
I don't know, man. Probably Fury, I think.
Really? Not Bleed?
They are really, really solid, to be honest.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, that's really interesting given the fact they've only got 1 point, Harambe. What's going on there?
Yeah.
No, we won't go down that path. It's best of ones at the start of the stage. There's a much larger conversation. Look, mate, I've got to say, you've matured a lot. Your beard's looking better than Guzz's. Things are looking bright for you. I mean, I wish you were back in the server. But do you have anything that you'd like to say to the beautiful fans out there?
Please support us. We're going to win some games. Hopefully next week. Yeah, it's going to be enjoyable.
We've missed you, but can I for old time's sake? I think you know what I'm about to ask. Can I just for old time's sake, Harambe? Can I get a dance from you as we say goodbye?
Woo! See you guys. Good night. Good night.
Let's go, baby. Good night. Go and enjoy your rest, Harambe. Oh God, I have missed him. And truth be told, just on an even more beautiful note from my point of view, I've missed Southeast Asia. I have forgotten how incredibly, one, wholesome these players are, but two, how much they care about the game, how much they care about the individual matches that we've got. It's a day and night contrast from the OS League, but moving forward with the conversation, things are wrapping up here, Guz, for day 2. What are we like? What's a good way to recap week 1? Because it has felt. I don't want to say standard, but it's definitely felt like the majority of results have swung the way we expected them to.
Yeah, I'd say results-wise, it's been rather predictable and easy to read. But I think there's certainly some intriguing storylines developing. I still think we're very much in an era where we're looking at the likes of Bleed performing well. Did Fury perhaps have a little bit of an off week and not get rewarded accordingly, as you mentioned? Only the 1 point for them. Elevate's rejuvenated roster, 6 points to kick things off. They can't complain too much either. Jolita's had their moments. I mean, the list goes on, really. Every single team has had some positives go their way. No team has been infallible, though. And I think that's awesome for the league. It means that it's going to remain very, very competitive. And again, we're assuming that the longer the league goes on, and as we enter the GSL format, the playoff bracket later on as well, that competitiveness will only ramp up in best of 3. So Asia's living up to expectation. It's exciting, and the quality of the Siege as well, as a side note, has been quite solid as well. So again, it will continue to refine and improve, and that's why we love this region.
That is why we love this region. It's the second most entertaining next to the OS League. No one's taken that time. I'm not saying the OS League's good games. That's all I'm saying. It's just, you know, it's entertaining out there. But Southeast Asia, South Asia, they always like to put on a show. And I mean, at the moment, the way the standings are showing, this is, I guess, top 6 Xenox is what we expected. Again, this is by no means a slight to South Asia. We come into this knowing full well the history over the last 5 years of this region, and well, it's just Southeast Asia diff, baby.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, to sort of reiterate, if you finish bottom 2, you're just out of the league in terms of going into the playoffs, which means you can't then make the major. So while we do kind of at times reference these matches during the group stage as kind of seeding for the playoffs, well, if you're in bottom 2, it's not seeding, right? You're talking about life is on the line. So for Hasib Warriors, the Knock Knock, these aren't seeding games. These are actually very important matches. Again, they play next week, so something to kind of keep in mind. The loser of that will basically be in a very, very deep hole. But when we kind of looked at the rest of that board holistically, I mean, just the names, it is such a cutthroat region. I keep saying it. It's a shame there's only the one slot. It deserves more than just that, but alas, this is the situation we are in, and it does hopefully then get the most out of these players and these teams. You want to be building good form. You can't just be saving strats going into the playoffs. You need momentum. You need to be able to go into those best of threes feeling very, very confident. You know, you kind of look at Fury right now. You know, it's interesting. Harambe saying that he felt like Fury was the top team, and they've always been really good locally throughout 2023, but starting off with 2 losses is not ideal. So that means that they will likely find themselves in a poor seeding position going into the playoffs if they can't turn things around.
Guys, last one. What do you got for me?
Ooh, you want final thoughts from the Guzzler? That's a risky question to pose as a host, Rob. You should know that by this point. Look, as I mentioned before, I think week 1 has been really fun to watch in terms of in the server. The quality of the Siege, for the most part, has really been quite good, especially when I'm looking at teams like Elevate, like Gelita, with these reformed rosters, these rejuvenated squads. They're actually bringing some exciting stuff inside of the server. Touching on to Jake's point, a little bit unfortunate for Fury, a slow start. But the thing about this league and the format is they have such a big opportunity to play catch up. Same goes for South Asia. The gap is still there. I think the rift is as big as it has been in the past. Can they close that? Let's wait and see. Hopefully one of those teams, Hasib Warriors or Knock Knock, can make it into the top 6. It's going to be a struggle. It's going to be tough. It won't be easy, but I think it's certainly possible. So a lot to look forward to in Asia, and cannot wait to run it back with all of you next week. I could not think of a better place to be. I couldn't.
I can think of many places better to be.
I couldn't.
You sure about that? I think Lygon Street. No, let's go ahead and wrap things up here with a beautiful happy note of big smiles. It is time for us to say goodnight. Thank you very much for joining us in week 1 of the Asia League. The MENA League is actually going to be starting in about an hour, and then the NAL in about 3 hours after that.
Might stay up for that.
You may as at this rate, mate, we may as well. But anyway, until then, please take care, stay safe, and good night.
5 seconds left. Attackers bombed it. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Changing mags.
Located the diffuser. Have located the diffuser. Seconds left. Operators. There has been dropped. 5 seconds. Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser.
Cover me. Reloading.
Reloading!
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Seconds remaining. diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Five seconds left. Attackers bomb drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.